Hello. ठीक है, ठीक है, सही सही, थैंक यू वेरी मच। Hello, sound check. Greetings everyone, a very warm welcome to all of you at the Internet 2.0 conference. This is your host Sheikha FIFA. I request everyone to please be seated. We will start with the conference right now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome to the day 3 of Internet 2.0 conference. We will be having really exciting panel discussions, fireside chat, awards and recognition ceremony. So it will be truly exciting. So right now we will be starting up with the panel discussion. And the topic is IoT-enabled smart infrastructure, balancing connectivity and security. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome our moderator for this panel discussion, and it is Sean A. Cooper. Yes, the Director of Global Public Sector Sales Team, Cymru Incorporated. Welcome, Mr. Sean. He is the moderator of this panel discussion, and I would also like to invite the panelists of and the person whom I'm going to call is Swakirt Jain, the founder of Sonko Technologies. Yes, all of you, a round of applause. Then we have Sankar Ganesh, the Technical Director of Youth Dev Holdings Software Services India Private Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a very interesting panel discussion, and all of you enjoy. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, those of you who are here today. Hopefully we're going to have a great discussion. Don't scare you too much, but it'll be interesting, and we're not giving a sermon, so we hope to have some interaction here with some of the thoughts that we have.
Yeah, thanks for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. So I think there was a slight miscommunication. I was planning to do the moderation. So I'll start by introducing myself, and then I'll pass it on to my fellow panelists to give a more thorough introduction of themselves. So I'm Swakirt Jain. I have about 8-9 years of software development experience. I do it all, basically. I'm known as a one-man tech department, like a full-stack developer, AWS certified solutions architect, and yeah, basically a problem solver. Now, for the past 2 years with Sonko Technologies, I've been doing technology consulting, where I'm helping various startups and mid-sized companies solve their technical challenges. And yeah, that's basically it. Sean, do you want to go next and tell us about yourself?
Sure. I am, as introduced, I run a sales organization globally for a cyber threat intelligence entity. I have about 15 years in cybersecurity in different realms, from endpoint detection, which has now become MDR, any of you are familiar with that, as well as some of the directed research on what we might call offensive cyber in the intelligence community. Prior to that, I had a number of years in the telecommunications world, networking back when we were analog, prior to becoming digital. So I have some of the unique experiences as we've immigrated to our current technologies.
Thank you, Sean. Myself, Shankar Ganesh. Good morning, everyone. So I'm coming from the mobile application development background. I have been there for the last 15 years. In mobile application, I started with WML, a wireless markup language for mobile, which is not in picture now. So slowly evolved to BlackBerry, and then to Java Symbian OS, and then to Android, and then to iPhone, all these things. So here we are here to discuss about the IoT stuff. I'm excited to share my inputs with Sean and Jane. So looking forward, excited to with you guys also.
Thank you, guys. So, okay, let's first start about a very random question. What is your favorite IoT device?
You know, that's a loaded question for me, being a cyber guy. The only IoT device that I actually have connected in my house, as all of my, all of our latest devices that have internet connectivity, I have disconnected the internet from them. The only one that's actually active is my Google Home, which is in the kitchen, so just so we can have music That's it. And the weather, we get the weather.
Can't we wish it would start cooking as well? I think that will be great. Shankar, what about you?
It's a similar thought actually. So I'm not very fond of IoT devices using in the day-to-day activities because of the latest thing. It's still evolving actually. So there are maturity needs to be brought in up there. So we'll talk about more of those things. So at the moment I'll use mostly for setting up in the Google, like in the TVs, and then using Alexa, which is for not for the payments and stuff, for the songs and selections and stuff. So where we are using at the moment. So happy to use Alexa and these things for less sensitive data. That's what I'm trying to portray. Thank you.
Yeah, so you mentioned it's still evolving. So instead of going into the future, can we start with how it has evolved in the past, say, decade or so? Shankar, do you want to share your thoughts on that?
That's a good question, actually, Jane. Thank you so much. We have been saying on day one and day two, with regards to AI has been started in 1950 or something like that. But this also started a long period of time. So when people trying to connect the computers through physical wires, they're forming networks, they talks about topology and all the things. So when the internet became the hub, right, all the things they're trying to do in the internet, so that comes into the picture of connecting all the physical devices through internet. That was the born of IoT. The Internet of Devices, right? So when it comes to the Internet of Devices, that's why Sean's role is we've been playing very, key role because of cybersecurity. If there is not in the internet, if the physical devices are connected through LAN, MAN, or WAN, or whatever it is, we can just like a bank. When you see the bank, right, there are lots of cops standing there to protect their bank and stuff. Like similar kind of role this guy was playing actually, which is actually good for everyone in the accessing in the internet. So the things is actually when they're placing in internet, there are lots of challenges and opportunities coming up. So which we need to discuss further. That's what I feel.
And Sean, do you want to share some thoughts on the same thing, like how it has evolved? What are your observations in the past decades?
Yes, and as I said, I'm not really a fan, though. I have a lot of experience from the OT environment prior to us moving to the IoT environment, in which, in my world, working in the public sector, you deal with a lot of these power plants and or the industrial control system network type places. So a lot of the evolution is around having to manage a lot of those areas disparately, distributed throughout regions and areas, and the simplicity of doing that, which also in turn, again from my perspective, is expanding your attack space from the threat. So it's what the evolution is, how are we going to continue to defend against all this ever-expanding threat space.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point about the threat space that has evolved with so many hundreds of potential IoT devices coming into play. So you also have a background in networking, right? So do you want to expand on that, like with these new nodes coming in, and how do we, like what are the challenges that companies are facing, and how do we go about potentially solving them? Of course, we are not looking for a conclusion here, but yeah, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You have all these different devices, and as you can imagine, just doing an inventory within your own personal home of all the different devices that have the capability of touching the internet. That's an additional a space that someone can reach out and touch you. So again, in my world, in the public sector, imagine that from your national energy company. Agency, or your national, the aviation scenario. So all of those different touch points on the internet are just available for anybody who's a malicious actor to try to shake up some things, if not for financial terms, just really to create some sort of chaos. So yeah, I'm trying not to make this a horror story, but yeah, this is my daily life of what we're trying to address and how we can help to protect people globally. But it's one of the things that we need to do is to develop some sort of technology that marries the operational technology network, the ICS environment, to the IT environment, which is a major sigh that any of those agencies or private entities look at and say, no, 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 we're not going to do that. But, and I don't want to talk too much about that, but yeah, it's a head count and having the ability of people to manage the different areas and then as one, but yeah.
Just to add on the point for Sean, I'm also 100% with him. So a few things that the key thing coming up to cyber criminals, right? Because it's why IoT is there on their plate. The reason is it's coming on internet, and the sensors, right, generating a lot of data. For example, if in your flight journey there are plenty of sensors generating a data, and those data, either the data are interested or they're trying to use the IoT device as a medium to gain access to the other network, and then to collect the data from there. So that's why we are in a need to do something. So remember that whenever everything coming up with this kind of things, the maturity is start developing slow by slow. So when the desktop applications moved into internet through web development, so we started with the protocols HTTP, right? So there, I mean, when you do HTTP transactions, that time lots of attacks has been happened, and those attacks we learned security needs to be done. The protocol has formed, and then there comes up the hypertext transfer protocol with security stuff. Similarly, there are some things needs to become on security threats, especially on IoT devices. And the problem is these devices are diversified. We can't say that it's starting from, as he rightly explained, it's starting from a small wearable watch and a small chip to a nuclear plant kind of stuff. So it's difficult to establish a protocol at the moment, but people are thinking about that. It's in the pipeline. At one point of time, I'm pretty much sure there will be something like HTTPS, something like the similar kind of protocol will be there for every IoT device to communicate to the network. So that's why it's more rightly mentioned the OT platform to the other platform, right? That the protocol needs to be there. So once the protocol is established, then I'm sure every person will start using it without any doubts, 200% to use it. Because previously, in the year of 2000 or 2001, most people are not fond of using online banking. Right? I'm asking you a question. How many of you used online banking in 1998, 1999, 2000? Nobody is going to use that one, right? Because we don't know now why you are using it actually. The reason is there are HTTPS and it is given by a certified author, right? So CA is giving all the authority stuff. So you click on your browser and check on the CA and not the fake CA. You check on the companies there, all these things is there. Even the mobile apps, right? You can go and check on your device, and then the device, the CA certified is there for the apps also. When apps available in the platforms, coming from the app platform, so the app when we're publishing in Google Play and stuff, we're trying to use some other things. They're verifying it, all the things. They want to ensure they're giving the right things to their customer. Similar kind of thing definitely brought into the picture. That's what he's trying to, coming up with marrying the OTT and other platform.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. And as technology is evolving, we are also getting better at security and deploying and delivering secure applications. So there are a few things you touched on there that I would like to elaborate on. So when I talk about IoT, I feel there are two major concerns that I have. One being digital privacy and the other being malicious intent. So we touched a little bit on both of them, but do you guys want to elaborate on how do we maintain digital privacy in a world where almost everything is connected to the internet?
That's a challenge. And as we were sitting here, I just thought about the hospital systems. From a privacy perspective, the individuals, the patients, all their data, and every country has their level of privacy within policy to protect the individuals. But, and I know just last year in the US, President Biden, his administration had created a law that allowed for suit of certain manufacturers who might be the vector for an attack within the hospitals. Why that's important? Historically, those IoT devices inside of hospitals, and this is globally, do not allow you to put any sort of security on those devices or it will void the warranty. What that means is these devices that are on a stick, on wheels, they're hanging up on the walls, they're all Wi-Fi, wide open inside the hospital. So just imagine that this has been going on. This is ongoing as we speak. So those type of things, it's what? Yeah, so yes, again, let's try not to be a horror story, but this is something that's going on that we all have to deal with across the world.
And Shankar, would you like to add a bit on that, especially moving into like private homes, like you mentioned, you have an Alexa at home, like as an individual end consumer. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Definitely, definitely. I have been into different domains. So when I was employed with Robert Bosch for generating the apps, particularly for the cars, automotive domain. So I'm not sure how many people are here automotive domain. So that time itself, in the automotive domain, we know that there will be a combination of hybrid vehicle will be coming up in the picture, and they established an open source network. Nowadays call it as adaptive AutoSAR. So where different people like Bosch, Vector, all the things they're forming, and then they're forming an alliance. They do all the similar kind of things to coming up with a combination of things and how they do their softwares. They share their knowledge to bring a software, like an open source platform, we'll say, in the software. So those kind of things, they're coming and establishing it to give a good service in their cars. And similarly, in the Google, when they're trying to create an operating system, Android system, it's an open source, right? So where we are collaborating lots of things, and then it's coming up there. It's not like proprietary things, but this IoT at the moment, most of things are proprietary things. Okay, so for example, I told you, right, the watch and everything are diversified. So the proprietary stuff is also diversified. The privacy policy, they're coming up according to their own device. It's like, for example, if Apple is giving their watch, right, the privacy policy is only for that watch. But what happens if the data is hacked, as he rightly said, in the hospital domain, they're tracking the fitness, and then that hospital domain data has been hacked by some other person. Right? Just like in your Facebook data, right? Similarly, it's not like Apple is giving the watch was 100% bulletproof, but what happens, the data goes to a X hospital, and from the X hospital, the data was corrupted. So that's why the privacy policy globally needs to be defined, and challenges is there is different demographic or manufacturing the IoT devices, and it's easy to incorporate those devices in any way. And that's why the things comes up. I'm pretty much sure that once people start looking on these things, right, everything will be done up things. Because when we do, same example, when we do mobile banking things, kind of things, the financial stuff, people say, no, don't use on the payments on the things. But nowadays, Google itself is saying, use my GPay.
No, that's definitely true. So actually one thing I've also observed, like you said, there are these big companies, like you mentioned the names of Google and Amazon. They are definitely leading the charge when it comes to end consumer IoT devices. And as a consumer, how do I go about choosing which one? Like what are the concerns that I go about? There are so many service providers that out there, like we said, Google and Amazon. So what are your thoughts on that?
It's a great question. It's a great question, and it's actually a typical scenario where, as a consumer, we must be very careful on these things, because the manufacturer side and the consumer side is totally different, actually. Because if I'm a manufacturer of IFB, if I'm a manufacturer of, I'm not promoted for IFB, or I'm not promoted for other manufacturers. So I'm saying for an easy example to understand in a layman perspective. So if I was manufacturing something, I was the head of manufacturing unit, right? What I'm trying to do is mainly to make my machine sellable. The first thing coming into my mind is my budget. So why Android device has been there, particularly in Asia? So the reason is it's cheap, accessible. That's why Google coming into the market, right? But Apple says that my target customer is not for the price. My target customer is for the quality, right? So when you choose that particular things, for example, if you choose a fit watch, smartwatch, wherever you're choosing it, you must see what are the privacy policies coming up there. But simply when we're installing a software, we just go to the end and then we say tick, 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 and then done install. Similarly, I'm not sure how many people bought the watches, smart watches, and then they trusting that, okay, this watch, and I don't know, I'm pretty much sure they don't know about what are things they're collecting it and where they state the data stores. You said the one-man army doing all the Amazon certificate, AWS certification, right? Yeah. So those data, any point of time we thought that this data is stored on AWS, Google Cloud, or some other company doing software as service, SaaS, PaaS. Nobody aware of that things, right? We simply buy, consume it, and then once my data is hacked, just like in the Facebook, right? There's a comic mimic comes up, my data is hacked. No, that's nothing on my data. But when it's coming to a nuclear plant,
Yeah.
Okay, understand there are countries, there are cold wars happening across the countries to the globe, and we're not sure that what happened on things, right? For example, we never thought that there will be a war between Russia and Ukraine, right? We never thought on that line. They are nearby neighbors, and suddenly a thing it's happened, right? So with the data and things, we simply say data is a data, data is a data. But with the simple things, what happens? The country sensitive information is key challenging. That's why Sean will add more input on that line.
Yeah, so, yeah, I was thinking, so you're asking about how would you consume or choose a specific provider. So, understanding the current marketplace, all providers and all entities have had some sort of exploit happen already. They have to have had it. If they claim they have not had it, don't use them because they're lying or they don't know that it's happened and it's probably ongoing. But yeah, it's really ultimately in our world is understanding how quickly they were able to mitigate and to get back to normal. And that's something, and you know, it's a pain. It's sort of like, I don't know if I'm old enough to have gotten my driver's license before I had to wear a seatbelt. So. Yes, I am that old.
We could never tell, Ron.
I try that. So having to do all those things that we talked about, having to do logins now, you have multi-factor authentication and not just my password. You're going to know all these passwords for all of these things, and then I've got multi-factor authentication. You're going to send me a text or an email or to my YouTube or to my tablet for verify it's me. All of those things that are a pain. But understanding that that's how we're addressing the threat that they're getting. The bad guys are really good. Understand, they are really good, and they live this. We don't live this. Well, in my world we do for work, but these folks all over the world live this. So you have to pick somebody who's gotten knocked down, they got up quickly. That's make a simplistic comment. So.
Yeah, just to add on, I'm totally agree. And it's not only, the attack is not only the cyber guys only needs to do. It's from individual, just like we say, right? Every individual has responsibility. Every developer, it doesn't matter, you're developing on AWS, I'm developing on mobile platform, and they're developing on web platform, they're developing on desktop platform. It's not like that. So when we develop the things, we must understand that the consumer, just rightly said, two-factor authentication, right? It's important. Similar kind of thing when we're trying to develop a feature, we must see that this feature, how it is bulletproof, at least a bulletproof, okay, or a real-time kind of proof kind of things, okay. And another thing is the three things which everybody knows it, right? Even if it is down, what is the downtime recover? What is the recovered time? Okay, the data, and then the data integrity is also there. And even if I lose my data, some data we lose, we don't care about those data. But some data are sensitive, right? They must give a security level of 1, security level of 2, security level of 3 to access the data. So when we're developing in applications, even when I personally develop applications, it's my database locally stored in the mobile, the inbuilt database. I use encryption algorithm. Okay, and I use combination of things. For example, my SQL, I have 5 tables or 6 tables there. Some things like a contact information or a key information or a sales information, because I'm coming from compliance background, and Walmart is actually using, in South Africa, they call it as Massmart. They're using my data as important data, and the compliance, if they stole, if it is told by other person, right, then it is a big problem for them. It's a big threat for them. So they simply download the app, and if you hack Sean's phone just like that through wireless network and download this app, and then you can decompile everything nowadays. Nowadays, whatever the front side is doing, the back side is actually giving another platform to crack it, right? So even when you decompile the app and then trying to get the database, you must ensure that you're not giving it easy. Tough for them, make them to realize that these guys used RSA or a combination of something, DSA or whatever it is. That must be not to crack easily. That's what I'm trying to say.
Actually, I would want you to elaborate a bit on that, because whenever I'm leading teams, there's always this odds between development time and having security or additional features and stuff like that. And developers would always push back like, you want this security, you want multi-factor authentication, let's push the deadline by 2 months. So what is your advice to developers how should they think about security first when they're developing, and how should they manage expectations and deadlines with the rest of the team? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
As the non-developer on this panel and the security guy, I would say build it in up front. Don't make security an afterthought, which has historically been in every form factor that you can think of, even to the home that you live in. The level of security is very basic. A basic door lock on the knob, which every movie, we've seen hundreds of movies of this guy's picking the lock like it's nothing. So I would say build it in. Don't make it an afterthought. As a developer, I understand your goal is the user experience. It's got to be really good. It's got to be easy. It's got to be for you to come back. You want you to come back. But from the cyber side, I don't want to have to keep chasing after things that you just kind of left that open, just because it's a pain on the user.
I totally agree. I totally agree with him, because the thing is, when we are collecting a requirement from customer, the first intention coming in the mind is we need to deliver the project to the customer and make customer happy, get money, and then the app needs to be used by millions of people, just like Instagram, Facebook kind of thing, GP kind of thing. But we haven't thinking about security, which is I see in my last 15 years of time, there are no project managers or no architects particularly focusing on that topic. So as he nicely pointed out, we use Figma nowadays, but earlier we used sketches and all the things to draw wireframes and stuff. So we'll quickly develop wireframes, prototype, and check with customer. This is how your people log in. This is how your people access the data. This is how the bank transaction happen. This is how they add beneficiary, all the things they'll put forth. And then once the user interface has been done, then the app implementation starts, or the desktop application starts, or the website application starts. We never think about the security stuff. And I see most of the people in banking domain, still they're using Java framework. Why? Because it is still security, Spring, and all things. That's why I never give my tech stack just like that. So understand the requirements from the people. For example, one of the lady yesterday asked me to do a small charity application for their thing, for the deaf child. So just to form a puzzle, the data sensitivity is not a big thing. It's in the book, right? So I'm going to develop that kind of puzzle for the kids to solve, to understand how the mechanism works, right? So that kind of things I'll use, like any PHP framework, I'll allow to use that things. But if some customer walks in, assume tomorrow he walks to me and approach me, or he walks to me and approach me for something, then I'll think my tech stack, what kind of things, and I'll see whether should I have to incorporate these things or that things. So with the tech stack is actually, it's not like you can blindly do the app in just on this thing like that. Not in the app, any product, even if it is a desktop application or a web application or a self-made kiosk application or whatever it is, you see, understand your customers, where are coming from. Based on the data sensitivity of your customer, you choose the tech stack. So it's just very important.
I think I definitely agree with you, and choosing a tech stack is something we a lot of times take for granted. Or
sometimes it also, sorry for interrupting you, sometimes it's also challenging, right? The customer, earlier it was very easy when we do software things, right? When we code something, they will ask nearby people, for example, living in Chennai, so they'll say that, okay, they collect the codes from my company, and then same building, we are in IT park, right? So same competitor from another building next door, they'll collect it. But nowadays, this is not the competitors on next building, the competitors on another country, where we're not sure how the codes, and the customers, surprisingly, most of them comes to me and told me, you told 3 months of time to develop this, but they're telling me 2 months of time. I'll tell them that go and check my App Store apps and check my reviews, and then come back to me. So if you compromise to get customer in, you'll definitely get customer in for time and stuff. But once you customer in, the customer will not be happy in terms of long term. That's how we are struggling with maintaining the customer. The project maintenance is very, very difficult phase, because he rightly said security needs to be built in. If all the things is compromised on one level, then you will not get customers repeatedly again and again. So that's the reason why I'm sustaining for the last 5 years. My company is doing all the software developments. Why we are doing this thing is the compliance and stuff. We are going with ISO ISO certified stuff. So ISO 9000, we went for quality, 27,000 we went for security, and then 20,000 we went for information things is there. So I'm proudly saying that we are ISO certified, and I'm looking for Six Sigma also. So we guys are working on that also. So I'm coming to my client and says that, no, if you look for this thing, just like a buffet kind of thing, where you guys having a nice lunch, you can take whatever it is. Similar kind of things we can put forth to the customer, but make customer to understand all these things so that you will have a long-term relationship. It's not like customer comes in, you deliver, and then you wait for another customer. Trust me, majority of time, the new customers you get in right, that's actually very low when you, retaining the old customer.
No, I definitely agree, and I think that's something I also do is not compromise on some of the basics. Like if a customer says, like, I have such a basic idea, why don't you deliver it in a few weeks or a few months? I would be like, no. We first need to make sure your security is built in, there's a basic level of structure there, there's a basic level of foundation there that you can build on top of. So that's really important. And I think one other thing I really like that you mentioned is choosing the right frameworks and the right tools. And I always tell my teammates, like, we don't need to build authentication, we don't need to build authorization from scratch. Use the packages, use the people who are experts in this, who have spent years building this technology, like encryption. You can get a package and you can start way better than you would develop it on your own. So that's a really important point. Coming back to some of the big organizations, we see a lot of different operating standards that they are operating on. And one concern I think was reflected in this discussion as well is interoperability. And if I am coming in as a new service provider, like what are the challenges we are facing with the lack of standards or some kind of standards that there are? And how do you think companies are interoperating between them?
On the public sector side, I know that interoperability between the IT or the IT environment and the OT environment, the ICS environment, is that it's basically two different islands. You know, the operating systems are different, yet they are both multiple devices, multiple facilities, multiple locations, and it's the architecture is similar. A lot of the same types of people are managing these things, so they're duplicative in these organizations, and a lot of them are trying to migrate them into one whole network, which, you know, both of those teams are saying no, especially the ICS, which ultimately, or the OT, which is an infrastructure for the most part, as opposed to the IT, which is the PCs, the servers, and the other things. But so the OT environment being infrastructure and being much more disastrous if failing, does not like to be exposed. As I mentioned earlier, you add some of those devices, you're expanding your attack space to the threat. So by merging those two networks, you're expanding that environment. I have a brief background within, I won't say what country, but with an aviation agency when they were looking at doing that, and this is the early days, we were looking at locking down some of those things, and the airspace network, which had all the data about all the planes that are in the air. Oh, that's a closed environment. You know, the CISO was, we're not worried about that. It's closed. I said, is that in one location? No, it's all over the country. So how are they connected? How are these offices connected where they're sharing information? Silence. The internet. So I said, it is exposed. So don't kid yourself. Yeah, I mean, so this is a security executive for a national aviation agency. This is only a few years back, but this was the mentality. It said, hey, this is a real thing. This is something we all have to take seriously. So, and you could say the same thing for transportation and the railways. We mentioned hospitals, so it's a challenge, ongoing challenge. And then the last thing I'll add is the flexibility, because as the developers create better, faster applications, tools, and they evolve, and there's dot release versions. What you had before breaks, so you've got to continue to expand on your security on that. So it's the reason why, if you're not familiar, why cybersecurity takes on healthcare terms, virus, and these are things because it's the same thing. We can't really defend things that we haven't seen yet until it happens, and then we can grab it and test it, and then we know how to break it, just like with healthcare. So.
Good, very good thing. So from my side, I was mainly thinking on choosing a service provider perspective, right? So especially when we trying to set up the environment, the infrastructure is very important. And setting up environment and developing a software is actually, software cost is mostly less than the infrastructure cost, right? Because you need an infrastructure and it's put a right industry, the aviation industry. So where the challenge is there to put all the sensors and all the stuff and things. So mostly it's a security point of view. We're saying that when we're trying to choose a service provider, for example, the X service provider, Y service provider, think about their past history. What was their, how long they have been in the market, and what was the kind of attack they gone through in the previous years of things, and then are they trying to give to the customers a right value, just like we choose AWS as a Google Cloud, right, where we apply our software things, right? So we call it as, we apply everywhere. Even if we, in the home, we're trying to buy a TV, I'm pretty much sure everybody not just walk into the store and then buy a TV, right? No, you guys do lots of research in your mobile phones, and then even though you do research in mobile phone, you still go and put the salesperson under pressure to explain all the TVs, all the stuff. And once the salesperson explained for an hour of time, then only you happy, you choose the right one. And then somebody still calls to the phone, make a calls to the friend, and then say, the sales guy was telling, I was looking for a TV of Sony, but this guy was telling me a TV of other brand was nice for this price, and it comes lots of things like talks to Google Cloud, all the things is giving free for 2-year subscription or something like that. You will still do these things, right? The same kind of thing, we call it as DAR, so decision, analysis, and resolution. So that, being a compliance guy, more in terms, I don't want to get bored, all these things, okay? So the DAR actually is a tool. It's an activity to put all the people. You invite the service provider, and then you do the interview technique. You understand all the service provider data, collect it, and then you do the DAR internally with your team. It's not like only top level management needs to participate. You can pull all the team guys also, because at the end of the day, the lower guys is going to install either physically or going to do development in softwares. So you can put these guys and then throw all the data collected from the service providers and then see which is the best service provider on this particular things. Because if somebody comes to me and talks to me to develop a mobile application for game, I say, I'm sorry, I don't have a cup of tea, that one. Even though I'm doing mobile development, my cup of tea for 15 years is enterprise application development. So game is not my thing. So if I say game to this guy, he should not trust me because of seeing 15 years of experience like that. No, he must see, show me the game example, the portfolio, download the app and see how it works. Is it stuck? How it works in 1 GB RAM, how it works in 2 GB RAM, how it works in 3 GB RAM, kind of things. He must see, he must do that, decision and analysis, and then he can put forth to your team, I got a quote from this guy for X dollar, I got a quote from this guy, Y dollar, this guy is a dollar, what was the best thing? So that basic stuff which we are doing it right, which needs to be practiced across the things when we developing a product mainly. It's a product as a combination of hardware and software. Predominantly what happens is every team, that's why he's saying OT and this IT or man need to marry. Every team or actually things coming from that environment in Bosch, we are isolated because the reason is we mobile development different, and the guys who developing the air brake and the guys who developing the data, they're doing the sensors, and then when we're trying to get the data from the OBD port, okay? So, and then we show the driving pattern. So the sync between this team is literally, very challenging. So when you work as a product, right? So if you choose a service provider, all the teams needs to be brought in the same room, then you realize that, oh, this is how we need to choose service provider.
No, I think that's a really important point at whatever stage you are, whether you're a consumer, you're a service provider, or you are like a developer or a security expert, you always will have certain stakeholders, you'll always have certain providers, and we should definitely do all the analysis like we do as an end consumer and get the right results and right people in. So I would like to thank both my panelists, Sean and Shankar, for this wonderful discussion. I think it was really insightful, and I really loved hearing your thoughts. I would like to now throw the dais to the audience if we have any questions or anything you would like to ask our esteemed panel members. Anyone? Yes, please.
Thank you for the interesting discussion. The issue of security for startups. Now, at startups, usually they start at a very low level of an MVP, and they just try to take up and shorten the runway. So, what kind of security measures would you advise or would you recommend that startups should take? Is there a certain path, minimal, like the gentleman mentioned about ISO or Six Sigma? So is there something that is recommended for startups?
I would offer, especially for startups, any smaller entities, budget's always a concern, and which is really one of the things we talked about merging the two environments is why we have duplicate roles and we can just have one team. I would offer maybe a managed service provider who can provide all of those capabilities, someone who's got street credibility, frankly. They're well known, they do all the things that you need. They can actually help grow your staff and help to train your staff as you grow, that they can be the training wheels, if you will, for your staff as you're growing, and then when you're self-sufficient enough, break that contract and you're doing it all on your own.
Just to add on my own experience, 5 years before I started my organization, so that point of time, I was actually thinking about what kind of security is required, just like you starting from the clean slate, what kind of security I need to do in mobile application development to ensure my product is safe and secure. So this actually is a very, very important point, unique selling point, because mobile app developments, there are a lot of competition for me, and coming from the background, we must see what are things we need to do. So in terms of security, as I said, for how do you do, if everything are now in cloud, right? So the data transfer between to and fro, we need to understand what kind of security mechanisms are already there. So he rightly said we don't need to invent the wheel again and again. We can use that existing things there. For example, some of the things we use that the standard things available open source solutions, and there are lots of things I used in my particular projects of mobile app development where I'll use secure communication to and fro and store data in my local phone storage, so that's also encrypted. All the things, we must list out what are the things we need to do in terms of technical development, in terms of compliance, what are things we have to do. And we also need to check with the customers, who is our customers, because my customers are keen to get ISO certification. So if I'm getting other certification, right, they're not happy. And being I was a PMI's recognized project manager professional, and PMI's opposite competitor was Prince from UK. So my target customers from US. So people knows it, right? So PMI standards, they knows all the PMI standards. If I say my pitching is US and I'm Prince to a practitioner, so I'm Prince to certified programmer, that doesn't make sense. So you need to understand your target customer for marketing, and you need to understand your development and where and all you need to put your security stuff is there. The compliance stuff, it's not only on software, it's not only on operation, it's on everywhere. And it's definitely time consuming for startup, but you don't need to compromise that one. That will put you in a unique selling point in future point of time. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Shankar and Sean. Do we have any other questions? I think we have time for one more.
I'd like to add to that if there are no
Yes,
other
please.
questions. So I'll give you an example. I had learned of a small company that was basically a data warehouse for others. So they were taking on, instead of having to go, they had their AWS and their Azure environments, that they were going to be sort of an intermediary and a lower cost option for smaller entities. They did not sign with any secure MSSPs or systems integrators. They did it on their own. It was basic gate, as we would call it, gating, meaning just a firewall. If any of you are in the environment, you understand that people have been hurdling firewalls for over a decade now, pretty simply. This particular company was exploited, and it was a ransomware attack where they locked down all of those database accounts for their customers and gave them a ransom note of $3 billion, or we will just hit destroy. They didn't come up with 3 million. It was 3 million, not 3 billion, excuse me, 3 million. And they said no. They basically gave him your number one salute, and that attacker hit delete, destroy. The company was gone. All their customer data that they were storing was also gone. So it's not something to sort of play with. Yes.
And the problem is, once you lose that the fame, right? Once you lose a face value, then very difficult to come back again. For example, Google Glass, right? So they lost it actually, Google Glass. So if something is coming up on from other thing, right? They'll definitely pick up. So if you lost on that particular area, people remember that one for a long period of time, and you just need to change your vision or think something like that to come up again.
Yeah, definitely. Once you lose credibility, it's very difficult to get it back. And as I think the conclusion is, security should be built in, and we should always think about it first and let the experts handle it. Maybe not take, as a startup, you're fighting so many battles already. Why make authentication and authorization one of them? I think you should definitely go for the service providers.
The funny part is, from a cyber perspective, any of you are familiar with the OSI model and the different stacks, we like to say that everybody has a layer 8.
Yes.
It's between the keyboard and the chair. You have people. People make mistakes, people make errors, not maliciously, and there are many, many attacks that have happened to companies that was somebody made a mistake.
Yeah.
So you know it's going to happen at some point. So.
Definitely true, because in 2008, when I joined my first organization, using pen drive inside the PC, inside the company PC was strictly prohibited. But pen drive has been taken over the packet, and the guy before last day, they wants to get their code so that they can use it offline and stuff like that. So they'll disconnect the Ethernet and then plug the pen drive. So you said, I slightly remember me that example. So that's what we do at that time. But nowadays, everything is open source. And even if you put all the things in GitHub, but make sure that you're not putting your proprietary code, something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Sean, Shankar, thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. It was really lovely hearing your thoughts. And yeah, thank you everyone for listening. It was lovely.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you so much for the patience. And we really appreciate your patience and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, and hopefully I won't give you any nightmares. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was the first panel discussion for today. It's the day 3 of Internet 2.0 conference. Now we will be having our first keynote. And the topic is Beyond the Buzz, Marketing Web3 for Mass Adoption. And our speaker is Yu Chang Lim. Please, all of you, give a big round of applause to Yu Chang Lim, the Chief Business Officer of Orion.
I had a very complicated morning today. So, as I was planning for today, I wasn't just planning for today. I was finding the perfect sleeping position so I could get the sun in my face, so I could wake up on time. And because I had to be extra early, I had a thought, what if I fluff my pillow, right? To achieve the ideal height and firmness so I could wake up feeling fresh and fully rested. And despite having coffee and breakfast here, I was determined to get my money's worth at the hotel's buffet breakfast. So I needed even more time. So what I did was, I also planned for my night so I could sleep early and I could wake up even earlier. And guess what happened? My body clock decided to cooperate and woke me up at the time I wanted. That's okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, I didn't know I sounded very soft. But, is it on? Ah, perfect. Yeah, so, so I had a complicated morning, that's what I was saying. And guess what? So, it worked to my favor. I woke up earlier than I thought. It's a small win. But actually, all of this didn't quite happen. I was just making things up. The truth is, I just used the alarm clock, the alarm on my phone, normal clock, right? The alarm on my phone. And we human beings love to overcomplicate matters. You know it's not necessary, but you do it anyway. Why? Maybe we fear simplicity. According to psychology, we often equate simplicity to the lack of depth in simpler solutions that may actually miss its full potential. And I guess that's where we are right now with Web3 and blockchain. We overcomplicate stuff. The technology itself, I would say, is an ingenious creation by some of the smartest brains on earth, and I'm talking about the developers. But the problem today, the hurdle today, isn't, it's not the technology, it's not that we don't have that, it's how the technology is presented. These guys, the developers, they are the testament to the word revolutionary. Because they've done something that no one thought was possible in just a few short years. They revolutionized the internet. So I went from working in the banks to telecommunications in some of Asia's largest retail banks and telecommunication companies, and then to Web3, where I am today. And I realized something very, very peculiar as I was making this transition. And that is, I realized people do not understand neurotechnology as well as we thought they could. So, to put this on a personal level, it was way easier back then for me to explain what I was doing in the bank compared to what I'm doing now in Web3. My friends, for example, would understand what I did in the bank. But try to speak Web3 blockchain, it becomes rocket science. So, this is a sector where getting basic information can feel like deciphering an alien language, very similar to my overcomplicated morning routine. Just as simple as setting an alarm would actually wake me up. I believe clear and straightforward marketing messages would be the key to bringing Web3 to the masses. So as I was saying, the problem is not the technology, but the problem is how the technology is being presented. And Web3 and blockchain is at a stage right now where it needs to be simplified. It needs to educate, it needs to engage, and needs to make a difference. So when I first started my career in blockchain, I was just selling listing packages. Simple, straightforward, and I almost never needed any blockchain knowledge. I mean, life was a bliss, right? It was so simple. Then I was in touch with some of the biggest decentralized projects in the industry. And that was when I had to start to learn the ropes. So, to put it simply, my first time using a decentralized wallet, I lost money doing it. So, why did I have funds on the Ethereum chain, but when I tried to use it on BNB, I couldn't? I mean, it's money, right? Like if I have money in my pocket today, if I travel to a different country, all I need to do is change the currency or probably just use my credit card. Oh, it's because I had to bridge it. Oh, what does that even mean for, regular people like you and I? Yeah, I made this as well, yeah. So, the whole fiasco actually made me think. We're living in an age where sending a message across the globe literally takes a fraction of a second. But getting basic information in Web3 and blockchain feels like pulling teeth. It's just complicated and very much unnecessarily so. Now, let's consider two success stories in the industry that I believe will pave the path forward. On Chainlink, by focusing on the tangible benefit of your smart contracts connected to real-world data, Chainlink exemplifies how to communicate a complex technical solution in an accessible manner. It's not about the technology. I mean, it's never about the technology. It is always about solving real-world problems. For Chainlink, it's about securely connecting smart contracts with off-chain data. So this problem-solving approach has helped Chainlink resonate with the broader audience, showcasing its practical utility beyond just the blockchain community. Then with Ethereum. Now Ethereum is, I would say, arguably the most popular chain when it comes to decentralized applications. But if you use buzzwords, decentralized applications, now what is that? But if you say the word computer, everyone is hooked. They love the idea. Maybe that's why everyone's building on Ethereum. So it captures imagination. It's simple, a very simple and powerful metaphor like this captures imagination, makes people excited, and that is something that we're looking forward to. These stories, Chainlink and Ethereum prove that clarity in communication can indeed bridge the gap between sophisticated technologies and their wider audience. Now, imagine if all of these, bridging, cross-chain swaps, you name it, were all on a simple Web3 platform. A place where everything is straightforward and transparent. And of course, you don't have to chase customer service for an answer. And that is if there's even customer service in the first place, especially in the decentralized space. So a place where marketing isn't about bombarding you with jargons, but talking to you directly, clearly, making sure you get what you need without all the necessary, or rather unnecessary hassle. I mean, that's the dream, right? But here's the catch. For Web3 to get there, for it to really make a difference, it needs to cut through the noise. It is to talk to you like a friend explaining something over coffee, not to bombard you with jargons like technicalities, but simple, straightforward conversations. The thing is that in Web3, we have all these groundbreaking technologies and ideas, which is superb. But the thing is that if everyday people like you and I cannot wrap our heads around it, then we're literally missing the bullseye. So, as we dive into the world of Web3, let's remember it's not just about building the cool stuff. It's about making sure people understand your cool stuff and then they use your cool stuff, and that's all that matters. It's just like how I wish using a DeFi wallet was as simple as setting an alarm on my phone. Now, it appears to me that most Web3 projects talk about the latest technologies and market them using technical languages. Let's use an example of Orion, where I'm from. It would sound like this. Orion harnesses blockchain interoperability to aggregate data through smart contracts for seamless access into multiple sources, centralized and decentralized, offering users access to real-time codes and transactions through a Web3 interface, ensuring privacy and control without direct intervention of a centralized entity. I almost lost my breath doing that. Rather, a real marketer would probably just say, Orion connects you to the best codes across the globe with privacy and ease, all through one seamless Web3 gateway. Which version do you think resonates better? I hope no one says the first. So, in my day-to-day, I speak with many different projects and their marketing teams. However, I realize that marketing in Web3 is oftentimes very different from the kind of marketing we used to know in Web2. Marketing in Web2 is brand-centric, it's interesting, it tells stories, it engages well. Web3 is mainly about complexity. So one is straightforward, one is technical, it's complex, it's confusing. And I can understand why this happens, because I had the opportunity to watch some of the best brains in Web2 and Web3 marketing at work. What I saw was enlightening. I'm going to show it to you. So, in the brain of a Web2 marketer, we have a storyteller, the parrot. He can learn the words, he can mimic sounds he hears, and probably give it a twist, add life and colors to every story, making old tales feel refreshingly new. And then in the brain of a Web3 marketer, we have this guy, the beaver, the jargon juggler. He is industrious by nature, and he keeps building a narrative around emerging technologies like all his other beaver peers do. And, he shares his passion with anyone who's willing to listen to him. Not sure if they even understand what he's trying to say. By nature, the storyteller would be happily singing away while the jargon juggler just keeps working and working, working. And it's very difficult for him to actually craft a message that actually, can stay relevant all the time, because for this guy, he needs very deep technical knowledge to be able to do that. But what if we can teach the beaver the secrets of the parrot? What if we can teach him how to be engaging? Or rather, what if they work together? That's probably how they're going to look like. So, if we put them together, the goal isn't to dilute the technical marvels of Web3, but rather finding a common language. A common language that resonates with everyone, from tech enthusiasts to my grandmother. And that is where brand positioning statement comes in handy. Oops. So, if you think about it, whether Web 2 or 3, we live in an era of abundance. If you want to buy a car, for example, you have so many different brands to choose from. If we're looking at fashion, you got so many different brands. Well, or you have many different search engines to use, or rather, many different blockchain technologies that can simplify your life. But the real question is, why do we exist? Why do we do what we do? These questions actually remind me of a discussion I had with my team on what we're going to do next. While we were debating what technologies we want to use, we also asked ourselves, what are we actually doing? Yep, Web3 is now for everyone. And I'm telling you, if I tell you guys that with us, Web3 is now for everyone, I'm going to resonate with the remaining 7.55 billion people in this world. That's right. In the grand scheme of things, we have a global population of 8 billion people, and Web3 users hover around 431 million. If I were to put this into the time perspective, you'll see what I'm talking about. Oops. So it appears that the slides are not working the way I want it to, but I'll just verbalize it. So if every person is represented by 1 second on the clock, it takes 253 years and 6 months to finish counting each and every person. And Web3 users at 431 million, it would be 13 years and 6 months. Look at the magnitude. We're comparing 5 generations of people who would have lived to the lifetime of a domestic dog. Look at the comparison. It's like, blockchain today is like trying to find Vatican City on the world map, but you cannot find it because it's way too small. But it has a significant global influence on religious affairs. But this comparison, however humorous, underscores a critical point. If Web3 wants to achieve mass adoption, like most of the projects that I've spoken to who wants to onboard the next billion users, we need to learn to simplify from our Web2 counterparts. For all its innovation and potential, Web3 remains a dot on the vast map of technology. Not because it lacks potential, but like all of us, we have overcomplicated it. We've built a system so advanced. Oh man, you guys need to work on the slides a bit. We've built a system so advanced that entering it feels like deciphering an ancient code written in a forgotten language. I wish I could show you, but it's not working. Yet, what if I told you that the complexity we fear and often navigate around in Web3 isn't a bug, but a marketing message waiting to be simplified? It's just like how I could just use the snooze button on my phone to wake me up. Web3 is the present and the future that we're living in. Only that it's hidden behind layers of complexity and a broken presentation. So, let's consider for a moment what Web3 aims to achieve. Accessibility, efficiency, and empowerment. These are not lofty ideals, but basic consumer needs. It's just like desiring a good breakfast without the hassle or simplified user experience. This is not a distant dream, but a close reality, one that we as pioneers of the space are building towards. And I believe the marketing roadmap of every blockchain project should transform from just merely deciding on what growth activities to do. What if we do this instead? This is where a marketing plan comes in handy. We analyze the situation. We want to know who we're up against. We want to know our market. We want to know if we are even relevant. Do people even need what we do today? Then we position ourselves, we set objectives, we understand our audience. Because if you're shouting, no one's listening. So, to demystify Web3, we must adopt a dual approach. Oh man. Gosh. Okay. I gotta calm down because my slides keep missing and I wonder why. So, we must adopt a dual approach. First, prioritize user education through storytelling that connects with everyday experience. Imagine explaining blockchain like a digital ledger. Not very different from your shared grocery list on the fridge, only that it is for financial transactions. And use visual aids and interactive tools that break down complex concepts like how Duolingo actually teaches languages through simple and engaging activities. By applying these strategies, we can transform Web3's image from something that is only understood by a few to revolutionary technology that is embraced by many. This is how we explain gravity. I think I caught your attention right there. I want to take Apple as an example because we all know Apple. And when Apple launched the iPhone, they emphasized on simplicity, elegance, and the transformative experience of using the iPhone. They focused on how the product can change lives rather than the technical specifications. An iPhone, an iPod, a phone, and an internet communicator. These are not three separate devices. This is one device, and we are calling it iPhone. Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone. Nice. What if Steve Jobs would have said, behold the iPhone, a synergistic convergence of media consumption, telephony, and web access within a paradigm-shifting multi-touch interface. Believe all of you will be using an Android now. We can relate to so many successful marketing beyond buzzwords. Nike, just do it. It's not a sports apparel company, it's a company that celebrates athletics. Dropbox your stuff anywhere. Tesla, accelerate the world to sustainable energy. Figma, design, prototype, iterate together. All these examples, while they may seem very, very simple, but behind all this simplicity is actually a structured thought process that aims to simplify the complex concepts now. Nike may do shoes, they may do t-shirts, they may do whatever they want to do. Even if they make a car, for example, you know they are celebrating great athletics. And this is it. Marketing isn't telling you, it really isn't about telling you how superior my technology is. It is about telling you what it does for you. And the journey to mass adoption isn't about glorifying blockchain technology. It is about telling a story. It is about telling a story that resonates, making it efficient and accessible and suited for the digital age that we live in today. And as we navigate this path, let's remember the lesson from my complicated morning routine. Sometimes the simplest messages are not just most effective, they are revolutionary. By simplifying our message, we're not diluting the technology. In fact, we are amplifying its greatness, its complexity. Ensuring that Web3 becomes a tool for empowerment, a platform for innovation, and a pathway to a more equitable digital future. Today, we could create a story around our Web3 projects that even my grandmother could relate to. Then we are on the right path. Together, let's embrace the challenge of simplification, not as a hurdle, but as a journey beyond the bus to market Web3 for mass adoption. Thank you. Oh yes, and I'll take any questions. I'm glad I spoke so well. Oh yeah.
I think another issue that was to bring up is that there's a separation between Web2 users and Web3 users. And I think the storytelling technique is very effective to the majority of the Web2 users who are not yet in the field. But in a certain sense, I think what the Web3 users who are currently in the field is looking at are all those complex words like staking, liquidity pool, etc. So how do you cater the needs of different users under the same storytelling marketing strategy?
Very, very interesting question. As you asked this question, the first thing that came to my mind was a project that we're also working on the side, and that the tagline that we come up with it is to simplify DeFi so much that even my grandmother can buy a Bitcoin. How do we do it? It's very simple. Do you know how your money is made?
No.
Do you need to know?
No, if I
You only need to know how to use it, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Leave the complexity to us. Telling a story goes beyond technical jargons. Today, if I were to use jargons like cross-chain swaps, what else is smart contracts, you know what it really does? It makes me feel smart, that's all. But the thing is that to really communicate all of this to the end user, to address the question, is to say it simply. Why, like you asked a good question, and I really want to pose it back to you, like, why do you want to use DeFi in the first place? I hope that answers your question.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again? Why do I want to use...
Well, why do you want to use blockchain for finance in the first place?
Well, because it's more secure, it's quicker, and it's simply just decentralized. So I find my asset more... I just found that more... it's better as a better embodiment of my value in the digital space.
You have answered your own question. You have given yourself a story. You have not mentioned any technical jargons at all. Kudos to you.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the presentation. It's insightful, actually. Some ideas were very simple, yet very effective. I like what you said about focusing on the problem and or what the real life need for that solution be, and then describe it to a techie or a noob or whoever, so they understand if it's for them and if it fulfills their need. I also love where you mix the beaver with the bird, and you came up with something, I don't know what you call it, but that new creature. But the thing is that, how, in your opinion, how do we bypass this jargon? Because nowadays everybody has an app or some kind of a technology, and they're trying to push it to the market, and the market is flooded with advertisement. Some of them are smarter in marketing, but they have very poor products. Some of them have great products, but they are poor in marketing. So how do we do that? I mean, you have put the analogy of mixing the story with the jargon. How do you do that? I mean, for example, the jargon that went around that because of political situations that some Chinese companies are going to overtake the world with their 5G technology, so we have to ban them. And suddenly one of the phones is fading down, and others. Or some other companies like Apple, for instance. People go there to buy their products without even knowing what is the product. So they just lined up to buy it because of the strong message. And most of their new products are, except the Apple something, the batch on the eye, there is nothing innovative. It's always, they're just repeating. So how do you do that? How do you bypass this jargon? Because I think it's very crucial. And being in the startup industry myself, I think this is a very important point. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think first of all, I need to break your question into two parts. Now you asked a question, how do we bypass all these jargons? Bypassing the jargon through simplification of the messages and having regulations in place are two different things. You go to China today, you go to US today, you probably have no access to centralized exchanges without a VPN. That is a separate matter. Now, if I were to come up with a technology that is so complex, I don't know what it means, but if the government uses it, I'm good, I can use it. That's what it means by adoption. But what I was trying to say is all about the branding. Look around all of us today. Like, we're all dressed in a certain way. And why is that? Because the way we dress today represents who we are, speaks to us. It's a representation of myself. People who ride Harley Davidson bikes, if you realize they all have beards, and they're all big, I wonder why. But it's just part of the brand. How we do all this, first of all, is that we need to understand the cool stuff that you have built, what is it for? Like my example earlier, I lost money using a decentralized wallet, which really happened. I didn't understand the concept. What was bridging? I don't know. Spent 2 hours trying to learn it from the customer service of a centralized exchange. But it won't just bring my money back. So the thing is, how are you going to simplify what it means? Like bridging, for example. What is bridging? Oh, because Ethereum and BNB chain do not talk. So we need to find a way for them to talk. Oh, that's why. So you got two highways, right? One highway leads to city A, the other highway leads to city B. We're probably not going to meet because they're two separate destinations. Can we build a bridge across the two cities then? Of course we can. So I think, to answer that question, a lot of times we think, when we want to sell the technology, we think from the technological aspect. That's why I said, when we make a product, why do we want to study the situation? Why do we want to analyze it? It's to really make us think, are we making something that the people need? Are we reinventing the wheel? Because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Why do we want to do that? It's so difficult. I want to pinpoint the need, and I just want to do that. Simple, easy, fast. That's what it's really, that's what it's all about. If you start to think simple, what this does, that's just it, what it does. What this does, it just projects. And I don't know how it works, but it just works. That's all that matters. And what this does for me is that I get to present. What it does for you, so you can see all the all-nighters that I've pulled. That's just really it. I hope I answered your question, sir. So if I have no more questions, the screen says time's up. I want to thank each and every one of you for listening to me.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that all of you are enjoying the Internet 2.0 conference. Now we will be continuing with another panel discussion, and the topic is balancing technical excellence and leadership, growing into the role of a tech founder. So for this, I would like to call upon our moderator, and it is Dr. Jagdeep Bhamra. On stage, please. Can we have him on stage? Okay. He is the co-founder and CTO of Mantraverse, Dr. Jagdeep Bhamra. And our panelists, I would like to invite Mr. Yazad on stage, please. The General Manager, Technology and IT, Saregama India Limited. And lastly, I would like to welcome Mohammed Al-Nasiri, the founder, partner, Grow and More business consultant. All of you please put your hands together for Mohammed Al-Nasiri. So we will be having a very interesting panel discussion, so all of you be here and enjoy.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. So firstly, thank you and good morning to everyone. So we've got a very illustrious panel here. And as the topic says, it's a combination of kind of how do you understand and balance leadership, technical excellence, but also how do you move into the world of founders. We've got experts from multiple sectors. So I think the best thing to do is probably start with an introduction. Yes, so please proceed.
Hi, good morning. My name is Yazad. Uh, I'm with a company called Saregama. It is India's oldest and largest music label. I've been in the software engineering field for the past 23 years now. I've been with Saregama for the past 10 years, and this is the extent of my experience in media and entertainment industry.
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Al Nasri. I'm a consultant, and I think that means I cannot keep a job for too long. So I'm jumping between jobs and industries for as long as I can remember. I've been blessed to be in good positions and leadership positions. I've worked in multiple industries, IT, healthcare, education, and recently startups. So being a consultant means you have to engage with people, and this is my number one passion. My number two passion is knowledge. I always like to learn new things, so I've learned a lot today, and I'm hoping to also give something that you can be finding it useful. And this is a very rich panel, so I'm hoping to be on the level. Thank you.
Okay, great. And a bit about myself. So currently I run 4 companies in the UK, co-founded and founded them. And 3 of them are focused in the, I would say, technical consultancy advisory space. My 4th company is focused around publishing and primarily preserving Indian heritage. In terms of my background, 20 plus years working across multiple disciplines in IT, but more recently moved into kind of business advisory, transformation exercises. Similar to our panel, worked across multiple sectors, multiple industries, multiple geographies, and more recently I've been working in banking and finance. Through that, I've delivered 6 digital banks and e-wallets around the globe. Previously, worked on the Olympics as the chief architect, Samsung Connected Car as a chief architect. As some of you may know, across the border, STC Pay, I was once their chief architect as well. And my main job is to basically make things happen. So it's usually working with C-level, board-level members. And the question is, how do you get something out of the door within the parameters that you're working in, be they commercial, regulatory, legal, legislative, within the confines of geographies, for example, and limitations around resourcing, etc. But ultimately, my aim is to deliver for my client. I do work in a consultancy capacity as well, so that's myself. Okay. So I think in terms of getting straight into it, I think a good place to start would be to understand what style of leadership you prefer, and how do you actually approach leadership generally in such a capacity in your respective roles?
Sure. For me, one of the approaches, or the one that I truly follow, is a delicate balance between doing it myself and delegating. I truly believe in delegate. It doesn't mean, or it doesn't imply that I intend to work less. Probably delegating it to someone who is more equipped, who is technically more sound, and more capable of completing that task in a much efficient manner. Delegation also helps me to identify the underlying problems from a scalability point of view. If I try to do everything myself, I have a finite number of hours in a day, in a week, in a month, in a year. So that's not going to be scalable at all. So by delegating or not being able to delegate, it helps me identify the underlying problems that I might have. That leads to the other part of it, is that maybe identifying these problems will help to upskill the team from a technical competencies point of view, or from soft skills point of view, and wherever it's required, filling up those gaps. So for me, anything that can be delegated has to be delegated. And that works fairly well for us.
leading in technical world and trying to be a leader in the AI era and the internet and Web3 and all of that is a very hard thing. Now, having a technical job itself is very hard. Sometimes you get over-squeezed, over-pressured, and you just have to finish things by tomorrow in the morning, where there is never enough time. And sometimes you have to make yourself look like you're busy because you don't have anything to do. I've been in tech, I've done that. You have some good days where it's smooth sailing, we have some hard days. So we have to understand that for the people who we manage, being founders. And we have to know that it's a very high pressure and demanding job. Burnouts can be happening very easily. And also that there is demand for talents everywhere, so they can be pushed or being grabbed by somebody else or by the competition. So I would always prefer two styles of leadership. One is the human-centric, that we focus on people, because people is what makes the company successful. I mean, when you remember Apple, who do you remember? Steve Jobs. How many years has he been gone for? 10, 12, 13 years. Microsoft. Definitely Bill Gates. How many years has it been since Bill Gates stepped out of Microsoft? 20? 22 years? It's been a very long time. So we always remember the companies by their founders. There is some kind of a charisma to the founder. So people look at you when you are a founder like you are a big star and you're just a simple human being who needs to eat, who needs to go to the bathroom, who needs to get a good night's sleep, like our friend just gave us a nice story about it. We are human, we make mistakes. We don't always know what we're doing, but they will come to you for refugee and for help whenever they need it, and we never have enough answers. So being human-centric. And also the other style is very important, is being adaptive. So I might be very good in working with deadlines. Some other people, when you give them deadlines, they just get shaky about it. So you have to give them information. I've met some people who are very good in taking direction, but not getting details. Tell me what you want to do, and I will do it. Some others would need you to specify it for them every step on the way. You need to go from A to B, B to C, and up to X, Y, Z. So you have to understand and to adapt with everyone and have to align them with a common denominator of how to do the job, what is required, because as a founder, you don't always have enough time for all of that. But again, like you treat your children, which I think there was a tech company in New York that brought that example, that they consider every one of the staff as part of the family. Would you let go of one of your family members? Even if you hate their guts? Sorry, not all family members are joyful and nice people, but they are our family, so we have to adapt with them.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. So I think for myself, just given the experiences I've had, my leadership style, I would say, if any, has been dependent on what situation I'm put in. In some cases, I've had to be a delegate, where I'm actually privileged to work with smart people, where I'm confident that if I delegate, things will be done. In other cases, I have to be very authoritative, simply because that's the culture of the organization I'm working in. And sometimes it's also geographic. Different countries, different cultures, etc., just based upon what I've seen, work in different ways, so you have to contextualize your style of leadership. In some cases, if you delegate to a team that is looking for direction, you will struggle, for example, because they're looking to you to actually make stuff happen. In many cases, especially for roles that I've been involved in at inception, it's been a more kind of, I would say, a transformational role. In other words, collaborating, fostering collaboration, innovation, making people think out of a box. Given, similar to our esteemed panel, when working as a consultant, it's a very different world to working as a permanent member of staff. In some situations, I've been brought in where people are close to quitting, and you have to turn things around. So simply, it's a bit like the analogy on a battlefield. A great general, you have different types of generals. Some generals have an army that is very good, and they just make things happen, the magic happens. and the general just orchestrates the success. And then on the other extreme, you have a general who basically rallies the troops in the face of failure and leads a victory. Those generals are the special ones, and in some cases, that's kind of the world which I end up in, is where organizations are on the brink of disaster. They've tried various means, methods to make things happen. They've struggled, and that's kind of where I get called in to actually do turnaround and transformational exercises. In some cases, the teams are spread across different parts of the globe, dealing with different cultures, different ways of behaviors. So I think based upon what I've seen, my style has to change and adapt simply to get the success out. So yeah, I'm probably multifaceted from that perspective in terms of not having a particular style, but there's principles in there. I think someone mentioned earlier around adaptability, for example, but yeah, innovation, collaboration. In the scenario of the recent COVID pandemic, I've had to deliver at least 2 banks remotely. And that was a challenge because at least one of the organizations was not even used to working remotely. And so that was an uphill struggle just to get them to understand that you can actually do a lot of work remotely and not having to be physically in the offices. So the style of leadership had to augment that as well and adapt to that. Okay, so I think just looking at your respective experiences, I would say, would you be able to provide any examples where you've had to balance the excellence in leadership just from personal experience in terms of what you've done previously?
In a leadership role, we need to focus on a lot of activities, setting a vision, collaboration, adoption, decision-making, innovation, communication. I would like to spend some time on the part of communication, where you focus on the 3 C's, clarity, content, and certainty. Simplicity, simplifying complex problems or complex concepts so that everyone can grab onto, understand, participate in. Simplicity delayers confusion. When confusion evaporates, attraction begins. Simplicity doesn't lend itself to multiplicity of interpretation, and the response to simplified concepts are not regionally varied or culturally dependent. So if you start breaking down complex processes into simpler terms, it becomes easier to understand and to implement. One of the examples is when we set up the Machine Learning Center of Excellence within Saregama, the AI concept or the entire field had to be broken down into building blocks that were simpler to understand and which the team could participate in. For example, on our website, when someone tries to search for a particular song or for a particular artist, we needed to build up on the natural language processing algorithms that were already there. But we explained it to the team very clearly that it's a text classification problem. We need to identify the entities, the intent of the search, and things like that, and we built on top of it. So I guess that became easier from a product management perspective, from technical implementation perspective, as well as from a quality assurance perspective, that what we were trying to do and what we were trying to achieve. So I would still emphasize that as a leader, communication is very, very important.
The most troubling area that I've always found in leading and managing people and projects is the expectations. I mean, being a founder or being an entrepreneur has been over-romanticized. That you'll be your own boss, that you will have your own time. Working remotely, for instance, you'll be working from home. you'll have the luxury of the time. No, that's not true. Emails will be bombarding you all day long, and they expect you to be available 24/7. So the issue of matching the expectation with reality is important. Oh, you look like a very nice person. Why are you so harsh in meetings? Because we have to get things done. So setting the expectations, I mean, if you have technical standards, if you have any kind of standards, like the gentleman spoke in the morning about security, also our good friend spoke to us about simplifying marketing. If you have any standards, put them on the table. Let us all be on the same understanding, and let us all work on that. If you have a certain religious aspect, if you have a certain ethical aspect, if you have a certain regulatory aspect, put it on the table and make everyone understand that a deadline or a standard is non-breakable contract. It's not a social contract that we can negotiate. We have to do it because we have. This is in the area of excellence. Now, on the other hand, we have expectations. You have different people coming from different backgrounds. Now, being a tech founder, we have to deal with people from all over the world. You know, we have developers from Asia, you have developers from the States, from Western Eastern Europe are a story by their own. If you have developers from both sides of Europe, you'll see the difference, and that is only one continent, or you think they are homogeneous. So setting the expectations is very important, and knowing them. Stories, there are so many stories that we can tell about that, but I think that setting the standard, setting the expectation, making it clear that how are you going to be evaluated, what is a good job, and what is not a good job, what is an acceptable job, and giving continuous feedback would also be very useful.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. So I think a few examples from my previous background. So to give you a scenario, one which I'm sure my co-founder is going to smile at this one. So one example was I was actually called up by a private equity firm back in London, so this is about 10 years ago, and I was asked if I could help them. And the conundrum was that they've actually sold a product to a major brand and they don't actually have that product. So I've got 10 months to build this product to actually sell it to them. And that was a scenario where, from scratch, as a founder for this particular organization, as a CTO, stroke chief architect, the task was, one, to actually design this entire piece of work, what it looks like technically, the operating model, how much it'll cost to actually make this happen, then hire the team to deliver it, then QA, and then start working with the end client to actually make this happen. It was a success. But interestingly, the challenges were, some of the challenges included you have to step out of your comfort zone. So typically, working in the technical realm, you suddenly start getting involved with legislative aspects, regulatory aspects, legal aspects, commercial modeling, P&L. So stepping out of your comfort zone is one of those things that requires that kind of adapted mindset, thinking laterally to say, okay, I'm going to deliver something technical as a CTO, but I have to work within certain boundaries and parameters. So that was a very steep learning curve. Another example was actually with the Olympics themselves in London 2012. So when I joined, there was literally just myself and my manager. And our job was to deliver London2012.com under 18 months. That the nature of the Olympics, as you can imagine, the dates don't shift for anyone. So you have a certain, you're time bound. And also there's the world is looking at you to deliver something out to the market. And there's approximately 26 other domains that you have to deliver as a result of that. Everything from the torch relay, mascots, everything that you can associate with with the Olympics. It happened, it was a success. But again, you have to step out your comfort zone. A few other scenarios, when I was asked to deliver the unicorn, the fintech unicorn in Saudi Arabia. Interestingly, that was a challenge. It was based on a handshake to say, can we make this the first £1 billion unicorn in the region, and how do we make it happen in a region where you can't use cloud-based services, you're restricted according to technology vendor, suppliers, partners, third parties. You have to work remotely in some cases, and your talent is spread across the globe. It happened, it was a success. But again, these are kind of things where as a founder, CTO, chief architect, you have to step out of the bounds of norm. I think the main thing also is, for me personally, I think some of the success has been is not on the technical side, it's more understanding emotional quotient. In other words, looking at the diversity and the culture and actually leveraging that to your advantage. So it's understanding what kind of, I would say, the proverbial Lego bricks you have to play with, and then understand how best to bring them together to actually have that success. So I'd say probably a golden thread in my career is that I've delivered the impossible. It's not by design, it's just a situation you put in, and the question is, can you make the best out of it? And my personality is one that thrives on challenge. I get very bored, very stagnated in a BAU role. I think there's a comment made earlier about you come into work, you don't do anything, you go home. That's something that I think personally, I wouldn't say aggravates me, but it's something that I can't live with myself in terms of if I don't deliver something on a daily basis or have success, then yeah, that day has actually been a failure in my book. So I think later on there's a few questions around, you know, what would you ask yourself and advise yourself, but those would be some of the things that I'll mention. So I think in terms of the next question, I think this is probably a more honest and open question and a bit of a therapy session for all of us is, if you know, the question is, what mistakes have you made in the past and what did you learn from them? So.
Mistakes would be a long list. Recently or in the past few years, I have realized that we have been too eager to develop systems and products within our company itself, being from the technical side or enthusiastic about participating in the actual development of it. I'll go back to my previous statement that delegate, delegate, delegate. That's what something I learned after some time is that I need to outsource everything that can be outsourced. Again, that doesn't mean that we intend to work less, just purchase the softwares or the systems. What happened was that our resources are finite. We were just very thinly spread across all of these initiatives that we try to do in-house, which were not core to our business. We changed the approach. We became more mindful about the projects that we take on, what we develop in-house. Everything has to be core to our business. It might be small, it might be big, it might be integration with Excel, simple things like that, or complex systems like machine learning driven algorithms. If it's core to our business, it is happening in-house. If it is not core to our business, it can be outsourced, we will outsource it. So that helped us focus on our business, thrive the way we have from a company's point of view. We understand our business, not only from the technology side, but how the revenue is generated, how the business happens, what are the business processes that are core to the revenue generation or revenue collection, and we focus on that.
One of the things that I like to say and to remind myself and also the people around me is the stories of failure. The history is written by those who triumph, by those who are victorious, but it's not always written in the right way. So what I have learned from my failures, and alhamdulillah, as my colleagues have said, we have so many failures, and we need to celebrate them in a good way. One contradicting failure that I have learned is that when I work with people who I know, that is a very difficult thing. When you work with friends, family, people you already don't have a relationship with, especially in our part of the world where we cherish social connections, it's very painful when there is something wrong. And when you want to hit when you have to hammer the nail, it's very painful, and sometimes socially it is devastating. On the other side, working with people I don't know. That is also very painful. So it's painful on both sides. So what to do? I've created a proper due diligent way that I can examine the service I need, if I'm going to outsource it, or if I'm going to use that supplier, how to deal with it, have a criteria, and then choose. If it's a friend, it's good. If it's not a friend, then I will have my proper due diligence, and I have learned so much out of that because of the mistakes and the thousands and thousands of dollars we have poured down the drain. Another, I think, useful example to mention is trusting that when you delegate somebody, they will do the job. In many cases, as a founder, you get shocked of the outcome of people, even trustworthy people, even sincere people. I'm not saying that they are bad people or they are dubious or they want to kill the business. It's just that they do it as they understood, or sometimes they get whatever in their way, so they just deliver whatever they want. It's like being a father or a mother. You have to check after your children to leave the room. I just checked out of my hotel room. I always check the room twice. Did I forget the charger? Did I forget something? You have to check after them as a founder, and you have to set a mechanism for that. So a very good story about that. There was a hospital, and the head of IT in that hospital, they had a very nice system. He always told his staff, take a backup. Take a backup from the data. Take a backup for the system. Always secure yourself with a secondary backup. So he would check every week. Did you take the backup? Yes, sir, we did. Excellent. And he did that for many, many months. And suddenly, one day when they had an attack, which happens, a cyber attack, the whole system failed and all data were erased. And they were also hijacked, and there was a ransom demand. So he told them, everybody panicked. Hospital management went to this IT head and told him what to do. He said, don't worry, I have a backup. He went to his staff, told them, get the backup out. Oh, sir, we did not, it was two months old. And this is a hospital where you have like an average of 40, 50 new admissions other than the outpatients every day. So you have hundreds of cases every day. It's 2 months old. So we're talking about thousands of cases that have been lost. So what this smart guy did is that he went to his office and he pulled the copy and told them, put that on the drive, it will work, and I need your resignations on my desk. So again, as a founder, as a head, you have to always trust people. People are not bad, but you have to always make sure that the job is done. You have to check after them, like check on your children, on your youngest, because eventually you can delegate the authority, but you can never delegate the responsibility.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. I think lessons learned, one which I learned when working remotely is make sure your 7-year-old son isn't pulling facings behind you when you're actually on a web call. But on a more serious note, I think in the early days of my career, one was actually learning to hire the right people. And that was a kind of a steep learning curve for me as well, just as somebody who's kind of moved from a role into hiring, is, make sure you hire the right people. Sometimes there's a tendency to hire people quickly, but you suffer later on if you haven't done your homework around making sure you get the right people at the right time with the right context. So I think as a leader, one of the key things is how do you build the chemistry in a team, and how do you make sure everybody gels as well. So I think hiring right people is very, very important. And again, you have to work within the parameters of either commercials, geographies, etc. Another one was not to trust my gut instinct and my intuition. So I'm a great believer that your subconscious teaches you a lot, because your subconscious picks up things that your conscious mind doesn't. And we as human beings translate that into gut instinct. So every time I have not listened to my gut, I've always had some kind of issue later on. So I think my brain is more geared towards thinking with my heart, and my brain takes a back seat sometimes. And that understanding how your subconscious works, your gut instinct, it's always been successful when I've actually listened to it. I think the other one also is, rather than making mistakes yourself, is learn from other people's mistakes. So what I usually do is when I meet people, especially people in a more senior capacity, is learn from them and spend time to listen. And usually my questions revolve around what failed, why did it fail, how did it fail. It's far better to learn from other people's mistakes than create the mistakes yourself. And that's kind of one of the things that's been very important for me, is that's also helped me understand kind of diversity as well, different cultures, different behaviors, different patterns. I think the last point I think is very important for me personally is a very long time ago when I started my career in IT, which is very, very different to what I actually did in university. My mentor at the time actually told me that it's better to have depth than move up very quickly, because if you have depth, it means that your experience will shine through. And it depends on your personality, character, intuition, wisdom, etc., how you want to proceed. So the question you ask yourself is, do I want to be somebody with superficial knowledge, or do I want somebody to, do I want to be someone who has that depth, the character, the experience, the scars? And that's a question I asked myself a very long time ago. So yeah, it's taken me a while to get to C-level, board level, and even as a kind of an angel investor in some organizations, it has taken time relative to other individuals, but you can't compare yourself to others. But for my own journey, it's one of those things that at least there is the depth and experience and the scars. I think the scars are something which I'm probably more proud of than the successes. But ultimately, it's one of those things that if you're moving up the chain, you also have to be sure that the team under you understand and empathize with you as well. And in my case, because I've worked in different disciplines within the IT world, I can relate very quickly to developers, testers, operational staff, DevOps, and in today's world, things like data scientists, AI, ML, etc. So empathizing with the team is far better when the team know that you've done their role once upon a time and you understand what it feels like from their perspective. So there's automatically a relationship and a link, and they're more likely to open up as well. I think lessons learned also is don't become too unapproachable. So there's a challenge in leadership, is that you have to maintain your authority, but the ability for people to understand you do sit at a certain level in the food chain in a company, but at the same time you're approachable. In other words, your staff, the people who report into you, whether it's a matrix manager or otherwise, they're comfortable discussing things with you, and they don't keep things away from you, because I've seen that in many organizations where I've landed as a consultant. And as a consultant, the good thing is you're not party to the company politics. And so people are far more comfortable telling you stuff about the company than people further up the food chain. And that's something that I've avoided in organizations, simply by having a relatively flat structure when it comes to the social element of things. In other words, people find it very easy to speak to you and have a chat with you about pretty much anything, providing it's not within the realms of something that's uncomfortable. So, okay. I think the next question I had was also just around examples of some modern challenges, future challenges that you see or have experienced as well in your roles as leaders.
Sure. I'm in an industry that is 120-year-old. So I'm in the music industry, the media and entertainment industry. The first song that I was ever recorded in India was in 1904. And from there onwards, it's what Saregama has as content. So challenges that we face are not primarily from a regulation or a law point of view, but it mainly comes from the consumers themselves. Consumers, if I see over the last 120 years, the customers would have bought records, then cassettes, then compact discs, CDs. Now they listen to or they consume content via OTT apps, YouTube, anywhere and everywhere they can get access to. For us, the bigger change happened is our customers are not our consumers. The customers for a company like Saregama or any music label in India are primarily the OTT players, where we license our content to Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, anyone and everyone who operates out of India. And the consumers are their customers. That was a big change for us because earlier you could sell the cassette and you knew your customer, they were your consumers. So now from that perspective or that change, we need to understand what they are consuming, why are they consuming and why are they not consuming. Yesterday there was one session that was stating that the company who, the startup that wanted the funding did not even know that there were 4 competitors already in the market. We track our competition, we track our content on an hourly basis, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. For us, tracking the consumer and how they consume and what they consume is so important that on a monthly basis it will be too late. So from that perspective, we are highly data dependent. Obviously, we are data driven in everything that we do. We process 5 billion data points on a monthly basis. We react quickly to where the consumers are, how are they consuming the content. Maybe it's Instagram, maybe it's any of the social media sites. So we need to focus on that. We do. We have been doing that for the past 8 years from a data analytics perspective. And pretty much sure it will keep on evolving and we'll just have to keep up with it.
I think the right question is what is not challenging in IT? I mean, the whole world is running like super fast and IT is on the front end of that whole crazy super fast train that is moving around. I mean, whenever there is something new like AI, like the Internet of Things, it gets both super credit and then gets demonized, where AI is going to take over the world and going to be Terminator and you're going to be all wiped out of this existence. When you get robotics, they're going to take over your jobs. They're not going to make humans work. And I think they said the same thing about factories when the agricultural and the industrial revolution happened. And every major change is also a cultural change. So what is not challenging? I don't see what is not challenging. So, but maybe as a founder, to be equipped with this attitude that I'll wake up in the morning, oh, that's a great morning. What kind of problems are awaiting? Let me get my phone. Okay, this failed. This failed. We have a crash in that. We lost some money in that. Okay. And then you take your breakfast with ease and you smile to your wife, to your husband, to your family, and you give them the nice face because they cannot see you grunting all day long because you have problems. It's going to be problematic all day long, and this is the life of a founder. So equipping yourself with the mentality that as a founder, you bring me problems. I welcome them, I'll embrace them, I'll do the best that I can do. I mean, when COVID hit everybody in the world, tell me that you have a mitigation plan for that. Tell me that anybody or any country that dealt very well with COVID. None. Not the first world, not the second world, not the third world, not any country dealt well with that. And even if they have, none of them were very good in media. And also, I mean, I've worked in scientific research. I'm a PhD myself. I've seen how scientists, how scholars, they fight among each other. And this is a profound theoretical field. So, not what is challenging, what is not challenging. Embracing the challenges, that there will always be a challenge. There's always going to be change. Now, I've graduated as computer science with a bachelor 20-something years ago. What I have learned back then is totally obsolete. They were very happy to teach us C++ and Java. And that was the top edge of the world back then. Today, I'm seeing things that I'm unable to grasp all of them at once, and I don't think I am required to grasp them. But when people can approach to you, you're an IT guy, how to fix my mobile? No, I don't know how to do that. I don't fix mobiles. I don't know how to start that. There's a new app that does XYZ. I haven't heard about it. Really? I haven't seen you on TikTok. Or the other day, I've received an email that we have seen all your videos on TikTok. You look so great. We're ready to promote you. Sorry, I don't have a TikTok account. Really? Yeah, I just decided to skip it. Why did you do that? I don't know. I just decided to do that. I'm overwhelmed on LinkedIn and other platforms. So what is not challenging? I think that is the question. So the life of a founder is ups and downs, managing stakeholders from investors, from the society, because they see you as a vicious voucher who's want to eat all and take all and make millions and make people suffer and steal their data. So this is one side of it. And from others who see you as a multi-millionaire who's making money hands and foot and you're just shoveling them everywhere. And from your staff who think that you know it all, and from your family who don't see you enough. So it's always going to be challenging. So embracing this, that it's always going to be challenging. It's a very tough field. It's very challenging and demanding. It's very knowledge-based. And there are always going to be younger people who are more eager. There are always going to be people who are smarter. I'm absolutely ready to swear that everybody in this room is smarter than me, but that doesn't make me less smart.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. I think from my personal perspective, in terms of the challenges, if any, is as a founder, CTO, is learning to switch off. Is sometimes you don't realize that you're working the hours you are, the times that you are, and the question is you have to learn to be kind to yourself, and learning to switch off is very important. And I've been privileged that I actually enjoy what I do, especially with my fourth company, which is kind of focused on my passion, which is kind of preserving Indian culture heritage. So sometimes the nature of something that you enjoy, the passion, means that you're willing to work endless hours, which other people would not in their right minds. So personally speaking, I think the biggest thing is how do you learn to actually take time out, switch off, give your brain a rest, give your body a rest and a break as well. Like I said, it's very difficult, especially when you have a passion for something and you want to make things happen, because you're putting all the time, the effort, the hours in there. And you know, anyone from the outside will not see that. It's a bit like anybody who's at the peak of their particular profession. No one will see the work and the hard effort gone into it in the background, but they will see the efforts, the results of that. But it's only the person who's actually gone through that pain, the suffering, all the sacrifices that people make in order to get there. Only that individual will appreciate it. So I think personally, it's learning actually to switch off every now and then and actually being kind to yourself. So given we've got a couple of minutes to go, I think the last question is, if you had to give yourself advice as a leader, what would it be?
For me, it would be on one of the points that you already made, is find a mentor, follow that person, shadow that person, and listen to that person. That person will help you in a lot of ways which you may not really understand at that point in time. There was one philosophical question that what would you do if you were offered 50 million US dollars versus an option to go back 20 years with the knowledge that you have as of now? I don't have an answer, because I think I would rather go back 20 years. That is the power of knowledge, and that is what a mentor would normally bring to you. That is what they would normally try to do. Crash this timeline down for you. The learning that will take a few years or maybe even a decade can be brought down really, really fast. So I would suggest, if I would want to take my own advice, I would suggest that understand the process, follow the process, and show up every day with the mentor, and it should help.
I'll keep it simple. Stay humane, be a human being who's a real human being with all the people. Even if you fire somebody and you have sometimes to fire somebody, doesn't mean you shouldn't have coffee with them afterwards. So keep that level of humanity in you all the time. Keep it simple and keep it or always focus on being useful, ethical, and good to everyone, not only yourself or your country or your religion, but keep it for all that is useful for everyone. I think having a message, having ethics, having values, and being humane is the main thing that every leader should have, and I try to always be that person. Not always successful, but we should always try.
Brilliant, thank you. And just to add to those brilliant points, I think the advice I would probably I'd give myself is bring people along the journey. So thank you. We are up in terms of this particular session, but I think we've got room for a couple of questions from the audience. So if anybody has any questions, we can very quickly get them answered. Yes.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful discussion. Specifically though, Mr. Mohammed, I like the high standards that you set. You said, despite working remotely, you have to set objectives and deadlines and whatnot. But you ended by saying if you have to fire someone, it doesn't mean you can have coffee with them. It sounds very simple, but actually I think you put a lot of effort into actually building that human connection while still setting high standards at the same time. I'd love to learn how you actually do that.
Yeah, sure. It's difficult. So I've unfortunately have to be in position quite a few times of actually letting people go. And the conversation I tend to have is I try and leave people in a good place. In other words, to give them an opportunity to say, okay, this is not the right place for you, but I can help you in your next role or achieve your next success. And there's a point made earlier around mentorship. So the idea is to basically get people on their next journey in a good place. So I've been thankful that not one person I've let go has actually had some angst against me. It's always been kind of, people have understood why, and the main thing is to understand why people are being let go. Obviously, it's not a very pleasant experience. I've actually been on the receiving end a couple of times very early on in my career as well, which is why it's a very difficult situation and a journey that you have to go through. But the idea is that you have to do good by people, and the point made earlier about being human. In the difficult situations, that's when your personality, character, ethics, morality, your wisdom comes through, are you willing to have that human conversation with individuals? Obviously, in any role, we all learn, we all evolve, and the question is, if you let someone go, can you help them in their next evolution? And potentially even say that you can stay in touch with them. In some cases, be approachable enough to say, I'll give you a reference. It might not be the ideal situation of letting someone go, but at least you're giving somebody something back for the effort and time that they put into that particular role, because ultimately anyone who is let go has put time, effort, blood, sweat and tears in a job. So for that perspective, you always have to be appreciative.
Thank you for the question. I think I would answer that in a story like you do, so I'll try to follow you. There was an experience done, I think, in the UK, that was a while ago. They asked a big group of people, and they showed them multiple faces of celebrity, beauty queens, you name them, of the people who are really in the international standard, they are handsome. So they asked them to choose the nicest haircut, and then the nicest eye, and then the nice eyelashes, and the nicest nose, and what is the most beautiful mouth, and then what is the most beautiful shape of the face. And they took all of these most beautiful, highly ranked parts, and they put them together on one single face, and that face turned out to be very hideous and not nice at all. And you find that in a relationship. Sometimes, even in marriages, there's a good man, there's a very nice lady, they're not very good husband and wife. It doesn't mean that one of them is bad, but together they do not synergize. So again, in a company, you have objectives, you have attitudes, and then you have a team. So when you have somebody who tries to be the alpha or tries to take over, tries to be the jack of all trades, and try to stop them multiple times, sometimes you You even fired your top talented person, and we've done that multiple times because they are simply taking over everyone, and they're breaking the whole spirit. And upon firing them, we saw that the results were tremendously satisfying, and everybody else who were underachievers, now they're eager to take that seat of that leader. So balancing being a human being and also a manager and also a leader is, I think, the part of the equation where we don't always do the right thing, but we try to do what is right for the business, because at the end of the day, we have people's money and we have people's time that are both unreplaceable and need to be cherished.
Yes, I have a question. Actually, it's completely the opposite of what you just asked, actually. My question is how to keep the talent, especially with the smaller teams, for example. As a leader, you know, as a small team, if you have good, talented people, how to keep them loyal to you, for example, or loyal to the entity, to the company. What are the best strategies, especially for a smaller team, because if you lose a talent, for example, it's going to be even harder to get someone that you spent a lot of time, you know, with him teaching the culture of the organization and all these type of things. So what are like the best strategy to keep these talented people and to make them loyal to the company and to the entity?
Okay, very good question. I think the way to approach that personally is, would I want to work for myself? And why would I want to work for myself? And if I ask that question, the question is, what skills, qualities, capabilities would I have in order for me to want to work for myself? If you're hiring people, the question is, why are they willing to join your company? Is it because they see your company as a stepping stone to something greater? Do they see it as a commercial opportunity? In other words, it's just a salary-based job. Do they see it as an opportunity to maybe move to a different country if it's from their kind of existing location? So what are their incentives for joining the company in the first place? So that would be coming out as part of the hiring process, is are you bringing people into the company who are actually loyal to the idea and the concept of the company and will go the extra mile for you to actually make stuff happen, or are they just there purely as a job? In other words, there's nothing actually keeping them in the company other than the fact that they have the usual kind of T's and C's. In other words, a good salary, they can choose their hours, they can work remotely, etc., flexible hours, a pension, all the usual kind of bells and whistles that you might find in a job. So the question is, why are they actually joining the company? And if you're getting people who are willing to go the extra mile, they believe in the idea, they believe in you as a leader, then you're more likely not to have to fight to lose the talent as well. And that is usually an introspective question as well, because the question is, are you that kind of person where people would actually go that extra mile for? Do they believe in the idea? Do they believe in the concept and the product or the service that you're trying to get out to the market? Or is it purely commercial? So I think there's probably a few questions that would be asked before you can end up in a situation where you're worrying about the talent leaving as well. If you've done your homework and you've made sure that at least you've done as much as possible to get the team in who are not there purely for commercial reasons or other, personal reasons, then you're more likely to retain the talent. The question then is, how do you maintain that talent and retain it for future? And that's where you essentially give them opportunities to grow themselves as individuals. And this could be growing themselves with soft skills, growing themselves as human beings, growing themselves at a technical level. But the idea is to give them a scope where they can evolve and actually become more mature as people and learn the skills they need to move into the next role. I've been in scenarios where my manager from a previous organization has actually come back to work for me because we had that relationship previously. And it wasn't a manager type relationship. It's the fact that we respected each other's talent and we made sure that everybody has that scope to actually breathe and actually evolve as well. So it does work that way. And the idea is that if respect is usually earned, in my belief, so you have to be in a position to earn the respect rather than commanding respect. If you're commanding respect, that is a very fickle and it's not very long-lasting either. So there's a few things in there, I think, that you'd look at before worrying about the talent itself leaving. Hopefully that kind of semi-answered your question.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I'll give it a shot. I'll just be very brief because we're getting the bell rang there. I think the first thing is that you need to pay them fairly. So don't give me that crap, sorry, about people work for passion. No, people work for money. This is the number one. That's why I'm getting a job. So I want to be paid fairly. I don't have to be on the top end of the market and not put me on the lower end because of your passion, because you're that beautiful creature and you have the best app in the world, but pay the people fairly. This is number one. Number two is to genuinely take care of people. I mean, we had one employee who we asked him, what do you want to do? I want to work here for the rest of it. No, really, what do you want to do? Well, I would love to work here for 3 to 5 years and then I get a job at one of the big companies like Google, Microsoft. I told them, let's help you do that. Let's help you reach that level. And alhamdulillah, he's still with us after 7 years now. But we're genuinely helping him getting where he or she wants to go. So this is very important. When they felt our sincerity, they saw that this is where I want to stay. The third thing is to be innovative, to have new tools and new tricks in your in your sleeve, like well-being programs or others. I would give you one example of that is very useful. This is the whenever you buy something new, you have a user manual. Make every one of your employees create their own user manual. Are you a morning person? There are some people who are very glorious in the morning. There are some people who you should not talk to them in the first 2 hours of the morning until they get their coffee, drinks, tea, lunch, whatever. There are some people who are night owls, super duper doers at evening, and there are people who just sleep at night. So tell me how do I deal with you? Tell me what's the best communication. Don't send me emails, I don't like them. Send me a WhatsApp, I love WhatsApp. WhatsApp is my number one communication. Another person will tell you, never ever dare to cross and have my WhatsApp on your phone. This is too personal. This is not personal. So put your employees, every one of them, 1 or 2 page, have a user manual and have their own teams read it and understand how can I deal with every one of them. So you deal with them in the right way and be a very active and adaptive leader.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. It was a remarkable panel discussion. All of you give a big round of applause to these amazing speakers. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our next panel discussion, and the topic is explaining AI, bridging the gap between technical experts and non-technical stakeholders. And for this, we have our moderator. Please allow me to welcome Anuj Madan on stage, please. All of you, please give a big round of applause to Anuj Madan, the head strategy of Oman Arab Bank. Can we have Mr. Anuj, please? Mr. Anuj is the moderator. Then I would like to invite our panelists. Let's welcome Sanjeev Mishra, the founder and CEO of We Remember Technologies Private Limited. All of you, please put your hands together. Audience, yes. Then we have Gabe Karp, Managing Director of 10Up, Christine, Founder and Managing Director of ACS Plus, Shuji Rakeja, the Managing Director of Shift 180 Business Advisory and Services, and lastly, I would like to present you Ahmed Sirag, the Professor and Director of AI Innovation Center, Will Cornell Medicine, Qatar. Yes, all of you, please put your hands together for our moderator and panelists, and we will be having a really great panel discussion, and after that, we will be having the recognition and award ceremony.
Thank you, Shekhar, and thanks to the previous panelists. Great insights on the leadership, communication, expectation, the skill set, the passion, and the non-passion. So AI is becoming the next literacy of the world. We had education, we had financial literacy, we had social literacy, and AI is the next literacy term, right? So that everybody is talking about it. And we are into the third day of the conference. Last 2 days we've heard several ideas about how AI has been successful. However, there is another side as well. The research suggests that there's only a fraction of AI solutions which actually yield to the business outcome. So while there's enough work which is going on the AI, what is it that the business requires? And that brings me to the topic of today, which is how do we bridge that gap of the business non-technical stakeholders versus the technical experts who develop those solutions for us. So thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have in my panel Gabe, who's the MD for 10up, Sanjeev, who's the founder and CEO for We Remember Technologies, Christine, she's come from Germany and she's the managing director for Ace Plus, Sushruchi, founder for Shift 180, and Professor Ahmed Serag. He is an academician as well as the founder for Innovation Center at Qatar. Great. So my first question to you, Sanjeev, you've transitioned from being a technology developer in banking into owning your own company, devising solutions. So how this transformative change has helped you learn about your customers?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for introduction. So yeah, I worked for almost 12 years in a bank, and then 3 years back I formed my own company. So I have seen a lot of transition over there. When it was a bank, it was a matured company. It had the ecosystem where we have customers who are more educated, and we have tech team, and there's a team who is liaising between these two people, like project manager or business analyst or people who are doing the data analysis and all. And then we have another system which is called COEs, right, Center of Excellence. So in case of any gap is there, COEs are there to bridge the gap. And in case user is not happy or user is not very clear about the solution that we are implementing, then these team can come in the picture and people trust them that because you have done some POCs, you have done some pivot project, so they listen to them. When it comes to and other things, there's a training as well. So a lot of mature trainings over there in big organizations which are kind of having good ecosystem to bridge those gaps. When it comes to small companies or mid-sized company, I do consultancy to various tech companies. 90% of my clients are tech companies and 10% are healthcare and energy domain where there is no technology team. Both are different. When I suggest something to non-tech companies, they trust me, they listen to me, and it's very easy to educate them, tell them what is AI and how we can provide some solution. My challenge is, again, it may not be the case for everybody else, but my challenge is when I deal with people who are technical companies, small, mid-size. They have their own knowledge, they have their own users, and they come and tell me the solution. My request to them is always tell me the problem and then leave the solution to me. I can definitely implement something. I'll give an example recently where I work for a client and then they wanted to tell me that implement unsupervised learning for certain problem, right? And then I said, I understand you have heard word about unsupervised and supervised, but what is beyond that? You don't know. Trust me, let me solve the problem and I'll try to give a solution. And then say, no, implement unsupervised because their definition of unsupervised is once it is done, it is done. Because it's unsupervised. Tomorrow if I want to do something, I want to extend, it will be done automatically, which was not the case. So I educated them what does it mean by unsupervised learning? And it is not that once project is over, it is all done. You have to keep on doing iteration, keep on doing the training and all. And that's where after 2 months, when all the exercise done, and they realized it is not going to solve the problem, then they said, you are expert, please solve the problem, right? And that's where I got the trust, and we built the product in almost 1.5 months, next few months.
Great. So basically, instead of non-technical stakeholders, you've been facing challenges with the technical experts that you're dealing with.
Exactly, because there's pressure that everybody should know AI, ML. So everybody reads something, and then they feel that they know, right?
Sure. Christine, I want to turn to you on this. You've got decades of experience, consulting with these clients. So how has your tools, visualizations that you provide, or the discussions been with your stakeholders to manage such challenges?
Yeah, first of all, I can just underline, often it's the hardest part to work with the techies, because they exactly know what they need and how it needs to be implemented. So personally, I would challenge, or first of all start with the question, is AI a technical topic? I would say no. Either every stakeholder is on the table, yet AI is technology, and technology is, in the majority of cases, a means to the end, and not the end. So if somebody agrees with this and is then willing to work with me, then what I really try is to have all stakeholders at the table and really try to come up with what you said. What do you want to achieve? So align on the target. Don't tell me anything about the solution. I'm not interested in the roadmap. What do you want to achieve? And second, and this is a step where, if possible, I use a little bit of humor, is figure out that on this table, and whether it's a huge company, so I worked in banks, also now I'm concerned with a lot of startups, 3 people at the desk, they will use the same vocabulary and mean something completely different. And so just to give an example, my background is in statistics. If I come up and say, I develop a model, it's something that more is a task like research. Yeah, so I don't know the solution, so I feel like it's a huge endeavor. Will I come to the island I'm looking for, or maybe there is no island? Just then, because I'm lazy, I say, I'm currently in the phase of development. And then I meet a software developer who is completely, are you not using Scrum? What are you doing? She's mad, she's crazy. So either we figure out that we have a misunderstanding in such a simple term like development, or with data, variable, feature, you call it. So even the techies, we have different languages. So, and here I try to create awareness, and if possible, that was a nice result of a first session. First of all, we align on what we want to achieve for the company. Second, we figure out where's your responsibility, where's my responsibility. And I would not go so far to say we need a common language, but we need a lingua franca for the interface. If I have something ready, I shouldn't go to the developer and say, that's my crew model. What have I really proposed? This is the requirement that you need to implement afterwards to put it in production, stuff like this. And that's my recipe, at least for the first steps in such a project.
Good. So what you are interested and how you go to solve, that comes to Gabe. He's worked in some of the fields, which is marketing and campaigns, including political campaigns and content publishing. There, it is more to do with unstructured data, unstructured analysis. Gabe, how do you convince them?
Yeah, I think it's always, to the point that's been made a couple of times, it's about understanding what are you trying to accomplish, what's the actual problem, what are the outcomes we're hoping to achieve. And so, in the case of some of the work that I've done in the political space, you're trying to get votes, right? And so what's the information that we have at our disposal, and what are the tools that we have at our disposal to use that information to try to get people to vote for the candidate that we're campaigning for. That's one example. In the publishing space, it's usually a really simple problem you're trying to solve. There's 2 things, or there's probably 3 things. You're trying to analyze your content so you can provide better search results, so you can provide a little bit more metadata with it. You're trying to get people to the right content that they're actually interested in, so you're trying to understand patterns of behavior. Or you're trying to actually generate content in a more effective and efficient way. So you've got 3 different things you're trying to achieve, and there's different ways to approach each of those problems. Very rarely is AI actually the solution for that. Usually it's natural language processing or some version of machine learning or behavioral analysis. And so by breaking it down into that problem, we start to isolate, okay, what what are the potential solutions here? And then we start to experiment, right? Because that's actually what we always have to do when we're trying to solve the more complex problems for our clients is that experimentation, and we have to bring them along that journey. If we think this tool here is going to help us get people to read 20% more content, but this tool is working on a different client with different types of content, with different types of users. It might not work over here. And so we try to bring our clients along that journey to help them experiment, but always with that understanding that it has to be founded in what does success actually look like for this experiment, right? If you start without understanding that, you're never going to know if that experiment was successful.
Great experiences. It brings me to Shuchi. Shuchi, what we hear from Christine, Gabe, Sanjeev, they've been like long into consulting and, having a different set of challenges. You've recently founded your company and you've moved from a corporate world to advising clients. Now, what was that trigger and how are you experiencing it?
A brief introduction about myself. So I spent around 17 years in corporate, worked with top tier organizations, KPMG, Accenture, TCS, and there have got opportunity to work with clients across the globe. And last year, this time, I founded Shift 180, and Shift 180 currently has two line of business. One is the platform called Advisator, and that is exactly doing the function of bridging the gap between technical and non-technical business community. And then we have management consulting services. So that was just a brief introduction, but I want to come back to the main topic. So during the 17 years of experience, AI was perceived by clients in different manner, and that's where a lot of advisory and consulting was required as we want to execute or deploy the solutions which came in the form of workshops. Even before that, I just want to talk more on what is AI. Like explaining and clarify a few things. So AI is artificial intelligence, and intelligence with set of instructions being coded in the technology, and the technology does the job which a human is expected to do. That is the artificial intelligence. Now there is a set of algorithms in AI which is driven by data, and those set of algorithms are called machine learning. So machine can learn from the data and execute the task in an intelligent manner. So this is what AI is all about. At times, client thinks AI is a jinn. Some magic will happen. And what they expect is a model to be developed and deployed. So because of this high expectation, there was a lot of confusion at the point of delivery, and that is why I believe at this point in time there needs to be a lot of awareness workshop that can simplify the technical language of AI and help the non-technical stakeholders understand the very essence of AI, what it is capable of doing and what it is not. One more thing I would want to highlight is that there is a research element involved, usually in the machine learning perspective, as my friends here have already touched upon. There is always a research element because you don't know what data insight is going to come up with. We have to experiment. We have to come up with an hypothesis, do an experiment, and come up with a result. Hypothesis can be validated or not validated, but time will be spent. So non-technical stakeholders need to be informed that time will be spent, but outcome might not be favorable. So setting these kind of expectations, I think, can help in bridging the gap between technical and non-technical stakeholders.
Great. Professor Sarag, you have a different set of challenge. You deal with students and you deal with clients. So what is that advice basis your client's experience that you give the young professionals And how do you manage the expectations of both with all the enthusiasm with the young?
Well, that's a very interesting question because I think in general, the technology has been evolving so fast, right? Not only in AI. And this is something that not only my students, but I have to tell to myself that we need to be continuously learning, right? As in the previous panel, like people have been talking about programming languages, they started like C++, but then now like everyone's almost using Python, right? The tools we have, I think almost now every year or two we have like new tools, right? Especially in AI, right? So there is a need for that, not only to students, but even to ourselves, all of us. The second advice is probably again the point that the other panelists has mentioned already, that if you're really deep enough in your technical work, you still be able to communicate with your stakeholders, right? I have been in both worlds, in industry and in academia, right? And there is no silver bullet solution, especially in AI, right? So you need to speak to the stakeholders. Either these are your collaborators in academia or your customers in industry, understand their needs and being able to translate these business needs into a technical solution that you can build. I think the third important point I would like to mention as well is that most of the time in AI, you will need more people that have creativity and problem-solving skills, right? Not just like people who would be able to deal with it as a job, that you just give them a task to perform and that's it, right? Because I've been with students, as you mentioned, or researchers that will be able to come and say, oh, I ran this algorithm on the data and this is what I got. But this is not the end, right? They need to figure out if really their model converged or not, how did they validate it, and they made sure that they have validated this in the right way. So it's, to be honest, like not something easy to teach. It's a journey, but I think these are the three most elements that probably, if everyone that has been aware of, that will definitely help them for always to be ready for the future.
Just to jump in there, I think one of the things you're highlighting as well is that AI is an incredibly immature technology, right? There are new things popping up every day, every week. Yeah. There are changes happening to the things that exist. There's new versions coming out. And so within that, the idea that you can have just an answer to a problem is just incorrect. And so that idea that you constantly have to be learning and you have to understand the concepts more than you understand the technology right now, because those concepts aren't changing at the same rate that the underlying platforms are.
Yeah. So that's why I think the most important thing is that invest in people, not in technology. Because if you invest in people, they will be ready to use any technology and build new stuff. But if you invest in technology, today's technology will be obsolete tomorrow. Yeah.
So we're getting to hear similar things from our previous panelists of leadership, managing expectations, having the right communication, and invest in people. I think somebody in the audience asked a question about having the passionate employee, non-passionate employee. So it's getting interesting. So even though we have AI, we're still talking about people. Great. So what are the common misconceptions, Sanjeev, that you faced with clients, right? And how do you address that?
Okay, so one common misconception is that I want to implement AI, there is some use case. Rather than the reverse way, where I have use case, I want to implement solution. And people feel like there is end of the project, so I'll give you 3 months and then you finish the project, where they don't understand that this is not going to be 3 months. It may be like somebody mentioned that we have to do experiment that can be successful, that cannot be successful, we don't know at this moment. And the first requirement is to understand your data. Majority of people feel like, in my experience, I may not be sure about others, people have very less data, they want to implement AI, right? So if I talk about machine learning thing, and if you give me 100 document and say I want to do some classification problem, how can I do that thing, right? The other thing is, it may be due to the IP thing or maybe due to some privacy. They don't want to share huge volume of data. That's another challenge, right? And that's where few clients, they're not that much open to give you enough data. And that's where I struggle to convince them that, okay, fine, I'll give you a code, I'll give you a model, you can train yourself, that's fine. But we need data. That is one requirement. Second misconception is like, I'll give you any data, right? I need good quality data. If I train a model giving a cat image, saying it is dog, and then tomorrow you send a real cat image and then it is giving dog, it is not wrong, right? So misconception is human can be wrong, machine cannot be wrong, right? AI ML is not a magic. Whatever you train, the moment means we see something, we learn. Similarly, whatever you train the model, that will give the same answer. It is not the case that machine will be always right, right? Another thing is, we think that whatever solution machine is going to generate will work for me, right? It may not be the case. Another thing what I see is, the AI project or machine learning project has end timeline. It may not. It may be iterative. It may work today, it may not work tomorrow, because the moment you have more data, you need to retrain them. Who is going to retrain them, right? If you're hiring a consultant tomorrow, you need to train somebody within company to train the model, right? Another thing is, I can run machine learning on my laptop. Those projects I can run on laptop. It is not possible. If you want to have, let's say, 1 million data to process, you take 4 days, how can you get something done in 3 months? Because the moment, it's more experimental thing. You try something, it fails. You try another algorithm, it fails. You try another fine-tuning, it fails. You try another parameter, it fails. And every time you take 3 days, then you understand 1 month is gone and you have not done anything. And then the question is, I paid you something, it's been 1 month, what is the progress, right? So these are few misconceptions from my side, which I experienced in last 3 years, and I wanted to share with you.
Great. So quite iterative, right? So Shuchi, how about you? Are there any misconceptions that you face?
Yeah, I think one misconception I would want to bring out is the fact that AI is not a Python or any technology tool. So clients believe that hiring one data scientist is enough. This is one big misconception. In reality, AI is a synergy of many fields. These fields are business knowledge, statistics, technology, data knowledge. All these experts, when they come together, then they build a robust solution in AI. So one data scientist is not going to get the result desired. This is one misconception. And another thing I want to highlight, second thing is, it should solve a purpose. AI should solve a purpose. The hypothesis has to be very clearly defined, and the team should experiment to validate the hypothesis from the data and then proceed, and not like jump to building the algorithm before testing the validity of data that can provide insights for the hypothesis.
Thank you. Christine, can you provide some examples from your experience, which are very specific, that how were these successful strategies implemented post-discussion with your client and they got convinced from their erstwhile thought process?
Yeah, actually, I would like to link to the keynote this morning. For me, it's about storytelling that helped a lot. So I call it the data kitchen, and say data processing is like food processing. So at that moment, also management listens, IT listens, everybody listens. And then the purpose, are you a school kitchen? Do you want to be a Michelin restaurant? Do we have 20 tables or only 5? So that's a little bit about scaling, and immediately stops the guy who wants to buy the next data lake. Second, or the other part that comes clearly to mind is, in production, on a Friday night, serving all your customers, your chef won't develop the next recipe. This is a task for Tuesday morning, maybe even in another room and not in your normal kitchen in the restaurant. And this is what we are doing as data scientists, or you call it AI architects, whatever the name. We are not working in the production environment. We have a special room, and maybe a lot of you will agree, 80% of the time we are mingling the data. So, and then using this kind of storytelling, this language, if I'm then asking the manager, what do you think in production? Is there a quality control at the gates when the data enters? Is the light on when you produce? And do you have a final check on the food that you deliver, the data product? And actually, with this story, a lot of things afterwards get easily solved because there is then a common understanding, and it's exactly what you said. Hiring a data scientist, this person might be even frustrated to put them in a room, there are no data, nobody can explain something. If you have a system approach, and I call it data-driven system, then a lot of things can be done easily, or easy, yeah.
Yeah, just one point I want to elaborate on this last point. Making people who will be working behind the scene, a data scientist, exposing them on the operations is a very important task and activity which needs to be carried out because the person who is coding should know what is he's going to make an impact on. So I think this bit is also which is missed out when setting up teams for accomplishing AI projects.
Just staying on this, Shochi, because I think when you started off this like 2 years back, it was like the right cusp of people moving to open AI, right?
Right.
So the very first client meeting that you would have had, what was that success factor for you?
Just want to understand a bit more on the question, a success factor in what?
As in like when you met the client and they're talking about AI, so what was your strategy to make that successful as a client, listening to your idea and implementing?
Okay, so I think we had to talk a language of their language. We have to start from their story and help them understand through workshops that what is the level of impact AI can bring to this project.
Great.
So doing a workshop, actually taking that extra 1 hour out and elaborating on the concepts of AI is helpful.
Educating and awareness.
Exactly, yeah.
Great. Gabe, so over to you. You talked about, and with the kind of clienteles that you have, how transparency and trustworthiness, how important are those factors in your dealings?
I think it's pretty central to any of these types of projects, right? Whether it's AI, ML, any other technology that is kind of more on the experimental side, you have to start from a shared understanding of what's the journey we're going to go on together. And so where I find this to be most effective and easiest to break down is when you can break down a problem to a really small problem, right? So let's take a publisher, for example, where we can start with the understanding of, okay, we just want to solve the problem of what does the reader do after they finish the article? Next best action, right? And ideal scenario is we get them to read another article, but the reality is we're not going to get that with everybody. So we may just want to serve them an ad. We may want to get their email address. We may want to do 5 different other things. Right, so we can break that problem down and then we can start that experimentation process. And when you break the experiment down to a small specific area, you start from a place of trust and understanding. And you start with that kind of journey together. And I think there's no way to do this with a client, and I wouldn't even go down this route with a client if they don't want to go on a journey with you, because otherwise their expectations are going to be mismatched from the reality.
And Sanjeev, you mentioned earlier that you went to a client and client said that I want unsupervised, you were referring supervised. So how is your experience in the space of transparency and trustworthiness of the subject?
Yeah, so I always like to be honest. So if in case client has any question, and I was talking that thing before, if I think something is not going to work, I don't take time, I tell that it is not going to work. They like it, they don't like it, it's their choice. But my job is to ensure that whatever I recommend, I am right on my recommendation, and we can build a trust. And because ultimately when they don't work with me, they will work with somebody else, they will realize later, but they will come back to me, right? So I always try to be honest, and then I educate them, I make them aware. If needed, then I can give them some YouTube channel as well to understand how to evaluate their problem, and they themselves can be empowered enough to see the solution or evaluate the solution.
Great. Professor Sirag, how important and how do you manage the business goals and relate to those problems and guide your young folks or your clients, right, on how important they are and how do they even relate to them being from a technical background, because that's an essential key of managing that communication piece between non-technical.
Well, that's a very good question. It's probably very complicated as well, right? Because I worked even like almost for 17 plus years now in AI, either in industry and academia, where even my stakeholders have been doing, even within the same domain like healthcare, has been very different. I could have dealt with radiologists, pathologists, and all of these have different requirements, right, and different needs, different problems to solve, basically. And also relating to the other points when the other panelists mentioned like a customer is coming to you and say, for example, I want unsupervised or supervised. Personally, I don't do that. So when I start to collaborate with a customer, I said, I want you to explain to me very well what is your problem in non-technical terms, but I don't want them to let me know how to solve it. Otherwise, they shouldn't have come to me, right? And this is true, either in academia or industry. This is the same way I do it always, right? Because I think we need to be aware that a domain expert will never be an AI expert or a technical expert, and the other way around. And that's why probably there's this need for the collaboration. Now, once they explain briefly, and at some point in other phases in more details, what are the requirements, we translate this into a technical problem, right? And this is where we have different teams to deal with that. And there's always trade-offs, right? Because sometimes you want to build a solution that is very accurate, but then if they said it has to be very accurate, but also run under specific time limits, right? So you need to have this trade-off, right? Which maybe if you want it to be a little bit faster solution, of course you will be a little bit less, right? So all of these also need to engage lots of teams, not only AI experts, but how will you communicate either with other technical teams like engineers, for example, right, who deploy this, right? So you need to work with these teams as well. And again, the researchers who build these technologies are not probably very good engineers. And they don't have to be, right? Because I think this is where it becomes very interesting, right? So you have the domain expert, the one who has a problem, and then the AI researchers who build these, and then you have the engineering teams who will take all of these and deploy it, right? And the end will cycle back to the domain expert or the stakeholder who had the problem initially. So it's very interesting how it works. It works, as I said, with different customers, with different collaborators. It's going to be slightly different, but probably this is the main cycle that we'll get through. And as I mentioned earlier, everyone needs to be aware of their expertise and also their limitations in these communications.
And I think for clients, it's an incredibly convoluted process, right? People are used to coming to an agency like us and having us solve an engineering problem, but it's not, to your point, an engineering problem. But then once you get to huge sets of data, that becomes an engineering problem, right? So how you can communicate to the client the different pieces of that problem, the different challenges we're going to face, the different people involved in solving that is really, really complicated, and it's not the same for every single situation either.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a question. Have you ever proposed doing proper assessment of organization before you start the engagement? Because many times I believe client themselves don't have that readiness for AI projects because there is not enough data or for some other reason. So have you ever
We always do that. We always do that because, as you said, sometimes even like, especially now, like some people come to you and say like, oh, you're working AI, I want to build an AI solution. And then they say, but my data is like few hundreds of samples, right? Which is definitely not really an AI problem, right? You could build small models, statistically based, that could help them getting something out of their data. But we all know that most of the AI we talk about these days is this computationally demanding, deep learning based, neural network based algorithms, right? So we get this all the time. And I think from the first discussion, I could be straight to the person and say like, no, this is not really an AI that you need, right?
Yeah, in my company we call it data readiness assessment.
Yeah.
So it's number one, and before.
Cool.
I'll come to you, Christine, in a minute. But before that, Professor Sarang, Christine touched upon a topic of storytelling, right? So how do you think in your case, and why again, because you deal with both set of stakeholders, what are those interactive demos and visualizations, and why touch upon visualizations and interactive demos? Because people believe what they see, right? Because they hear a lot, as Sanjeev or you mentioned that they have heard about AI and everybody's talking about it, but they believe in what they see first because that's the real impact. How are you using those tools on interactive demos or visualizations to ensure your client is on board?
So storytelling is a very important skills now of AI and data science. Unfortunately, we realized this a bit late, right? So we started to talk about data storytelling probably, I would say 5 years ago or probably less. It's something, again, I had to educate myself more because most of the time I don't speak only to technical people at conferences. I get invited to talk to other people that not necessarily coming from a technical background, right? It's very important skills. Now we have this for all the people we work with. I mean, the technical teams we have, they need to be able to go to the deep details, but to be able to simplify this and explain it to people who are non-technical. I also absolutely agree with you on the second point about visualizing. I'm a visual person myself, and I tend always, and I believe that, as people say, one picture would worth 1,000 words. So most of the time, when we even work on how we present our work, either in a scientific publication or in a presentation, right, it's always good to sometimes summarize a context you have with something visual, than basically like having a slide with like 50 words, for example, right, or more. So I think these are very important skills, not only in AI, to be honest, but probably for the technical domain itself. And I think I started to see awareness of that a few years ago, and I believe it's increasing. Absolutely very important.
Christine, any thoughts further?
Yeah, I would even go so far that the storytelling is my, in a way, superpower, because I have this technical background, but I have been vice chief risk officer of a bank, so you needed to have the different perspectives. And maybe for me, number one, as I already said, is this data kitchen. So data processing is like food processing. And if you have created this level of trust to come to this visualization, if your customer client is open, you might have a look, be allowed to have a look in the data. And there is always something comparable to number of kids -4. And you just show them number of kids -4. So watch, how can this be? What had happened here? And often with this kind of examples, if they can really grasp it, they see it in their own data, the result doesn't make any sense, neither technically nor semantically, then normally you can really work and you often come to the root cause. So data quality is also like food quality. I check it before I prepare food for my daughter. I of course check the ingredients. Technically, we might omit this bothersome stuff. It's so important, and in the technical realm, it's not often clear what quality means. It might be timeliness, yeah? A forecast with the data 6 weeks before, a few days prior to election, doesn't help anybody. So this is something, with this storytelling, have a look on your client, what is their story, and then try to transform your concept in their world as good as it possible. And for me, that's really one of the major drivers for success.
Great. So two things that at least I've learned. One, Sanjeev mentioned that human intelligence cannot be replaced by artificial intelligence. And to your point, just extending that, like just few days back, I was having a conversation at my home with my wife, and she mentioned, see, whatever happens, common sense cannot be replaced by AI as well, right? So we are into the last 10, 11 minutes, and we'll just have a quick rapid fire. I'll begin with you, Sanjeev. In one word, can you describe generative AI?
The future.
Great. What excites you most about generative AI then?
The thing is, means now it is a power to everybody who is technical, non-technical, to do something which we were not able to do in the past. I'll give one example where 10 years back, if somebody goes to a person saying, I want a website, they say, put the button in the left-hand side, and then he puts and they say, oh, I meant top left, right? So the thing is now you have a tool where you can generate thousands of different websites, you do your research, spend 10 days, 5 days, and then go to the expert and say, this is what I want, these are my preferences, can you implement that thing? It's very easy to quickly negotiate and get into the result rather than discussing the requirement for a month or two and then get some surprises.
Will AI be a job displacer or a job creator?
I'll say that doctor with the AI knowledge will be more successful than doctor without AI knowledge. That means the professional, every professional has to be smart, know AI, then he will be more successful.
And which AI tool are you most impressed with?
On professional side, I use OpenAI, but I do the creativity as well. So Runway ML, and there are multiple Adobe, Firefly and other software where now I'm able to give a text saying I need an actor watching towards the sun, and then the camera is moving from back and take the drone shot, and it generates the image, right, on the videos. And that's what I'm using on the creative side to generate a couple of videos for my songs.
Oh yeah, he's been like working on creating, I heard that a couple of days back, some 15, 16 years back, that he wrote some songs, and now they're live because of the AI.
Yeah, so this is English song. I have delivered almost 6 Hindi song and 1 English song just to do the marketing and see how it is going to be a global audience. So the song is Such a God You Are. If you get a chance, you can search on YouTube. And the whole video and the storyline is generated through, like I said, Adobe and Runway ML, and you'll feel like this is a real human acting.
I think the right person for you was the previous panelist sitting from Saregama there, right? Okay, Shuchi, in one word, how would you describe generative AI?
Creating content, generative AI.
Great. And what excites you most about generative AI?
It is able to give power to create even to the non-technical individuals. So, for example, in my journey of entrepreneurship, I wanted a digital expert who can create graphics and create content for me. But I think generative AI has made this possible, has given me the power to do it on my own, instead of hiring another agency, cutting costs.
Great. What are the core business skills that every AI leader needs today?
First one, problem solving. Definitely storytelling. And from technical point of view, coding skills are important, but then whoever is doing the coding needs to have the purpose of solving the business problem in perspective.
And one example of this common problem that you hear while solving for non-technical stakeholders?
Sorry, just repeat.
One example of a common problem you hear while solving for non-technical stakeholders?
So one problem I just mentioned, the graphic designing, generative AI is solving is, it's giving the power to the non-technical individuals, the power to create the content on their own. Especially the founders and startup ecosystem, it's quite beneficial.
Sure, thank you. Professor Sirag, in your terms, one word for generative AI?
Unintelligent. Simply.
Okay, what excites you most about generative AI then?
How people rush to it without validation. Just give you one example that was widespread in the news a few days ago about Air Canada using a chatbot, I think was built on top like OpenAI, ChatGPT, where basically have been giving people false information about refunding and all of that, which made a huge mess to the company. So I think people really rush to it, but they need to slow down a little bit.
Okay, that's you know you're hearing this from an academician. So how do you think AI will transform EdTech?
I think it's not only EdTech, but we've seen AI has already started to transform lots of areas. For education in general or specific, I think there's lots of repetitive processes that it could help with, gradings, for example, but also could create opportunities for personalize also education as well, and helping some people that might need a special way of education. But again, this is something that you can definitely have analogy in healthcare, where you started a few years ago as well, having algorithm to reduce the workloads, right? And again, to the point of the other panelists here, that probably people in any domain that will have the knowledge of using health AI will be replacing people in the same domain that don't know how to use AI.
Great. And what is one implication of AI that no one is talking about?
Ethics.
Sorry?
Ethics.
Oh, great.
We have heard a lot of things. We've seen a lot of great models like the ChatGPT. We don't know the source of the data, right? And even when people create things like images or videos, they said, oh, we created a person that never exists. No, it's a combination of lots of features from other images they have used. We don't know what is the source. Personal images, videos, movies, they definitely have used that. They don't speak about that. We're still trying to figure a way to get a hold of that, but it's definitely ethics is the main issue we have now.
Right. Gabe, to you, one word, generative AI?
Immature.
Wow. Nice adjectives, right? And what excites you most about generative AI?
A very tactical thing for me, local news. It has a terrible business model. It's incredibly important to all of us. And if we can use generative AI with the right data sources to create a local news ecosystem and report on things happening in our cities, in our neighborhoods, I think there's a huge opportunity.
And according to you, one industry where AI has made significant contributions?
I think some of the early signs in healthcare are really cool to see how using AI tools you can identify symptoms and the kind of impact of those symptoms and the source of those symptoms faster than a doctor could traditionally do.
So while everybody talks about content, you being in the content doesn't relate to say that AI is contributing to content. Great. And what do you see the next big thing after OpenAI ChatGPT?
More kind of business-driven tools. So one of the really cool things we're doing right now is using Copilot, which is an AI tool that checks code before you push it to a repo. That makes our developers better. It takes cognitive load off of them. It improves the output of what they're doing. Those types of tools are going to pop up more and more and improve the outcomes and the output from humans. And that, I think, is where the future is for me.
Thank you. And over to you, Christine. One word for generative AI.
Just another data-driven system.
Okay. And what excites you most about generative AI?
It's a new dish on the menu of my data kitchen.
Okay. And what is that first AI tool that you used?
I used Eliza from Weizenbaum because I was looking for a friend that really understands myself.
Okay. The last question, one final advice you would share with the audience on managing stakeholders.
So there is no magic. There is no free lunch. Treat your data as you treat your food and handle it with care. And final, respect the people.
Thank you. That's it. We've artificially, intelligently managed to do that within the time. Thank you for that.
Yeah, can I just share one message for clients, industries, they are belonging to non-technical side? So this message is like, even if you are not ready for AI as of now, still start the journey with the assessments and figure out the areas through, by meeting and talking to experts of AI, and figure out those areas where you need to work, because this journey is long and it needs support and comments from people who are experts. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience for any of us, please?
So I'm surprised nobody said, I mean, you touched on it, but I'm surprised nobody said generative was a thief. So it's pretty much is what it is right now. secondly, I think the next stage of AI is coming to where right now we're punching in like what we want, but I think the next stage is where all the neural stuff coming up ahead, Neuralink already making like big headways in that, where so there's not even an input required, so it's not what we want, but actually much more complexities of the way we think and everything is kind of, so where do you think this journey, I mean, any comments on what's coming ahead of us?
Sure. So one thing I can add on that. So AI was a buzzword. I'm saying was because now there's a new buzzword. It's called AGI, right? So it's a general intelligence where what I think the next level is going to be like human. We can perform multiple activities. As of now, we have ChatGPT, which can only do chat. Somebody where we can generate image, somewhere we can generate the videos. So it looks like AGI is going to be the next thing. And like software I mentioned, they're already using this terminology and saying AI is behind, now we are AGI. Yeah.
I'll just extend to that. I think a few years back itself, we started talking, and maybe a decade back itself, we started talking about predictive, right, from prescriptive and descriptive, right? And AI is at that cusp. Today, it is only solving for what we know today and what we ask. Tomorrow, and it's not that far, I think in bits and pieces, it is already happening. It is happening maybe in an intelligent system of a car, right? Wherein it is going to come and tell you first, even before you blink, that this is going to be the problem, and I am going to solve for you, right? So it is not that far. There are few systems that I'm aware they are already doing it, but they're at a very nascent stage. The only thing is that people are yet understanding how AI can actually be applied to each and every. So for example, if I come and tell you that, well, this is, I'm going to solve for you. Because I have my own business problems. My management, my board, or me, my business model has given me a different, a challenge. How do I solve for that first? So today, we are biased towards what we want to solve. When we reach that stage, we have to be very, very flexible because then we have to adapt to that change of someone coming and telling us, no, I'm more intelligent than you.
On the ethical part, I think it's going to happen. It's just that's why everyone is now rushing to have an achievement or go as far as they can. You have seen definitely the EU Act and all of this, right? So there are going to be laws in place, but before that, I think that's why everyone is rushing to it. So we just need to be patient. I believe there will be technologies to capture that. I don't think it will be done retrospectively, though, unfortunately, but I think it's like any other technology. You just need to give it some time.
Emphasis, particularly on the importance of data. However, I think it really becomes a problem for startups, especially to obtain their initial set of data, right? So for example, ad tech, if we want to do something like personalization, I expect we need data for particular user behavior. And I think this really turns the whole thing to a chicken and egg problem. If I want to get my product done, I need user data. But if I don't get my product done, I don't get users. So my question is, how do startups even get their first bunch of data in order to train AI and to train the specific AI that they want to use for their particular problem?
Yeah, maybe one. The only thing that I've seen that worked out quite well is you need a partner, collaboration. So the existing companies are not fast enough or don't have the capabilities to implement, but they have the data. You have the skill set. So I think it's collaboration.
I think you're also going to start to see more and more data licensing agreements, right? Where as a startup, there's other companies that have done a similar thing, but you have an innovation on top of it, and you can license some of that data through a provider. Some of that is happening now, but I think the data sets aren't clean enough. They're not understandable enough to easily license, and there isn't kind of a marketplace for it in the right way. But I think you're going to see more and more of that.
I just want to add on that. I've been in last 2-3 years advising and mentoring some of the new startups on their go-to-market. And you're right when you say that they don't have data, but they do have a unique selling idea, which they have to sell. They need to focus on that. That's their North Star. So even before they think about how data, because that data will build over a time period, right? But there has to be some unique selling or USP for that company, right? If you are not able to relate to, and many of the panelists here, even in the previous discussion, they mentioned about relating, communicating, managing those expectations. If I, as a startup, is not able to understand the need of the customer or my target segment, then data is not going to help, right? That comes secondary, right? Thank you.
Just one final point. I think there need to be also some regulations around data ownership. I've been in this for so long. If you take my data, either about how's my education, my healthcare data, I still need to have this ownership, right? Now companies, or if you use a device to measure a signal from your body, they take the ownership of that data, which probably, this is how we do now, but probably this needs to change as well.
Great. Any other questions?
Thank you.
What changes do you foresee in the banking systems with the introduction of AI? What are the areas or the departments within the bank that you see would be utilizing AI in the future? And is there any steps that the banking industry, not specifically just UAE or GCC or the global banking industry, any banking industry, have they initiated any AI-related projects, and at what stage are they?
So, and in fact, this is the same discussion that we were having in the morning, right? While the AI buzzword has come today, and we say that AI is being used and it can do the best of AML tracking, transaction monitoring, or fraud management, I can tell you that we are already using some systems which were in place for last 3, 4, 5 years without the name of the AI doing fraud monitoring, right? They're available in this market, they're available globally, those are global companies, right? So that is one area. The second, where I think it is at a nascent stage, is the customer experience. What we moved from a customer experience of a traditional bank was a app or a UI based of an experience. If you were to open some new account, buy a product from a bank, or maybe voice chat with some of that. So we've seen most of our banks that we bank with are already offering those, things. The next is the AI. What if the AI can guide you how your financial planning is? Now, somebody from the audience might say, oh, well, that is happening because my bank is doing. But what they're doing is only the products that they have. Nobody is counseling you today like a portfolio counselor, but only guiding you to sell what I want to sell you. Right? So AI, whether it is financial planning, whether it is your social protection, whether it is to do with, the right level of products that you need, and how you can even manage taxes and all of this tomorrow is going to come with your banks, right? Another interesting, today, marketing campaigns are data-driven, right? And if you were to talk about the effectiveness of that, the effectiveness lies between 5 to 30%. There is no perfect anybody talking about 40, 50% or 100% conversion rate. That's it. AI will only provide a bit more precision to it, which means instead of just doing, let's say, a few targeted campaigns and doing personalization, what I feel, AI can churn that around much faster and give you a personalized approach, loyalty programs, rewards, much sooner in your app, and wherever you go, maybe it can just send you an SMS, oh, here, you are in InterContinental, let me provide you with an offer, without me as a bank knowing. So those are some of the things. It has started. We are working on it, and many other banks are working on it, but I think it's just the tip right now. There is a huge and significant growth that is going to come on that side.
May I add one disclaimer? For very good reason, there's a lot of regulation, especially in the banking sector. And the maturity of the tools that are currently labeled as AI is at a level that currently nobody would use it, because then you are not compliant to laws, and this is especially about ethics, data protection, and avoiding certain stuff. But of course, the opportunities are great.
Exactly. That's it. Anyone else? Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on quickly with the awards and recognition ceremony. Thank you very much to our dear panelists and moderator. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come towards the exciting part of this conference. It is the Internet 2.0 Conference Awards and Recognition Ceremony. In this, we will be giving away awards to those leaders for their amazing, outstanding performances. So, before I begin, I would like to welcome our distinguished personality to please come on stage. Let us proudly welcome Maureen Lowes Galland on stage, please. She is the President and CEO of Meware Willows Consultancy Incorporated. Yeah. First of all, Maureen, it's great to have you over here. So can you please speak a few words to our audience?
It's actually an honor. It's an honor to present awards to the people who have contributed significantly in the telecommunication industry. I had 15 years in this industry, so it's an honor to present this. So thank you very much. And congratulations for the awardees.
Thank you, Maureen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to begin with the awards and recognition ceremony. The first award goes to Amir Rashid. Can we have Amir Rashid on stage, please? He will be receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. Amir is a tech entrepreneur hailing from Lahore, Pakistan. He's the founder and CEO of Finch Consultancy. Additionally, Amir is the founder of Laundromat, a US-based laundry subscription startup. Congratulations to Amir Rashid on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 Conference. Mr. Amir, can we have you on stage? As you have received this prestigious award, we would love to hear from you. It's okay.
Hi, thank you very much for the award to the organizers and to the chief guest. I mean, I'm young and I'm new at this. I'm still, not as experienced as most of the people here, but I think there used to be a time I used to say experience is overrated. I don't say that anymore, especially when I had some experience working with a lot of wonderful people from around the world. And I think leadership for me is basically managing expectations and managing the hopes and dreams of your team, of your clients, of your partners and your vendors, and basically being nice to people. And my only key takeaway from my whatever experience I have in this industry and from whatever I've learned from my mentors is that it's not about getting things done on time. It's not about meeting deadlines. It's not about any of that. It's just about understanding that we're at the end of the day going to work for people, and people are going to work for us, and we're all going to work for the betterment of the society. And if we're all following that same ethos, it all works eventually perfectly for everyone. So that's what I'll say to that. And
Yes.
Thank you again, and congratulations to the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award we would like to present, and the name is Ahmed Sirag. Dr. Ahmed Sirag is a professor and the founder and director of the AI Innovation Center at Weill Cornell Medicine, Qatar. Furthermore, he is a frequent keynote speaker and advises various organizations on AI strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ahmed Sirag receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Thank you so much. I'm very delighted to be here. Thank you to the Internet 2.0 committee for the award. Really very glad to accept it. Recognizing my achievement in the field of AI for almost over 17 years now. I think I started, as I always tell my colleagues, even before people called it AI. Thanks to my family, my wife Rima, my children Omar and Alia. If there's just like a brief message to anyone who's starting the journey, I'll just say like, just do what you're passionate about, be persistent, you'll get there, and when you get there, just be humble. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. Next person to receive the award is Ala Youssef. Ala Youssef is the head of EMEA and AP transformation at SAS. With a strong education and his PMP certification, he is a trusted guide and a visionary leader who inspires teams and embraces new possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you, please put your hands together for Ala Youssef receiving Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Thank you so much for the organizers and for everyone here. It's a great pleasure to be within this great teams and members from different cultures and different companies and industries. Again, as my previous awardees mentioned, leadership is not only about success. Success is very important, but also the contribution to the people, to the society around you is very important, again, as part of the success journey. People are making the success, and the success is not making the people. So you need, as a leader, always to make sure that your role is to making people achieve, succeed, and also keep them positive as much as you can. Thank you all, and congratulations to the rest of our awardees. Thanks.
We would like to present the award to Anish Bharath. Anish Bharath is the founder of Brocode Solutions, LLC. Under his leadership, Brocode Solutions has emerged as a trailblazer in digital marketing and paper-to-cloud software solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Anish Bharath receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Thank you so much for this recognition. It's really an honor. I'd like to thank my family, my wife and my daughter, my parents, and my partners over here. It's always been you guys who have been the support and the reason for this award. And thank you all. Thank you Internet 2.0 for this wonderful award. Thank you for the recognition. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next person to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award is Anuj Madan. Anuj Madan is the head of strategy at Oman Arab Bank. With over 18 years in global financial services, he is a visionary leader known for achieving goals and promoting strategic partnerships. He is dedicated to driving efficiency and innovation in the financial sector.
I'm incredibly honored to get this award, and thank you first and foremost to the team for organizing this event. Leadership is something which is like a guiding success to today's world and today's startups that are coming up, and we need to deal with compassion and empathy, right? Apart from guiding them on their vision, adaptability, innovation, we as leaders need to understand that, as somebody was saying, that 20 years back, he had a different experience or a different notion of leadership, right? So we need to understand that today's young generation can make mistakes, and we need to work with them with that compassion so that we can bring them up and transform the world around by solving those problems and helping the community. So thank you for that. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
We would like to welcome David Wanozzi on stage. David Wanozzi is the Chief Executive Officer of Università Telematica Pegaso, a chartered accountant since 1995 and an auditor since 96. David has had managerial experience in many large companies. He's receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at Internet 2.0 conference. Many congratulations to David.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad of the awards. Thank you to the colleague and to the organization to recognize my skill and competencies. Especially thank to my family, my wife and my sons and children which are here in Dubai with me. And I feel in the sector of technology applied to the university. And for us is an honor to develop this kind of is a service to develop this kind of activities. And the slogan which I use with my team that I thank is nothing is impossible. And so the technology helps us to enforce this sector. Thank you very much.
I would like to call upon Kamlesh Bokhori on stage. Kamlesh. Next, can we have Michael Darty? Mr. Michael Darty. Michael is the CEO of Darty Capital, has vast financial and operational expertise across public and private sectors. He has a proven track record in driving business growth, enhancing profitability and delivering strong results in high-pressure environments. Congratulations to Michael on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
I'd just like to thank the organizers for Internet 2.0. It was a great conference. I'd like to thank my family, friends who are watching around the world, my partner who's here with me. It's a great honor. And I'm looking forward to being here again next year, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. I would like to invite Mohit Singh on stage. Mohit Singh is the founder and CTO of Envato Technologies, bringing over 2 decades of experience in software development and technology strategy. He has played a key role in making Envato a leader in digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mohit Singh. Congratulations on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mohit Singh, co-founder and CTO of InterContinental Technologies. So I would like to thank Internet 2.0 for this recognition And it's an honor to accept this award. I owe this award to my family, to my team, to my mentors. And I would like to just thank you all and have a great day.
I would like to welcome Naveen on stage. Naveen Bhatnagar. We have Mr. Naveen Bhatnagar with us. He is the executive leader and group CTO at YCH Group. He has 25 years of experience in leading digital transformation and IT strategies. Based in Singapore, he is known for driving significant digitization projects, achieving cost savings, and reducing IT footprints. Congratulations to Mr. Naveen.
I thank you very much. Thanks, Internet 2.0. Just to share something, I started my career as an application programmer. I was doing the coding in Visual Basic and Power Builder and DOS 2.0. And since over the last multiple years, I've done multiple roles. I move from application infrastructure, and then I do move into basically doing the security and multiple roles. The one key thing which I want to share to all of you basically, I think, is to take risk. Sometimes it's good to come out of a comfort zone and do try out something new. With that all, I think. Thanks everyone for this event and also award. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naveen. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all the awardees to please stay at the ballroom, because at the end we will be having a group photograph together. So your participation is really important for us. Thank you very much. Let us move on to the next person who will be receiving the award, and it is Prachi Devakar. Congratulations to Prachi. Prachi is the Director of Delivery Excellence and Agile CEOE at GS Lab, India. Prachi has been the first Indian woman to get a distinguished award and scholarship from Women in Agile, United States, which supports the work of outstanding women working in Agile. Congratulations to Prachi.
First of all, thank you to Internet 2.0 for this acknowledgement, and thanks to the wonderful team who has been working for this event for so many months to make these moments very special for all of us. It's a privilege to be here and privilege to meet so many leaders. I'm still learning and learning from so many eminent personalities out here. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for all the mentors that I was blessed with, my family, my best friends who have been with me throughout my plus minus patches in life, and especially would like to extend a very warm thanks to my husband and my son who is here today. Guys, thank you so much. It means a lot to me you're here. So thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome Rayan Chi to receive the Young Leadership Award. Rayan Chi is the Head of Listings and Blockchain Marketing at Academic Labs. He has made noteworthy strides in the business world at the age of 19, with a particular focus on Web 3.0 technologies, artificial intelligence, and business administration.
All right.
Congratulations to Rayan.
So thank you so much for everyone being here, the organizer, and everyone who lead me to the stage, my family, my friends, my teacher, my school, and my colleagues. And being here reminds me about 5 years ago when I first stepped into the world of Web3, where people around me just start asking me what's the true application of Web3. And when people ask me this question, I often just take a step back. I would say Web3 itself is just simply a better way to carry value in the digital world than Web 2. And I'm really happy that I had been able to bring this value to different aspects. For example, on academic labs, what we do is that we make educational, we empower different form of value. For example, educational content, that is intellectual value, educational credential, that's social value, but by adding the elements of gamification and AI, we will bring this value to a new level. And what's more happier for me is that this value is being recognized. Not only we have more than 100K active learners in our community, we also finished our seed round recently. And what's more important than all of that is that even me as a co-founder get recognized and being able to stand on this prestigious stage and to see so many of excellent thought leaders around the world that me myself as an immature co-founder can actually learn from. So definitely thank you all here. And I believe the reason that we all gather here is not only because we're entrepreneur or we are contributing to the internet world, but all because we are all contributing to the value that we believe to be so important to the whole human society. So at the end, may I wish all of you the best of luck in pursuing and creating the value that you think to be true. Thank you all.
It was really great to, hear you, Reanshi. You are truly energetic and motivated. Amazing. Thank you very much. Congratulations on receiving the Young Leadership Award. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome Sean Cooper on stage. We have Sean Cooper, who is the Director of Global Public Sector Sales at Team Simru Incorporated. He has a 35 years diverse career in technology and cyber security. Based in the DMV area, he balances professional excellence with dedication as a family man and mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Sean Cooper receiving the Visionaries Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Thank you, Internet 2.0 team. When I was here a year ago, a little over a year ago, so I sort of didn't think I really deserved a lot of this, but I appreciate that you've continued to put me in this community. I greatly appreciate this community that I've been allowed to glean some things from that helps with my global experience. I will say I will take this award to edify those who helped me to be who I am today, those who encouraged me from my childhood on, parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, communities, everyone around, coaches, teachers, mentors, who had said things to me that maybe you should consider doing something other than everybody else is doing, not to follow the crowd, be a little bit different. You have a different light that comes from you. Looks like you are a born leader. So one of the things I would say to all of you who have access to children and the youth is to be careful of what you say to them, because those things were sort of in my head, and though the youthfulness in me would try to go away from it, from just want to do this or that, and always would seem to bring me back. And if you have some of those things within you, those talents will always come out, and they'll shine brightly as long as you don't do anything silly. But as I digress, one of the things I will say from one of my favorite authors, James Baldwin, would say there's many. No, I'm trying to paraphrase here. There are many things that can be, that are challenges that can't be faced or fixed, but nothing can be fixed if it's not challenged or faced. So continue to the point earlier about taking risks here and there. Please consider doing those, and if it happens to fail, just fail forward and keep going. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sean. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award we would like to present it to is Ranjit Singh. Can we have Mr. Ranjit Singh on stage? I would like to welcome Rajit Rajendra Tantan. Mr. Rajit. Rajit is from Bhawan Cybertech. It is a global provider of digital transformation solutions in the areas of predictive analytics, digital experience, and digital supply chain management. Ladies and gentlemen, many congratulations to Mr. Rajit Rajendranathan on receiving the Outstanding Organization Award.
Thank you very much, Internet 2.0. I wish I had a lot of wise, things to say because I've been in awe. It's been an amazing experience being here. I'm just a representative of Bhawan Cybertech. It's an organization which has been across 20 countries for the last 25 years, and I accept this humbly on behalf of my organization. Thank you.
Next, we would like to invite Nilesh Kaur. Can we have Nilesh? Now let's welcome Franks Edward. Franks Edward Salvatierra. He is a visionary in digital art and marketing, the founder and CEO of Emotives Frames. At Emotive Frames, this leader extends his passion to branding, marketing, advertising, where they excel in data-driven strategies and storytelling. Congratulations to Frank Edward.
Thank you, Internet 2.0. I just want to say, people's dreams has no limits. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present the award to Ravi Soni. Can we have Ravi Soni on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, due to the last moment, there are some awardees who were not able to attend this conference, so we will be honoring these awardees virtually. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome and congratulate Maeed Al-Sayed, the manager of Tamasuk. Please put your hands together, all of you. We will be honoring these awardees virtually. Next, we would like to congratulate Frank Allen, the CTO of Cover Tech. Yes, all of you, put your hands together. Vaibhav Dole, the Senior Director of Cybersecurity, Cytient Limited. Please put your hands together, audience. Maria Judith, the Managing Director of Arcadia Enterprises UG. Congratulations, and put your hands together for Maria. Next we have is Sajna Samad, the Senior Cloud Solution Engineer. Congratulations, and please put your hands together, audience. Ahmed Amar, ERP veteran and Vice President at Labs. Then I would like to congratulate Sanjay Taskar, the founder CEO of Assimilate Technologies Private Limited. All of you, please put your hands together. And now we will be having a video message by some of the awardees. So next we have Mallikarjun, the Associate Director at Kyndryl.
Guests and fellow awardees, I am deeply honored and humbled to receive this award for my work in technology contributions towards education, healthcare, research initiatives and true ability persons challenges. Unfortunately, I am not able to join you in person today due to unexpected personal matter. However, I would like to accept this outstanding leadership award virtually and express my sincere gratitude to the event organizing team. And this award is not only a recognition of my efforts, but also a testament to the support and collaboration of services rendered towards neurodiversity, autism intervention, and rehabilitation services. In fact, myself being a parent of an autistic child who transformed from technology solutions architect profession by pursuing further academics and research initiatives and doctoral research, continuing my efforts in autism wellness programs designing as a rehabilitation specialist or even healthcare management profession, I would convey this message, focus of neurodiversity awareness through this forum, and I thank you for this amazing opportunity and for your continued trust and encouragement. I hope to meet you all, and we wish we will be meeting together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we would like to play the video for Daryl Teo, the co-founder and CIO of CoinClap.
Very, very nice to meet all of you virtually. I'm here in Singapore, and thank you very much for nominating me and for giving me the award. Crypto is going through a very, very interesting year ahead. Just last year, 1 year ago, at this time, crypto was around one Bitcoin was about $20,000 in terms of USD. And today, guess what? It has since gone up by 2.5 times, and today it's at 50,000 USD per Bitcoin. With massive announcements such as Bitcoin halving coming up soon, I think this will be a very, very interesting bull run for everybody in the crypto space. Beyond that, when we are looking at technology and we are looking at different technologies that are coming into the space, coming into the ecosystem, disrupting the ecosystem, this will also be a landmark year. And I think, today this award is also a testament to all the hard work that my teams, my colleagues, and I have worked together very, very hard over the past few years to really recreate the experiences that we have for our different customers. As we move on in the new year ahead, we start to see rules of the game being changed. Rules of the games change when new technologies like AI, blockchain, cryptocurrency, digital marketing, e-commerce are all starting to come into play. And I guess it will be a very, very exciting time for all of us to be creating new companies, to be creating new projects. And I look forward to working very, very closely with all of you and see you in Las Vegas. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ahmed Amar, there is some person who will be receiving the award, so we would like to welcome him. On behalf of Ahmed Amar, who is the ERP veteran and Vice President at Lab. Congrats to Ahmed. He is not present over here right now, but we have his representative who is receiving the award on his behalf. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Ms. Maureen, for coming over here and presenting the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a fantastic awards and recognition ceremony. I hope that all of you had enjoyed it. All of you, please put your hands together for all the awardees receiving this prestigious award. All of you, please, make it a bit louder. There should be excitement. You guys have received the award today. Yes, so congratulations to you guys once again. And now the best part is that we will be having lunch break. So all of you, you guys are requested. Okay, but before the lunch break, we would like to have a group photograph together. So all of you, please just quickly come over here on stage, and then we can go for the lunch break. I request all the awardees to please come up on stage. all together, and we will be having a nice group photograph together. After this, we will be having the lunch break, and we would request everyone to please be here at 2:30 p.m. We will continue with the Internet 2.0 conference at 2:30. And we will be having more panel discussions, fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, today it's the third day of Internet 2.0 conference, and it's the last day. Yes, all of you, please smile. Congratulations. Thank you very much, all of you. So all of you, we request everyone to please be back on time at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much, all of you. Please enjoy the Internet 2.0 conference. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Internet 2.0 conference. I hope that all of you had enjoyed your amazing lunch, and I request everyone to please come back and be seated. We will right now begin with this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to start with the panel discussion. The topic is managing software disruptions, strategies for handling scope changes and unexpected events. And for this, we have our moderator, Amir Rashid, the founder and CEO of Finch Consulting, LLC. All of you, please put your hands together for Amir Rashid. And then we have couple of panelists with us. I would like to invite Krishna Kumar Bharadwaj, the CEO of Vidya Tech Software LLC. Mr. Krishna. Ebenezer Daniel, Chief Digital Officer, Alessa Med. Then we have Swakirt Jain, Consulting CTO, Sonko Technologies. And lastly, I would like to invite Dr. David Winosi, Chief Executive Officer, Università Telematica Pegaso. All of you, please put your hands together for all the panelists over here. And let us begin with this exciting panel discussion.
Is this on? Can you guys hear me? Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Amir. I'm the founder of Finch Consulting. And welcome you all to this panel, which is sort of a part of our lives for the past 15 years, I'll say, for me, and collectively, I think more than 100 years for all of us. And this is, I think I'll speak for the panel when I say this. This was the easiest pick for us, right? And because it's what we do, even if you're in software, if you're in design, if you're in consultancy, change management, scope creep, and disasters are bound to happen in software, hardware, technology. It's bound to happen, right? So change is inevitable. So on that front, I'll just give you a brief introduction of who I am, what's my experience, and why am I sitting here. So I've been involved in product development and product design for the past 12 odd years. I've had some startup failures, not successes, honestly, but that has taught me a lot when it comes to this specific topic. And then I ran a very successful product development studio based out of Pakistan in Lahore for the past 7 or 8 years, which also went pretty well. And then I transitioned into more of a consultant role where I now help companies identify their problems in their technology, helping them identify their ideal customer profiles through their products, conduct user research, do technical audits. Product design is a major thing in that. So that's what I do, and I have a wonderful team, people who have worked in the big 4, the top 10 consultancies, and big tech companies around the world. So, and I'm honestly, one of the reasons why I really, really enjoy coming to events like this is because I get to meet wonderful people like the one sitting next to me, so I can rope them in as consultants for my company as well. So, so that's an introduction of myself. And before we move on to the topic, I'd like each of the panelists to introduce themselves as well. We'll start with Mr. Krishna. And yep.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I know this is the afternoon and this is post-lunch. So we'll try and keep you awake, but we may or may not be as successful as we want to be. I got educated, I'm fond of saying this, I learned programming on punched cards in 1976. So I'm an old fogey, you don't need to listen to me. in IIT Delhi, we had an ICL 1909. I then did my management from IIM Bangalore and worked in a bunch of careers in Reserve Bank of India, in research, in NIIT. I developed their e-learning brands, which were a success in the US. And finally, in 2000, founded Vidya Tech, which initially focused on learning technology, created a product called Vidya Magic. In simple terms, it created Vidya by magic. And now, 6 years ago, we went into cybersecurity and created a product called Dash Magic. The magic is in the dash. In the cyber hive world, there are many products in the security system, but they don't talk to each other. Their OEMs don't talk to each other. So the magic is in connecting them. That's what I do in brief. Thank you.
Daniel, please.
Hi, thanks, Amir, and hi, everyone. Myself, but let me give it a go. So I have been in technology right from when I know. I've been into various domains. I started off with edutech, then I moved into IT service delivery. So we used to develop softwares for many companies, websites, e-commerce at one point of time. Then I moved into MarTech, which is basically the marketing side, the technology side of marketing. Then I was into media technology again. And then I moved on to e-commerce, core e-commerce, and then back into service delivery, and then into health technologies. Now, presently, I do head the IT wing of medical retail brand, which is one of the largest retailers in Kuwait, medical retailers in Kuwait. And my core strength lies in basically understanding the needs of the customer and plugging in technology as and where it is required. I worked in a number of technologies. My core strength, if I were to put it, is basically e-commerce. I have launched some of the major brands, or I have been a part of the launch of some of the major brands, even in India, that is Microsoft Store. I have been a part of Fashion and You. I've been a part of Deals and You. I've been a part of Tyro, a lot of, even Make My Trip. So I've been a part of many of the brands. Yeah, so my core strength would be a lot into e-com. I understand customer needs, and I have been plugging in technologies as I go through in life. And currently, I do a lot. I foray a lot into machine learning, AI, and all. Whatever is suitable in the health domain is what I'm currently working on. Alisa Med, the company that I am in, has actually spun off an IT services wing, which I am currently heading. And we are into providing IT services for healthcare companies. So we actually support companies or healthcare brands to implement things, applications such as hospital information systems, patient analytics, end-to-end healthcare using technologies. So we consult for many healthcare brands. So that's it. So.
Right. Thank you, Daniel. So, yeah, I definitely feel like a baby on this panel. I believe I'm the youngest one. And some of the technologies you guys are mentioning are things that I've only heard in theory. But yeah, I have about 8-9 years of experience, which I thought was a lot, but definitely nothing compared to the fellow panel members. I have been known as like a one-man tech department by my colleagues. So I know Python, Django, React, front-end application, web back-end applications. I'm an AWS certified solutions architect. So I know that as well. And last year, I also built my first mobile application. So I try to do a bit of everything. I have worked in London. I have worked in Berlin. In London, I led a tech team at AIG. For the last 2 years or something, I've been running my own technology consulting company based out of India, where I'm helping companies of all sizes, like mostly startups and mid-sized companies, deliver their goals, achieve their targets, and solve their problems, right from software development to coming in as a consulting CTO and helping out on a higher level. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is David Vannozzi. I'm Italian. I'm not an engineer. But I have a particular skill in technique because I have been for 7 years the general manager of the Italian service provider, technology provider of all Italian university. After having completing a very good projects, last year I decided to enter in the field of university. And I gathered, I actually am the CEO of Pegaso Digital University and of Pegaso Digital University Malta. We are the first university for number of students in Italy and the second in Europe. Our business is the education, and I have already said is a service. And the digital university business is totally involved, totally linked with the technology, because every evening around 500,000 students use our website to attend at the lessons, to have examination, to sustain the final examination. And so that's a particular job because we have developed special application which can allow the education on distance, but altogether with an interactive way of doing and with the possibility to see and to interact directly with the students. Our company, our university is part of an English private fund which is named the CVC Capital Partner. We have around 10 universities all around the world, and probably we are the best, the greatest group in the field of university, the digital university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for your introductions. And I must say this is a very diverse panel for such a targeted topic, and because we have a CEO of a university, we have a software engineer, and we have two very seasoned technology consultants and leaders sitting here. So I'm honestly, this is a good time for me. I'm having a good time right now. And I have some very interesting questions to ask from you guys, but before that, I'll just take a minute to sort of explain this topic for anyone who's not familiar, which is going to be very rare, but still, I'll give it a shot. So in any form of technology or software, there has to be change, right? I mean, we all understand that. Change is inevitable. Unexpected events always happen. But how do they happen? That's basically what we're going to talk about, and how do we curtail them. But so they can happen internally, externally, government forces, market forces. There are a lot of forces that act on a product that essentially cause it to change. Sometimes people are changing it, sometimes people are not changing it. But most of the times, whatever is happening due to a reason. It's never happening just because it wants to change. So it's always enacted by something or someone, either internally or externally. So that's the idea. And with that, I'll go to my first question that I'm going to ask Daniel. So, given your experience, and I'm sure you've gone through multiple methodologies of project management and communication, but that's all changing very rapidly as well, right? So we have new softwares, we have new methodologies, we have AI, we have data, and we have ML, and so many other terms that I can't even remember right now. How do you think all of these softwares and methodologies influence change management or influence scope creep, for example? What's your take on that?
Yeah, Amit, I'd just like to go back a little and explain a little bit of what you said and then take on from there. So basically, one is to understand what a change is. So a change happens due to multiple reasons. One could be information-driven change. So let's say we started off a project. At that time, we had another set of information, and at the middle of when the project is being implemented, we came across some set of information that is influencing the outcomes. We do expect a change. Another could be budget related, like we started off the project, we started off an activity with a budget in mind or something, and then after 6 months we just realize, oh, we run out of budget, or maybe we have some additional budget to maybe put in something more. So those are budget related changes. The third is more of a quality related change. So we might have started off with something in mind, and then we say, oh, perhaps if we add this to it, this is how, this could make the product much better. So it's a quality related change. And the fourth is schedule related change. Schedule related change, and I'm sure many of you who have been into software service delivery would have come across this. Usually the project starts off saying, oh, we are okay with the 6-month schedule. And then after 3 months, it's like, oh, there's an event coming, let's release the application now. So then we are all thinking, okay, now how do we release it? Okay, we cut here and we cut there and we cut there and somehow make the product viable and release it off. So these are like schedule related changes, and these changes do come in, and we are all as service delivery people, we are supposed to expect it. Now, there's a small thing here that I like to bring in, which is a change versus a creep. A scope creep is a little different from a change. We must all welcome change, and change is de facto. We have to welcome it, and instead of refusing the change, we must look at how efficiently we manage the change. I'll shed some light as we go ahead on this same subject. But before that, I'd like to just bring in another aspect called as a scope creep, which is different from a change. A scope creep is something that is creeping in the project life cycle it comes in as though, oh, we just told you this, but, we just didn't explain it to you. Or maybe there was a misunderstanding, or we just say, oh, okay, we didn't realize this. So these are creeps. These are not changes. And these creeps are things that are to be avoided, which is basically points to an inefficient business analysis, an inefficient project manager. This is what it points to. And creep is to be avoided, while scope changes are to be managed. Now, when we come to managing scope changes, as Amish said, there has been a lot of improvements. I remember in good old days, we used to use a technique called as a waterfall project management methodologies. Now it's more of agile, and agile is one of the tools that is used to manage change efficiently. Now, why do I say agile? It's a project management methodology. It's not a tool. While there are many tools that help us to implement agile, agile looks at projects at very small chunks, and what it helps doing so is it helps identifying change much before it really hits us. And the second thing that Agile does is it puts the customer needs first and then the scope afterwards. And what happens is when we put the customer needs first, the customers usually don't come up with the change, we ourselves come up with the change. We say, okay, it's better to do it this way, and then the customer understands it.
But do you think these things are helping you, if we were to sum it up?
It does. Because the only tool I see that can be used to effectively manage change is active listening. I implemented hundreds of projects. What happens is when we look at a project as a money-making machine or something that is going to be given to a customer and we take the money in return of it, we are bound to fail. Projects are bound to fail. We are actually supposed to look at projects as tools to help a digital transformation or an enhancement to the customer's business. And when we look at it like that, we tend to listen more, we tend to learn more, and we tend to actually implement what the customers need or the clients need, and in turn, we actually end up with lesser and lesser changes.
So I think where you're getting at is that it's also very subjective, right? And which also brings me to the point that, Krishna, I would actually want you to shed some light on, and this is something we were just talking about before starting the panel, is stakeholder management and how it is, as I said, it's subjective and it's relative, right? As Daniel said, that scope creep and change is different. Someone in a different role in a different organization might not agree with that. So how do you think stakeholder management influences scope change and scope creep?
All right, very good question. Are there any developers here, actually, who are responsible for development teams, software development? Okay, then there's somebody there? Yeah, okay. 5 people. Okay, all right. I think, when software disruption happens, it could happen for many reasons. It could be location level, there is a disaster or a pandemic. It could be at the project level. You don't have enough, for example, people to take care of the scope change that is being demanded. Or it could be at organizational level. There's a merger and an acquisition and the leadership has changed. Or it could be technological advancement. The industry is moving, and so your software development must move along with that. Actually, one of the methodologies defines scope creep as uncontrolled scope change, which is exactly what Daniel was saying. In my view, a lot of issues come up because of role conflict between stakeholders and development teams. It's the development team that is making outline of the project, timeline, requirements, getting sign off on requirements, and then the stakeholders come and say, oh, the competition is ahead of us, we need to add the following feature. Now, what Daniel was mentioning becomes very important in that case. The appreciation of both parties in terms of their role conflict. The conflict is not personal, it's not organizational, it's generated from the role that the stakeholders are playing, which is saying that if our software doesn't have a competitive edge, what's the point of making it? So that is what generates the conflict. The other thing, in my view, is that because competitive edge is very important, there is always a trade-off. Should we release the product early as it is? Or should we define very clearly what the minimum viable product is? If you need to redefine it in the middle, great. But define what an MVP is and then release it based on the trade-off between early release, all the features being there, the customer expectations being met, so on and so forth. So there are many techniques, for example, that might allow this to happen very easily. For instance, requirement specification, the more comprehensive it is, the fewer ambiguous requirements that are there. If it's very clear, that helps. What also helps, as Daniel was saying, is education. Both of the stakeholders saying, hey, you want this change, you know what the impact is going to be on schedule, on resources, on timelines, on everything. So they have to be educated. On the other hand, stakeholders need to educate the development team on what the source of that scope change is. It's coming from marketing, it's coming from competitor edge, is it user feedback, so on and so forth. So that's my take on the role conflict.
That's a great answer, and which sort of resonates with the fact that there's always some form of prioritization that is going on in the company, right? With all the stakeholders. There's a certain priority that the founder might have, the CEO might have, then there's a certain priority that the sales team might have. So who takes precedence? And that's my question to Swakit. Like, how do you think prioritization from the top hierarchy is influencing all of this?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question that sometimes we kind of forget, especially as developers. We would always go and say like, okay, this is the easiest to develop, so let's start with this. Let's go and grab some low-hanging fruits. Or we would say, okay, this is the most challenging. I want to work on this problem, not the other problems. But it's always important to, like Krishna said, there's a source of these scope creep or scope changes. And it's very, very important, I feel, to understand the source and whether is it coming from a user, for example. So if you have your business intelligence set up and you're looking at users, they're not clicking a button, for example, which is your main CTA. Then you go identify that and you see, okay, this is a solution that might help it. We are going to do alpha beta testing on it. And based on that, we are going to influence this decision. So this is a very data-driven decision, which you can, I would say, definitely prioritize because there is data backing up your conclusions and your development, and it's definitely going to show, like at least in my experience, it's definitely going to show effects on your user engagement. While on the other hand, you might say, okay, we were having a development workshop or an ideation session, which is a very common term like corporates use, like we were having an ideation session, and we feel this particular feature might be like the edge, it might give us the edge, and let's go drop everything else and develop this. This is the kind of feature I would say, wait, no, do we really need to develop it? Can we do an MVP, as Krishna said, or even before an MVP, can we do some user testing with basic mockups, and wireflows, and then we can see, okay, let's commit all the development effort to it. So I think these are the kind of considerations I would ask my team to take before committing to something, and this helps prioritize stuff.
Great. So your answer is prioritization should be backed by data.
Definitely.
But, and here's the but for David to answer now. I've seen leadership roles, and I've been in those roles for some time as well, albeit much smaller than in which you are right now. But sometimes the visionaries and the leaders who are disruptors, they're not backed by their data. They're backed by some feelings. They're backed by some gut instinct, right? I know Krishna is having, a laugh in his head. Oh my God, this guy again. but my question to you is it how always, is that how always top leadership makes decisions? Is it always through gut feelings? Is it through some financial decision, or is it really through data? Or is it backed by data?
Yeah, probably I make a mistake telling you that I'm not an engineer, but...
No, this is a totally non-technical question.
But to explain, I worked for many years as a consultant, and I have a particular skill in business process and engineering and business analysis. So I'm not only a financial that have a look only on the data and financials, because I need what we have to do with the process. I have to put you on, I have to tell you my experience. My previous company, the IT service provider, use very spreaded the project management, the agile system for developing, because we entrust in this kind of tools, but with unexpected events, something like with a COVID pandemic, for example, all the scenario changes. At the beginning, we do everything with stress assessed, with testing, with a certain number of steps to deliver, and our scenario changed in 3 days, and we have to re-engineer all the software department, because we have to forget the rules, to forget not only the rules, but our internal aim, our internal feeling. For example, to put online all the students, we decide not to follow the rules about the security, because just in case we have to put around 1,800,000 students altogether, with the normal systems, we are not able. Our systems support only, in the previous, with the previous rule, only 100,000, not 1,800,000. And so we have to make we have to take some decisions that at the end brought our company, our students, our country, to another step, another point, a totally different point, in which we discover something new and we obtain ideas for the future. For example, but probably I can explain in the next question. For example, we observe a total change of feeling in the students. First, the online courses are only a result. Only 10% of students studies online. After, 80% of students. The students entrust the system, entrust us, entrust professor not in presence, and they gather the new system with a very, very, very large amount of people.
Great. Sounds inspirational, honestly, to do that at that scale. Kudos. So, what I gather, and I hope all of you are following, and because this is really interesting to me, because these are all the things that you often face when you're running a company, running a team, running a project for someone, or even your own product. These are all the things that you feel on a daily basis. But there's one thing that I just wanted to bounce off of you guys, and if you could just take like a minute to answer, because this is a really small thing, but I just want to take your perspective. Discovery and scoping of the project is something very important. We all agree on that, right? And as most of you have sort of hinted on this topic, that as both of you were saying, Krishna and Daniel, that the creep comes in, or the change of the scope comes in when there is some form of either a miscommunication or there is an external factor that is influencing it. How much do you think we can, what is the extent of discovery we can do to remove this, the probability of scope change or scope creep from our projects? And this is a question for you as well, by the way, because whenever you're building something new, you always discover, you always scope it out, right? So how much, what is the extent of that discovery? Can a human possibly do 100% discovery of a project, or can AI help us do that? Anyone can start off.
If I may,
Please.
So
Okay.
I personally believe it's almost never possible to do all the discovery work. The only true test of your application is when you throw it in front of the users, whatever you might be building. One of the famous examples is Facebook. They started off with matching you with the potential partners. You were rating Facebook, you were rating people's looks based on the college, and now it's one of the biggest social networks in the world. I'm pretty sure they were not doing that kind of discovery work. So you pivot, you adapt, and the modern softwares are built on like smaller life cycles, like we were discussing waterfall, which takes like 6 months or something. But Agile and Scrum is like, okay, 2 weeks, we put something new in front of the users, we test them, and the real testing ground is always the users. So it's never possible, in my opinion. Build MVP, throw it in front of the users, and iterate.
Okay. Krishna?
So I think this is a trick question. So
You caught me.
the reason I'm saying that is that it's not a good idea to try and remove scope change from your development project. And the reason I say that is, for example, if the reason is that you need to retain a competitive edge, well, that's a valid reason. You might as well not have built the product if you're going to lose the competitive edge. Or let me take another reason. Let's say the constraints have changed, which means there is a new regulatory framework that's come in and you have to comply with it. Now, there's no point discovering it at the end of the project. You might as well discover it now and release a project that is compliant. Or let's say there's an internal churn, your company's been bought by somebody else. It's good if the leadership goes and reviews all the products and sees whether they're now in line with their new strategies. Or let's say if there was an expectation mismatch, yes, AI can help you do more comprehensive, requirement analysis. It can look at chats, transcripts of phone calls, emails, etc., to get the implicit and explicit requirements. But the point is, AI can only help you do that. It's a tool to help you do that. You still have to do the communication as per a plan periodically. So that is my take on both, should we remove it? Yeah, we should minimize it. And what we should minimize is the impact of the scope change. You can do planning, you can do processes, you can do best practices to minimize or be very aware of the impact of the scope change. But it's a wrong idea to eliminate scope change.
Great. Daniel? Yeah, I think, as Krishna said, it's actually a trick question because, discovery never ends, and we keep discovering, keep discovering something new coming in. And I also believe that change should not be stopped, but creep should be stopped, in the sense that somebody walks into the room and impulsively says, oh, let's do this, which was never even thought about. It's those things that need to be somehow stopped and curbed. But a change for good, change for the reason of maybe schedule, budgets, new data, new information that has come in, all of this should be encouraged. The reason being is it's futile to launch a product that doesn't meet the needs of the customer. In fact, we shouldn't even be working on it. So I think we should be encouraging change, and we should be managing it better.
Great. David, your take?
In my opinion, changes is not predictable and is impossible to avoid. We have implemented a system which can be very, very close with the market and understand the changeable the market. Because 10 years ago, for example, the market changed but slowly. Now, everything can change in 1 month, for example. And every system you can implement is a failure. But I have a good news. At the beginning, my company, in the previous example, my company, for example, has around 100 products for the university. At the end, the solution has been chosen with one of these products, the product for the online university, which in our revenue, in our balance sheet, has a value of 0.1% of the total. But if we haven't invested in that kind of product, probably we couldn't be able to answer to the ministry, to the people, to students, so that probably company has an internal feeling which can prevent from the disaster, adapting themselves to the changeable world in which they are put.
Great. So I think there's a unanimous voice of the panel on this trick question, at least, which you rightly pointed out it was a trick question. And I asked this because of one reason, honestly. It's because I've heard it too much from people coming in, projects who don't have that kind of experience. And the one thing I've often heard people say, technical or non-technical, they're blaming one another. You should have told me earlier. You should have known this before you started the project. Right?
And it's stemming from a lot of backgrounds. It's not just a technical thing. It's also, maybe it's stemming from the sales function. Maybe it's stemming from the marketing function. Maybe it's stemming from the product function.
Or
right?
sometimes the worry of performance appraisal.
Of course, yeah. People have to save their jobs, right? So, but to this, and I'll just take a minute to sort of build a premise, and then I'll go to the question, right? So, it's actually strange when I talk to a lot of my clients, especially the larger ones, the big enterprise. I don't know what's going on, but none of them, or most of them, have very less idea about who the ICP of their software is, the ideal customer profile or the ideal user persona of their product, their software, hardware, whatever it is. They're actually pretty confused about it. And they have this very large elephant in the room vision, which is, oh yeah, they will use it, that person will use it, that person will use it. The guy standing outside in the boat will use it. Everyone is going to use it, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is that, as you all unanimously agreed with my question, that you can't stop it, but you can definitely have a system for it, right? You can definitely have a system in place that how do we deal with change? And that sort of is built into the design system of your whole product, the architecture of your product, right? If you build it as a monolith with no room for change, obviously you are going to be not happy about it when change comes. So now to the question. I hope you don't call this a trick question. I believe everything that we have spoken about is about managing expectations. And in fact, that word is used in our topic as well, unexpected events, right? And something that is unexpected is because you never expected it, and because that certain expectation that some unexpected event can happen was not managed, right? So just in this last 8 minutes, 2 minutes each, right? And I'll time keep you this time. Please tell me your thoughts on expectation management with an example. Krishna.
I think this is also a trick question. I'll tell you why.
No, I'm a two-trick
You see, you can say technically, oh, you should have expected COVID, you should have expected all the changes in technology, and you should have expected that your team is going to leave because the industry would suddenly start offering them unreasonable wages. But the definition of an unexpected event is that you weren't able to expect it. And so that's why it's connected with the previous question that there are going to be unexpected changes. What you can do in your preparation is maybe identify them and do contingency planning. Are we prepared, for example, if there's a pandemic, for people to actually work from home? Are we prepared if there is a technology change, the architecture is built in a way that we can adapt to the new technology? Have we built the software in a flexible, configurable way so that if there are changes required, we can combine some microservices or whatever it is so that, these things can be met? But you can only prepare. Man prepares and God disposes sometimes. So you cannot eliminate expectation mismatch. You can only try to minimize it. And if you've done all that, you've done a great job.
Great.
Yeah. I come across a number of situations, and I'm sure many of you would have. One side of the table says, you didn't ask me. And the other side says, you should have told me. I'm sure many of you have been in such a situation. And this is a very difficult situation to be in as project managers, as analysts, as consultants. I personally hate to be in that situation. We need to ask is the end of the story. When we sit and talk to somebody, we need to ask and ask till we are satisfied till he is also satisfied. If we don't ask as consultants, it's our fault. And I deeply feel very insulted when I am in such a situation and somebody says you didn't ask. I feel that I have wronged the customer. The reason is that when we go and we propose something, we actually propose to solve somebody's problem. And if we haven't asked enough, that means we haven't understood the problem enough, and therefore our solutions are not acceptable. And to answer your thought, that yes, there's no end to discovery, and the only way that we could, only on releasing an acceptable solution is software development or any product delivery complete.
Right, so just to just realign, expectation management as we are all talking about, right? So I want you to sort of give me, Swakit, an example from your, because I know you work with a lot of these companies and you're struggling, probably struggling with a lot of these CEOs and these guys who's, you have to manage expectations. Why don't you start with an example if you can?
So first of all, this is streaming live, so I'm not struggling with any of my CEOs. Everything is great.
Don't name them. Just give them.
I'm just kidding. But no, so expectation management, I think first of all, everybody needs to harbor a good relationship, working relationship, whether it's client, whether it's stakeholder, whether it's developers, your underlings, your managers or whatever, because in the end, everybody just wants to do a good job and go home to their families probably and have a good life. So nobody is after your life and after like whatever you're doing. So I think that's the baseline to understand. Like whenever there's a new scope coming in, they probably genuinely believe that it's better for the product. It's not somebody's whims and fancies that they're coming up with stuff, or nobody's trying to make your life difficult. So I think, first of all, that first principle understanding that, okay, we are all just human beings trying to do something better. And in the same vein, I would like to remind people of, I don't know how many of us are familiar with what Scrum is and where the word comes from. So it's actually a rugby term. And when the rugby game starts, the huddle they form against teams is the Scrum. And that's where the term comes from. So developers are pushing against UI, UX designers, product managers are pushing against developers, management is pushing against all of them, and they all form this kind of a huddle where everybody is pushing each other with the end goal of making something that's better than everything else. So I think, yeah, all of these taken into account and understanding people and their mindset and why this is coming from, and then you can always be ready for change. Never say like, okay, we have thought of everything, even architecture, monolith, or whatever you go for, you would never have prepared for everything. So
you can
just
only have systems in place.
Yeah, you can have systems in place to adapt to that change, but not systems that automatically adapt or do something. So you talk about scalability in software, but doesn't mean like it's going to scale for every scenario.
Yeah, exactly. It's
So
not
yeah,
infinitely
just be prepared.
scalable.
Sorry?
It's not infinitely scalable.
Exactly.
Nothing is.
Exactly. Nothing is. And then you go for a microservice architecture. Some might be scalable, other microservices might not be. So you never know what's going to happen. So have a short development life cycle, be prepared for change, and ready to adapt.
Spot on. Love your answer. David.
Managing expectation is connected, is linked with the communication. And we have, for example, 120 universities which use the same products. And we organize panel for each kind of product to obtain expectation of the university. But I have not good news about, because sometimes the panelist, probably like me, doesn't know what they want. And sometimes if you haven't an idea of what is better and what is worst, you make a great disaster, because people are used to think on the problem of tomorrow, but forget the problem of from 1 year to year. And so it's a very, very delicate balance. On a part, you have to cooperate with your panelists. On the other way, you have to have the idea of what is the system, what is the best solution, what is the architecture, what is the situation which cannot be eliminated. Because if you don't do in this way, you cannot do a good software for your clients.
Wonderful. So with that, I think we've reached the end of our time almost. And I think, again, one thing that we're all trying to say here is that don't fight the change. Welcome change. That's one thing. Communication is key. That's the other thing. And third thing is that expectations have to be managed one way or another. And they have to be, I mean, you know how they say, expect the unexpected. I'm not sure if that applies here, but sort of. But yeah, I think I'll let the audience draw their own premise for the conclusion of this panel, and we'll open the floor for questions.
Yeah, just want to make one comment.
Sure, yeah.
I would like to just change the spelling of expect and say accept the unexpected.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, amazing, amazing. Excellent. Sure. I accept that. Great. So, any question from the audience? Wow, we did bore you guys a lot, didn't we?
Very clear.
Oh,
absolutely, please.
We have one.
Can we get them a mic? Yeah. If you can just say your name and your company name, that'd be great.
My name is Sid. I am co-founder and CEO of Kila.io. We are a product company. We've built a managed service for blockchain as a service. So interestingly, I'm glad that I attended this chat because you all were talking about Agile, and we've recently adopted that methodology into our product development. My question is around conflict between different teams, pertaining to the huddle that you talked about, and when the push actually becomes a shove, and what is your advice for someone like me who leads these teams to resolve the conflict? Because the conflict I feel it was more about egos clashing, because a junior was telling a senior that he needs to attend a stand-up and follow his instructions, and the senior is like, no, you follow my instructions because you're not doing this. So that kind of created a very testy episode in office in front of everyone, and so I'm trying to basically figure out both sides of the story. So I wanted to understand from your side, how would one deal with a conflict like that, and what ideas you all can give to navigate something like this.
You want a specific person to answer it, or anybody?
I could hear from all of you, it's fine.
Okay.
Go on.
You want to go ahead?
No, it's okay.
Okay. So I think what you are saying is that role conflict got personal.
Right.
And unfortunately, we don't realize that the role conflict is by design. That's exactly the purpose for their roles. One is conflicting with another. It's like production and marketing. Marketing says, I'm going to sell like 1 million beer bottles next month. If you guys don't show me that you have 1 million beer bottles, then what the heck? Production says, I can only produce at a steady level, otherwise I'll have to subcontract. But so this is inherent, and that understanding and that expectation management at both ends is what will make it impersonal. But the other issue is that, remember, these conflicts are not, like one of us stated, are not really to the letter based on what is being done or said. There is a baggage behind. There is an emotional baggage behind. There is a feeling that I'm being taken for a ride, I'm being randomized. And the other guy feels, oh man, I want a comma change, and these guys want another month. What the heck? So that subtext has to be understood by someone who's a stakeholder and then dealt with. That's my take, if it helps.
And I think I want to add, so you mentioned they were the same team and one was a junior and another was a senior. And specifically one thing I picked on was the junior was saying why the senior is not attending the stand-up. So I think from a management point of view, I would first of all lay the same ground rules. Like in a stand-up, everyone is equal and everybody needs to attend. So if you go by the Agile handbook, it's just for a 10-minute stand-up for everyone to say, okay, this is what I'm working on, this is where I'm stuck, or this is where I need somebody's help. So if these ground rules are laid and everybody knows, like, okay, within a team we are equal, my years of experience don't matter, and if especially if somebody's saying something that's technical, they should be given merit for what they have said. So as a manager point of view, I would first of all let the conflict resolve itself. So a lot of times managerial intervention, in my opinion, is not needed. You can just let them, just send them out for lunch or something together. Like, guys, like you do at kindergarten, right? Go give a timeout to them. You both need to sit together, and until you resolve it, you're not coming back. So that might help. But from a managerial point of view, only thing I would do is make the same ground rules for everyone, irrespective of seniority.
But who decides the? So let's say that the conflict had some merit to it because there was a difference of opinion. One was complaining about the backlog. One is saying, I don't want to talk about the backlog because this is what I want. I have organized the stand-up for. So when I'm sitting on the outside, who would I have to side? Because it's essentially they've walked away from each other and now no work is happening. Right. Not the backlog and not the stand-up also.
Yeah, so I think in that sense, the organization priorities are important. So if you are facing an issue where your daily Scrum board is looking more like a backlog, or your sprint is looking more like a backlog where you have 15 different tasks waiting to be picked up, then I guess you can side with one person and say, no, let's get on with work and rather not do backlog grooming because we are not reaching the targets we have already set out. But if it's the other way around where you don't know what you're going to be doing next week because the backlog is not groomed and the stories are not ready for development, then you might side with the other person. But I think, first of all, just bringing them on board and saying like, okay, like you can be there or you cannot be there, but at least those two people need to have a conversation and figure it out. I've been in a lot of situations where I've had like literal shouting contests with my colleagues, but afterwards we would always go for a beer or something and figure it out between ourselves and come back the next day as normal.
Also, this connects to what we were just talking about, expectations management, right? So even your team has expectations from each other and from you and from the client and everyone, right? So someone's expectation is misaligned over here, some 2 persons or 3 persons, right? And also it's a culture thing. So what might work for Swakit's team or Daniel's team might not work for your team. So it's a very personal, it's a corporate personal choice for you of how you're going to manage it, but also at the core of it, if you keep going 2 steps back to uncover what really happened, I assure you someone had the wrong expectation from the other.
I'd like to say one more thing here. We've used huddles, and huddles are, like Swakit said, very democratic. But to my mind, organizations are not really democratic. There are voices that count more than others. And therefore, when a huddle, actually pops up a conflict of this nature, it needs to be held in a meeting. It needs to be dealt with in a meeting and not in the huddle. The huddle format doesn't lend itself to resolution. It's the best for getting everybody together. If there's something happening which prevents that, it needs to be dealt with. That's all. Thank you.
David, you want to add?
In this conflict, I think that another technique is the role-playing, because one part has to think about what happens on the other part. For example, it's a little example, but until 1 year ago, I was a producer of software, and listened university which asked me everything. Then I passed on the other side, and I understand how some changes which they ask me are important, are crucial, but I haven't understood before. And so it's very important, the role-playing. You have to think about why people are asking me something.
Empathy, basically. Awesome. do we have just 30 more seconds to just take the last comment?
We have finished.
Okay.
Yeah, please, you were going to say something. Oh.
I'd just like to add a thing here in conflict management. Conflict happens within the organization as well as outside the organization. Like it might happen between a company and its client too, and it might happen within the tech team also. Now, I have seen both sides of the table, and I would never engage a company whose owner is not able to manage his team well. So as a leader of a software solutions provider, the job of a leader is to ensure that all the policies and procedures in development are followed by each team member. So internally, there are certain processes and policies that have to be obeyed by all, while as externally, the only way to solve stakeholder-related conflicts are using a thing called a servant leadership, where you actually are actually a servant leader to lead the clients to a particular goal. But internally, you make sure that all policies and procedures are fulfilled, and it is disciplinary.
I think we can handle other questions. We are offline whenever you guys can ask us. No problem. So we'll end this.
Yeah, we're actually we were out of time 5 minutes ago. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys, for being on the panel. It was really insightful. And thank you to you all for listening to us and bearing with us. And we're here if you want to ask some other questions off stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, audience.
Thank you very much, all the panelists. And thank you, our moderator, Amir Rashid. It was really great to see you guys over here sharing insightful information. Thank you. So, take it easy. Sir, we just need to have a group photograph together. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion will be happening right now. The topic is leveraging data analytics for fraud detection. And I would like to welcome our moderator for this panel discussion. Let us welcome Prachi Devakar on stage. Can we have Prachi Devakar? I would like to invite Prachi Devakar, the Director of Delivery Excellence and Agile COE, GS Lab. And now I will be welcoming the panelist, Sean A. Cooper, the Director of Global Public Sector Sales, Team Simru Incorporated. Then we have Ala Yusuf, Head of EMEA and AP Transformation SaaS.
Yes, yes.
It's okay, we'll have question answers. So, good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I think more of a question and answers that we will have as a session, and I will make sure that it is short and simple, but I'm sure Sean has so many interesting examples and stories of his experience so far, and luckily we are going to discuss very interesting topic, Sean. So to begin with, for the topic, usually when we use the term as fraud, it is always linked with financial risk and financial angle to it. But for the benefit of all of us, can you throw some light on where all other areas the fraud happens and at what scale it has repercussions?
So, yes. So fraud, as we understand it, as Prachi was discussing, thank you. Yes. Here's our other panelists. So addressing fraud in general is other areas. There's some people here in financial management, some people here in insurance, and other areas. often is risk aversion or risk management. Some of those scenarios where, in my world, in the cybersecurity world, fraud can take many different capabilities, many different shapes, many different styles of how they might be addressed. But yeah, there are many different ways that we can discuss fraud, and hopefully we can shed some light to some of those.
Allow, would you like to add, like when we were discussing, like when we talk about fraud, it's always linked with the financial aspect to it, but there is more meaning behind the word fraud. So how do you look at it?
Yeah, that's true. Yani, as yani again mentioned, fraud is not only related to the financial dimension only. There are different spectrum for fraud. If we look at it behind the financial aspect, the insurance is one of the key areas or key industries that are facing big issues around the fraud. If we look at it a little bit higher at the country level, tax evasion is one of the key, well-known also fraud area. If you go beyond and look at energy side, we will find also energy companies are looking for what they call non-technical losses. And non-technical losses here refer to energy leakage, intentional energy leakage. Somebody in some countries is stealing the power for free. It goes beyond and beyond and beyond. Big organizations and even countries. Imagine a country like, imagine a company like Aramco or ADNOC, and or others like Emirates and so. If we look at the procurement itself in these companies, and if they are trying, if there is a fraction of fraud happening in that space, this is a multi-million dollars of losses. So these companies also at that scale are looking to protect their assets and are looking to protect themselves through also fighting what they call procurement fraud. So a lot of types. Yeah. It's not only limited to the financial aspect. I will give another small story also about, it's a funny story about even the motor in insurance. You know, in some countries they realize that relatives sometimes agree together to make fake accidents just to replace the cars. So even in motor side as well, there is that aspect as well there. So many areas where fraud protection and fraud management is needed, and it requires a lot of attention, and it happens currently across all the industries and domains.
Yeah, and in line with that, I have a question on the topic like data analytics for fraud detection, but data can always be manipulated and of course will have the impact on the fraud definition of fraud in that case. So what are your views on that?
So from a data perspective, in a security scenario, another example I thought of was in the pharmaceutical space, where often the intellectual property of one of the manufacturers is stolen while it's going through the process of being authorized and blessed by that local government to be used and sold to the citizens. So from a data analytics perspective in the cyber realm, if you do not have the capability of monitoring all the different transactions that are related to those scenarios, if you have some data that shows that, well, typically when we are monitoring and we're going through a process to bless a drug to be approved, there's steps that are all fall in line, and some of our others have spoken about the life cycle and other things related to all of those things. But when there's an anomalous scenario in that transaction, often the data analytics will be the one to bubble that up to the top to see if somebody's monitoring that, to see an anomalous activity, and to be able to investigate that will potentially allow that not to be exfiltrated out to the black web or whatever, and then that drug that was supposed to help with sinus infections that pharmaceutical company has been working on for 3 years is now on the black market, and somebody's selling it on the street, and they've basically scrapped it. And those are real life stories that they've basically scrapped that drug because it's now out there sold by somebody else. So analytics can play a big part in mitigating that early on.
And same question maybe for you, like we have been talking about this data analytics and AI. So how we can leverage that for fraud detection as per your experiences and your organization?
Again, fraud is happening in different ways across the different industries. But if we look at, and in all cases, it relies on providing semi-correct or right data that can pass through the systems or through the people, so they can consider it genuine while they are not genuine. This is starting from small incidents like theft of your cards or whatever, to if we are talking about complex situations like tax evasions, where you need to review millions of transactions to identify whether they are providing the right information for their tax or not. So data here is a key. Quality of the data, as previously mentioned in several panels before, is also another aspect. And there is if we look at the financial, which impacts maybe all of us receive calls from fraudsters and scams asking about certain personal informations. This, with the development of the technology also, it is not only adding a layer to protect the assets and the people, but it also gives opportunities also for fraudsters to use this technology as well, and improve their ways of how to attack these assets and these people. If you look at what they call now, and there is a famous term currently across the fraud space called social engineering. And what social engineering means? Social engineering means somebody is looking at what you are doing on the social media and try to capture some information and mimic yourself, again, to try to get the maximum out of your accounts or out of your assets. The data aspects and AI is very important, but also the awareness, collaboration is very important. There are two sides here of the story. There is the preventive aspect of the fraud, and this comes through different techniques like judgmental rules, like rules again that you put in order to protect through the systems. And apply these rules to protect, whether in financial sector or insurance or pharmaceutical or whatever the domain is. And there is the usage of the AI itself, whether supervised or unsupervised AI techniques. But at the end, do we rely on one of them? No, we in majority of the cases, we rely on all of these techniques together and come up with a score for any transactions in order to consider that this is a fraud or not a fraud transaction. And all of this, again, needs to be balanced, because imagine in a bank, you are dealing with you are strengthening and tightening these rules. Then how many calls your call center will receive because of this? There is an additional dimension also here, which is the balance between customer experience, operational cost, and the fraud protection. And this is very, very crucial. It is very important in the financial sector especially to keep the customers aware of the incidents that is happening, to keep the customer informed, and also the collaboration aspects between the organization and the countries to be informed and to respond quickly to the incidents. And this is happening through the regulatory organization in the financial sectors across the different countries to make sure that to report the incidents ASAP in order to prevent others if the incidents happens.
True. And Sean, you have been working with a lot of government folks and government agencies. What have been your experience and how quickly across the globe, governments are adopting what he was referring to as, a quick response to such incidences?
So, Prachi, I'll sort of touch on what Ala was just talking about briefly. So there is some level of collaboration that the government agencies have to do, and they've been dragged into this screaming and kicking as everyone has their own lane, and we don't deal with them. But when ultimately, as they are public servants, they're supposed to be protecting of the citizens. So it is important for them to be able to do that, because if they do not share and collaborate with a lot of that data, you may have seen something that's anomalous and assuming that it might only be dealing with you, but if you share that within the community, so at the end of the day, cybersecurity is a team sport. You share it with me, and one of my people say, I saw that same thing a month ago, and I shared it with and they said they saw it over here. So when you're able to do that, you're able to then create a groundswell within the community and beyond that allows you to address those things and shut those things down. Now, the bad news is, to your point earlier, they never stop. They will create another mousetrap, but at least allow yourself to benefit from collaborating together, sharing information, within the public service. Now, there are still challenges globally with the public and private sector sharing, and I think somebody on the earlier panel talked about ownership of the data. And typically that is a challenge, whereas the public sector does not really necessarily want to share data to the private sector so much. The private sector is, to a certain extent, because of regulatory issues, has to share data to the government. So there's things as people behind these roles that we're having a challenge with from a social aspect, but in general, it is the right thing to do.
Yeah, and Ala, on the same lines, maybe until myself, I'm not into a problem. I don't look at it as a serious problem, right? But something somewhere is happening in the world around these frauds, and like we were speaking the other day that you have an account in X bank and I have it in Y bank, and something goes wrong in X, I'm not worried because I'm not impacted. But tomorrow it could be me. So what care one should be taking at an individual level so that their data is protected, as well as at org level or all the startups that working in the fast pace, that they should take care of making sure that their data is protected and they are away from the fraud and the security part of it.
Thank you for the question. Again, the whole idea here is being aware and educated about the risks of sharing personal or specific information that relates to your financial assets or your financial data in general and personal data. This is something very important to be aware of. This is on the personal level. Will this, even if you protect and hide everything, will you be safe? I think you will be safe at a certain level, but at the end of the day, they are smart also, and they will find their ways always. So it comes to the organizations, and organizations now are investing a lot in fraud management and fraud protection as well. This is part of their investments and part of their priority, whether they are obliged because of regulatory requirements to protect their assets, or also because of many aspects. Imagine you are in a bank and the bank already has a lot of money stolen from it. It's a reputational damage. It's not only the financial and liability aspect, it's also the reputational damage that comes with these incidents as well. And I have been in many projects like this where the investment, the banks were investing on a very, small, in-house developed rules engine applications to protect their assets. And at the end of the day, they had to spend millions down the road to come with a framework to protect their assets. Collaboration, again, between organizations is very important to create a proper protection for these assets against the fraud cases. The whole idea here is how can we, two things, how can we protect and prevent in a proactive manner through the using of the technology, whether rules or AI, together protect the assets and the people, and also how can we respond? It is not only the protection, because protection, what if the fraud happens? How can you minimize the damage? And this is where, and this is this is the maturity of the organization. It varies from an organization to another. An organization that is well prepared for this will take the necessary action without also disrupting the operations, because you will not be happy if you are in a restaurant and you don't have cash and you got surprised that your card is not working because there is a fraud happened at the bank. Okay, so how can you respond without disrupting your business in a way or another? And this is where organizations are taking care of currently, the mature ones. It's a journey that needs to, and it evolves as you proceed, because fraud management, it's not just a set of rules or set of models you put together and you just leave it. You need to monitor, as mentioned, and you need to keep an eye, and you need to keep an eye across the world of the incidents that's happening. And this is where organizations are collaborating together to provide this information.
So not just own examples, but around what is happening, and then proactively making sure that we are taking that risk management as a top priority. So Sean, you would like to add something?
Yes, the last panel talked about it. Expect fraud attempts. Expect them. Expect to be attacked. If your organization is on the internet, expect an attack. It's not if, it's when. And then you have to have a mitigation strategy, a recovery strategy in place. In the US, agencies and some of the larger private entities are required to have a plan in place for when it happens. And they are required within, I believe, 45 days to make a public statement about what they did. So it's a way to hold people accountable, because we're all victims of this, and it's something that most of the time, again, for your data, my data might be locked up completely on my person, but they can get my data from the Social Security Administration, they can get it from the Department of Motor Vehicles, they can get it from my doctor's office. So it's out there, and also assume your data is out there. So you have to put those things in place and use the technology, have plans in place as a business, as an entity. If you cannot afford it, to try to have an outsourced entity to come and be that
SME to handle it.
Yes, a managed service provider of some level, and also to make sure that there's enough budget in there for your security to defend against these things, because it's ever evolving and it's going to keep changing. And much like we're changing our cell phones every 2 years, just about or so, the cyber attacks are faster than that. I was just reading a report today on my email about ransomware is on an all-time high, and 1 out of every 10 businesses is being attacked right now. So,
that's huge.
Yes, it's a press release I was reading today. So, again, I don't want to scare everybody again. It's a horror story, but this is the world we live in to a certain extent. So that we're on the internet and are interconnected with the world, that's the bad side of it.
That's true.
Yes, yeah.
That's true.
And a question to both of you who have been in this field for so long. maybe each one of you could share an example of one of the biggest fraud that you have encountered and also handled or seen around maybe.
Again, I have been engaged in with a customer in the region here that has a fraud case that jumps to almost close to $30 million. Yeah, and guess what? Fraud people or who are not really working in the domain too much, they are thinking that fraud is coming from only fraudsters' rings outside the countries or gangs here and there. But there is also another dimension that you need to look at, which is the internal fraud itself. Somebody from the banks who understand the rules and who have your information and who have the access to it and who knows everything about it. How can you protect your customers from this person? So there are many cases like this, and there are famous cases.
Internal threats that.
That's true. In one of the countries, sorry, John. In one of the countries also there was a case that we were handling related to another type of fraud, not financial. It's a case related to subsidies. So the government gives subsidies to the citizens in order to support education and so on and so on. A gentleman working in that organization managed to get close to $6 million through fake applications, well-tailored, again, for several years, and he managed to steal $6 million, and he was discovered coincidentally by a mistake that he has done. Otherwise, he wouldn't be surprised. And then the government started to build rules and frameworks to protect their assets as well. So the cases are endless here.
Yeah, there's a number of them I've been involved with. You just sparked one in my mind about from the student loan world. So getting into education. Many countries are offering these student loans for these from a federal level so they can go to school. They might not be able to afford it, whatever. But there is a large percentage of those applications that are fraudulent, where people are just pocketing that money and they're walking on, and it takes a while to backtrack to see, okay, that check was supposed to go to this university that they said they were going to, and it has to have systems in place to monitor to somebody to come back around on the other side and, do you have this individual enrolled in your university? So there's a process there. Meanwhile, this person is long gone, potentially, if they actually use their real identity. So that's a major thing that we have to build in. One other thing I will add within, and it goes back to the financial, within money, bills, actual paper bills. I've had a few customers who are the national banks. I was told many years ago when I first dealt with them that roughly 5% of every paper dollar on the street is fake, which means every one of us has had fake money in our hands at some point and didn't know it, and we're passing it.
Yeah.
And they have that, it's in their mindset. They can't do anything about it. I was at an event at one of their entities when they were launching out a new bill. They were redesigning a bill, and they had a picture of it on the board before we were going on the press list. And I was sitting there in the audience, and it was covered. And I said, "Why is that covered?" They said, "Because within 24 hours when we announce this, the fake one will be on the street. Within 24 hours." So that's something that we're not able to address to a certain extent, but that's something that's ongoing. That's that's again
So
real
it's
life.
like bad guys are like 10 times faster than the good ones. Yeah. And coming to very sensitive and fragile industries like healthcare, wherein it's like really humans at the end of the day impacted. So what are your views on having this large amount of data that these industries generate, and how this so-called AI we can really use, making sure that, you know, at least we save that sensitive area.
I hope it can, because if you heard my earlier panel discussion, that there's a lot of devices that are internet or web enabled within the hospitals that are not protected and are open to the environment, that are having data exfiltrated out through them to malicious actors. So I hope there's some level that they can do that, because we're not even sure that you can tie directly the damage to that until something happens to somebody with somebody's identity, or, you know, even in the drug world, they were saying this is a way that we can, the drug and the food world, where someone can mix or attack that entity and then adjust the recipe so that now you're poisoning people. There's no really way to monetize that or identify a real amount, other than that it's a number beyond, because you're going to have casualties. So it's I know that we don't necessarily talk about it a lot, because it just, again, it scares people, and it's the, you know, the sky is falling. It's not falling, but we can address this. But hopefully technology will have an ability to address that, because they're still trying to do that. So,
yeah, because though one side it is very powerful, the flip side is very risky.
Yes, yes.
Anything you would like to add?
That's true. It's very difficult to come to a model that can be 100% protective at the end of the day. Organizations are always, should have always their own audit in a way or another.
Yeah.
And they need to identify the vulnerabilities as much as possible, collaborate with the regulatory bodies in a way or another to come up with certain framework to protect their assets and their people. But, and this is where the technology is trying to accelerate this audit processes and make it much more easier in a way or another. Because even in healthcare or in banking or in any industry, what these models and AI is giving to you an incident that could be a real incident, genuine incident, or a genuine transaction, and can be also a false and fraud transaction. So imagine, for example, I will go back to the banking sector. There is a general, very easy rule that is used, they call it velocity. The velocity means is you have a transaction happening now in, say, London, and you are in Dubai. The last transaction happened 2 hours ago. There is no way that you have traveled to London and you have made this transaction and so. But it could be that you give your car to your wife. And at the end of the day, and she is there in London enjoying the shopping as well. So it could be a genuine transaction that happened. Okay, I'm sorry that I said you give your car to your wife, not the other way around, because it's not always the case.
You said that. I didn't say that.
So so at the end, it's a balance between different aspects, between the customer's experience, between the prevention rules that you need to take, and also how much you are ready to spend on these prevention frameworks that you need to put, because in some countries they don't have even these budgets to do this, and also in another way, also the awareness and knowledge, and how your maturity is evolving with the time to understand and able to audit and identify the vulnerabilities to, you can act quickly to it, and how responsive you are if the incident happens as well. Yes. With all of this, you create a proper framework that can react to the incidents when it happens and protect for whatever the known, I would say, non-risks in a way or another. Risk in fraud management, risk management is a continuous exercise at all levels, at the country level and even at the personal level. Yeah. So this is a continuous evolved act that needs to continue, and with the help of technology, this audit or this readiness tests that the organizations are making makes it more faster than it used to be before.
Yeah, and there could be audits, and in our world we would say red and blue exercises, attacking, paying somebody or have internal people attack your environment and see where the weaknesses are, so we understand what to plug and what to fix. So
we have been just hearing and seeing in the movies about the ethical hacking and hackers. Does it really happen in real, especially for government agencies or the government offices?
Oh yeah.
It does happen.
Oh yes.
Because
yes.
we just see it in the movie, and
some of that is a little
for layman at least.
The grain of salt with how they were able to do some of them, but yes, that actually does happen. It is so. Just imagine. I will use. I don't know. I won't use anybody specifically, but I'll say, just think of one of the larger countries, more financially bound countries in Europe or whatever, and their national state house. If you can imagine that the attackers are roughly attacking them 1 million or so times plus every day. They're banging on that door. And the challenge with cyber is they only have to be right one time.
Yeah.
Just once. And they're doing it millions of times from all locations all over the world are banging on that door. And now multiply that by all of those major houses, state houses across the world, in every country. And just imagine that. They just have to be right one time. So, yes.
Yeah. So while topic is too interesting, and I'm sure you have many stories, but unfortunately it's time's up on the screen. But any questions from the audience for both the gentlemen?
They have to use as a proactive stuff, because there are plenty of quotations nowadays for a product things, right? Especially on the government work. So what do you guys recommend? This is mandatory. Forget about the government of USA or UK or Asia, or doesn't matter. But these are standard things. For example, nowadays we're coming up accepting the cookies is under user thing, right? So user can allow cookies, user can deny cookies, all these things is there. So when a startup trying to apply for a government proposal, what are the minimum things, the basic things which must be there?
I think, and I know it's different for every country, but there should, I don't know, some countries offer that, some don't. I know in the US there's a small business administration scenario where they can help with a lot of that and give you some funding to do some of those things, but knowing that I know some folks in India, I will get back to you personally about that.
Thank you so much.
I think we are running out of
Yes,
time. We understand.
thank you very much. We've come towards the end of this panel discussion. Thank you very much to our moderator. Thank you, Prachi Devakar, our panelist, Sean A. Cooper, and thank you, Ala Yusuf. Thank you very, very much. All of you, please put your hands together. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our next panel discussion session. The topic is blockchain and cross-industry collaboration, unlocking the new opportunities and partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, in this, I would like to welcome our moderator, Sankar Ganesh, on stage, please. The technical director. Can we have, Mr. Sankar Ganesh, Technical Director of UTH Dave Holdings Software Services India Private Limited. He is our moderator. And our panelists are Siddharth, the CEO of Killa.io. Then we have Yu Chang Lim, the Chief Business Officer of Orion, Michael Doherty, the CEO of Doherty Capital LLC, Mohit Singh Sengar, Chief Technology Officer of Invathu Technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, please, all of you, put your hands together for our panelists and moderator. Gentlemen, please, audience, thank you. We'll be having a couple of more panel discussion as well. And then it will be the end of day 3 of Internet 2.0 conference. So all of you enjoy this panel discussion.
Hello. So good evening, everybody. We won't take much of your time, even though it's 40 minutes, but we don't want to bore everyone. So I'll come up with clear things. So it's a clear agenda. So we will be talking only few things. So first thing, let me give everyone to explain themselves why these gentlemen are here, because they have expertise in blockchain. They are the people who are working in blockchain in different industries, gaming, finance, lots of things they are doing it, so they can explain their use cases. I mean, not the use cases, their actual work, and along with their stuff and things. And then we will go with why this blockchain needs to collaborate with other technology. For example, people 2 days or 3 days, predominantly coming is AI, okay? Apart from AI, what are the things blockchain can merge, and what is the scope of those things? Why we need to merge blockchain with other technology? So second thing that we're going to discuss. And third thing is why people needs to move from this current trend to blockchain, because still people using the traditional communication stuff, right? So if you ask people, are you using Web 3.0, are you using this browser, that browser, still they're using old things. So why we need to look ourselves to migrate thing. And in terms, the fourth one, the final one, is what are challenges, key challenges for the organizations to migrate to blockchain platforms. So these only 4 things we'll be discussing today, and I won't take much time now. I'll pass the ball to the guys, so the guys can explain about yourself, and then the current way of using blockchain in your business. Should I go? So yeah, my name is Sid Ugranka. I'm CEO, co-founder of Kila.io. We are a managed service for blockchain technology, focusing on enterprise use cases. The reason we are doing this is primarily because a lot of the options in the enterprise space rely on layer 1, layer 2 networks, and we have adopted open source tech, which is called Hyperledger Fabric, and then we have built a product on Hyperledger Fabric, and the whole premise of the product is to provide enterprise managed service for blockchain technology. In my opinion, I feel that blockchain the evolution of blockchain will require integration with other tech, especially AI.
We'll talk about that one. We'll first talk about the industry. So I got the industry that you're applying for enterprise. So you're using Hyperledger, some open source framework.
Yeah.
But let's come back to other things again.
Hello everyone. So I am Mohit Singh Sengar, co-founder and CTO for Invathu Technologies. So we are in the blockchain industry from many years. We are building a blockchain-based review system based on the Near protocol. It is actually going to impact the market very hugely. It is going to improve the trust in the reviews that is currently there in the market in the different systems. So all the traditional systems like TripAdvisor, Yelp has some kind of security, but it's not on the blockchain, it's not on a public ledger, so it's not trustable. So we are going to bring the immutable review system, enhance privacy and the security on this space. So yeah, that's what we are doing right now.
Thank you so much for the point.
Yeah, my name is Talal Habib. I'm the CEO and founder of Sugista Studio, which is a gaming development studio. So we are into the Web3 gaming. So the integration of the blockchain, it will be like a dream for all the gamers, because they will have a digital ownership of their assets, which was seek a lot to for players. They're trying to get ownership of their digital assets, but that wasn't possible without the technology of the blockchain. So there are too many other advantages as well, especially specifically in the gaming industry, for example. There is an interoperability. You can use even the assets in different platforms, different even games that wasn't possible. And there is like a new economy. Even the players can make money from the gaming as well. So the advantages is way, important for the players and for the gamers specifically. Yeah, that's basically on the gaming. We'll talk in more details. Yeah, of course, after that.
So, I'm Yujo, Chief Business Officer of Orion. So what we do at Orion is that we're a liquidity aggregator. And what that means is that we aggregate liquidity from centralized and decentralized sources as well in a completely decentralized manner. That is to say, today, if you're in blockchain for financial services, you have centralized and decentralized exchanges. But what happens is that many people have many different accounts across the different exchanges. So what we do is that we bring the best of both worlds together. So that is just one part of the business. So now with our SDK, what we do is that with our SDK, if you're looking to build a decentralized, or rather a DeFi protocol, what you can do is that you can use our liquidity, and we solved that part of the problem already. Then you can focus on the other aspects of the business, whether the marketing or what chain you want to be on, and so on and so forth. So that's, in a nutshell, what we do at Orion.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Doherty, CEO of Doherty Capital. We are an investment firm which invests into blockchain technology, and we're also an end user as we're developing some blockchain usage ourselves. And that's, I suppose, that's what we do in a nutshell. We're investors.
Thank you, but what makes you to use blockchain?
I strongly believe that the use for blockchain technology and crypto into the future can be harmonized in so many ways. So we will develop, we're looking to develop a token which will run on the blockchain for like an impact token into social housing, into green energy, and that's the area we're looking to focus on. We also invested into a game which has been developed, which has a neuroscience attached to the end of it, which will also run on blockchain technology. So there's a massive interest from our sector.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this question why I brought in is to make sure how blockchain is diversified, because this gentleman is using an enterprise, this gentleman is using for a review system. Rather, we traditionally know for review system, the obvious thing is natural language processing, right? The AI, the last 2 days, or even on the thing, it's ruling, right? But there are other things is always there, and that gentleman is using for gaming, and the two gentlemen are using for finance and gaming as well. So the blockchain is diversified this thing. So we are already moving these things. We're not talking about the future use cases. So people are already proven. That's why they have been using it day to day. Good thing. So now coming back to the things, guys, you using it on various purposes here, enterprise, all these things. So which kind of things that blockchain needs to combine? For example, AI, IoT, big data. So I mean, is it blockchain can survive still alone, or it should be clubbed with other technology in your working profession? That will be helpful.
So in my opinion, and I'll speak mainly from the enterprise, direction. At the end of the day, blockchain is a database, right? And it's a database that provides trust, information, like what Mohit is doing with his company. And the whole objective is that, the information that is being provided is authentic and trustworthy, and nobody's tampered with it, right? So all the technologies that are dealing with data, even the previous panel, for example, it was a big security, data analytics on security, and then you can apply the application aspect of it, such as AI. but it has to boil down to something that provides a level of trust, which is basically what blockchain is for. And then there are different versions of it, right? So there's the public aspect of blockchain, which is more which kind of democratizes the data. But there are projects going on, such as Solana, for example, in the public domain, and where they use something known as proof of stake, which kind of is like a pseudo centralized federated system, because that gives roughly explained, it gives access to a small group of people to basically make decisions on the chain. So Bitcoin is the only truly decentralized network right now, and hence it's like facing with the the blockchain trilemma, which can be discussed another time. But it's important that businesses and services that provide either certifiable information or authentic information has to provide it from a source which is immutable and trustworthy.
So what I understood is from your conversation, I would like to summarize for audience that blockchain, along with encryption and you want to connect blockchain with the crypto technologies, basically.
Yeah, like for example, AI, right? AI is responsible for some great things, but it's also responsible for deep fakes, right? I was reading about a deep fake situation where this guy in Hong Kong attended a video conference where every single attendee was a deep fake, and he transferred $25 million because they told him to do that. Okay. And so, so blockchain is something that can play a pivotal role in preventing such things, when people are trying to basically scam money.
Okay. So it's not only the blockchain, from your perspective, it can be combined with data analytics and data identify. So once you analyze the data, then you identify and then do all the crypto
Precisely,
stuff, right?
yeah.
Good. So other angle with regards to technology,
so I
merging
think, so when you ask that whether blockchain is going to survive in the coming years, I believe blockchain is going to outdate all the traditional systems. So for example, right now businesses, when there is, so if we talk about our business model, companies are like artificially inflating the reviews with the fake reviews and all those things, which is like impacting their customers, and sometimes there is no trust on those reviews, and due to that hotels getting impacted, businesses getting impacted, and blockchain is going to bring that missing piece in the internet, that is trust. Right. So, for example, every transaction that is going to be recorded on the public ledger is immutable. It cannot be changed. So, you cannot give the review on a business until you have a proof that this review is linked with an actual transaction or actual purchase of the product or the service. So that is how you are going to remove all these fake reviews, artificially inflating the public reputation of the business, those kind of stuff. So I think blockchain is going to outdate all this old system. There is also reward kind of system where we can reward for actual thoughtful and useful reviews. And that is there because it is going to anyway impact the society and give a better insights about the business. So there is a reward system where the user who has given a very detailed review is going to get the tokens and earn the money. So that is how I think blockchain is going to impact the billions of businesses in a very major way.
Okay. So summarized thing is, so blockchain needs to combine with AI and then to make the data authentic. So
yeah, and it is going to bring the trust that is missing.
I think it's also the other way. The technologies also need to combine with blockchain.
Blockchain, okay.
Right?
Okay.
It's because
okay.
blockchain is just going to be like, hey, I'm here.
Okay, being a
you
battery addition to
right?
blockchain, I understand being a battery addition to blockchain, you want all technology to pull blockchain. I mean, the question should be drifted like blockchain is a magnet which must attract all the things. Okay, good. I'll come back to that like, from your perspective, gentlemen.
Yes, in addition to that, as they said, the guys, it will have, there will be trust, right, using the technology. And blockchain is, there's a transparency, which is very important. And from transparency, like every transaction is registered. For example, when it comes to the gaming, let's say, right, the NFTs or the digital assets, the characters, for example, in game. As you mentioned that we can use it in data analytics, right? Mm. So I can know that and this character, for example, how many times it's been sold before. Mm. So, after a while, for example, you will have a data, right? So you have a kind of data analytics. Now you can't even if something, something was sold from one guy to another, how can you verify that? How can you don't have even a ledger for all these transactions, right? But the blockchain gives the ability of the transparency that all these transactions has already been registered in the blockchain, and you can even go back and look at the history of this specific digital item.
Okay.
Which will be amazing in data analytics and marketing as well. You will know which things is working and which is not.
Okay, again, it's purely on making data refinement, okay? So first it is on analysis phase, now it's going to refinement phase. Good. From you?
I think as far as blockchain goes, it's really just storage of data. But at the end of the day, what are we going to do with this data that we have? Well, the question isn't really can blockchain survive on its own? But what is it going to do if it's on its own? Nothing. It's just like a museum of records that hold everything together. But you still need people to come in and take a look at these things that you've kept, right? So blockchain to me started as Roblox.
Okay.
Then today it is DeFi. Tomorrow it could be real world assets, and I hope it is. So it really depends on how we want to use it instead of, being superficially say, blockchain does this and does that. And like, how are we really using it? Like, what is the actual use case of it? I think that is how I would approach this.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you.
Well, I suppose looking at it from a financial background, I look at it completely different than here, where I can see the use case for blockchain. But if I can compare it to something else, if we go back 40 years ago and we look at the car industry, when they came up with safety aspects within a car, the manufacturers were open about it to make sure it was safe across all cars, like safety belts, tensions, airbags, ABS. Until the industry really opens itself up across the board, I think we're always going to struggle. We need some kind of regulation around it. Although it's supposed to be decentralized, we do need some regulation around it. And apart from that, the regulatory and legal framework that you have to work in is a minefield. So although the blockchain technology may work, but when you add it with something as crypto or data collection, it's then a minefield. So if I want to use blockchain technology to NFT all property sales, which is going to be deharmonized and then sold through a token, it's virtually impossible, purely because land registry offices cannot cope with so many transactions of daily sales and buys of tokens, so the ownership is constantly changing. So where the idea is fantastic, but the harmonization across different sectors is where we need to be looking. So where you're looking at it all from a different point, I'm banging my head off a wall and a lawyer telling me, no, you can't do it. I'm saying, why? The technology is here, we can do it. So it's to find a framework, and then you're trying to build trust, you're trying to do DAOs, you're putting in investment managers. You have to go through a whole area to get to what should be simple.
So to that, Michael, wasn't that what the evolution of email, for example, right? It started off as it disrupted the entire messaging infrastructure, like the post office and stuff, and then they had to bring regulation around it for spam and that kind of stuff, right? So do you think that blockchain is in that? I'm sorry, I'm asking my question.
No problem. It's an open space, man.
No, I totally agree. But if we look at email today, I'm considerably older than most people here, and I feel it, right? But when the computers started coming out, like offices were going to be paperless. I still go through as much paper today, and now I have a hard copy of it, I have it on the computer, I have it saved in blockchain. So look at school, look at the education system when we talk about emails. They're still teaching kids how to write. What's their handwriting like? They're not using calculators. Okay, I have kids and they're using iPads in school, but only for some lessons. It's making it a bit easier. I do think we are going in the right path, but I think we're doing it extremely slow and difficult. And I truly believe that until the marketplace opens up and starts sharing the information between each other, we're always going to struggle, because there we go, there's blockchain, it can do fantastic things, but you ain't seen what I'm going to do. I'm keeping it for myself and we're going to develop it. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's what my next question coming up actually. You actually open up my next question, might make my job easy actually. The reason is, as you rightly said, migrating people from, that's what my third question in the agenda, right? Migrating the things, not only for the organization, for the end users, everybody, right? When you're migrating from post office to email, you're giving a confidence to people that it's using SMTP, right? Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. There is, I mean, even the common layman, that period of time, doesn't read all the things, okay? But still they're saying something is there, SMTP, similar like a policeman. Well, same, I mean, they goes like the security and all these things comes up. So that kind of things, we want to understand, if you guys have moved into different diversion of domains, so what you guys advise for the upcoming people sitting here to work, for example, in the fintech or in the game or in entrepreneur stuff or anything on collecting the data from users. So should I, if I'm going to start a product or if I'm going to do these things, what are the proactive steps I need to do or migration steps required to do these things so that I can convincingly pull my customers, pull my counterpart and others to investors to trustly do these things? Because the one example that the gentleman has told, right? I mean, they're giving token, which is one of the things like protocol, right? So we can go with this word trust and protocol and stuff. Similar like when you use your card, right? Wherever you go, you use the card across the world, and then they say that this is given by MasterCard, Visa card, RuPay, Americans, Ryanair Club, whatever it is. You're trusting that, right? Those kind of things that what I'm trying to say to these people. What kind of things the people needs to do in their product in order to migrate to a blockchain and make use of them effectively? I'll start from this time from that direction.
I'd prefer if you started that direction, but okay. Look, I suppose from where I sit, it's to know exactly what you want to do and then surround yourself with the right people like we have here. For someone like myself, I'm not a tech guy. I invest in tech. You know, I go to the people like I have here.
I mean, you can also communicate from an investor's perspective, what makes you to invest on, I mean, when they're explaining the solution, right? Because you're coming out, this guy's coming out from the box, because the traditional platform is different and your platform is different. So why you are, I mean, if you are able to invest it, then that, I mean, the people here can pull other investors also on their product, similar kind of ideas.
Look, depending, each investor is going to be different, or each investment company is going to be different. They will have their own set of standards on what they're looking for and what they like. You know, I'm not going to invest in something I don't like and don't understand. Do I really understand blockchain? I have a good idea, but exactly the people you have sitting here are the exact people I would go to and say, this is after coming in front of me. I like the sound of it. Do you think it's viable? Is it going to work? It's surrounding yourself, from someone like myself, it's surrounding yourself with the right people. That's the key for me.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you so much for the nice answer, because people who are going to develop the products, not only in blockchain, on anything, when we say, I tried so much of demos, so much of people I tried, but I'm still getting my zero investors. But the thing, as he rightly said, you must, before presenting your product demo or prototype, before going to investor, you must understand what was the thing expected from the investor perspective. And you say, I'm using blockchain, I'm using AAA. It's not like that. It's actually, we need to get the investor mindset and use attractive stuff. Thank you so much for the answer.
I think coming from a banking background to Web3 finance today, what I can say is this. So it's funny to me that post-COVID, probably like 3 months ago when I went back to the bank just to do something simple, it wasn't simple. It took me quite a while. And if I think, no, I don't think, but it happens, and if the same thing that is done on blockchain financially, so much faster. That's it. It's done. I snap my fingers, it's done. So the thing is this, regardless of the product or industry that you're in, I think, you know, it doesn't hurt to really take a second to reflect, like, what is not going right. You know, a lot of times I speak with people, regardless of industries, and they say, my business is not doing good, and so on and so forth, but do you really think why? Are you too slow? How can we speed that up? I think COVID was a very, very good lesson for all of us because we were all locked in our own homes. And then businesses had to think of what to do. And I'm really thankful for this technology because it helped us in so many different ways. And the businesses that are around until today are the businesses that have, I would say evolved, but has actually taken the initiative to change.
Okay.
And that is all done through blockchain technology.
Okay, so you mean to say that, the change is very, very critical. After COVID, we are forced to do lots of changes.
Oh, positive.
Okay, good.
Yes, in my opinion, simplicity and awareness.
Okay.
Those are two of the most important things because, if you dive deep into the blockchain, it's very complex. It's a very complex technology, right? And very complicated for people who's not enthusiast about the technology. Nobody would even care how this thing is working, right? So what we need to do is the awareness because, the value and the advantages of the blockchain is massive for all type of industry, whether it's like, supply chain, real estate.
Real estate, agriculture, wherever it is.
Everything, exactly. So what we need to do is to make it as simple as possible for the people to understand. So by laying out the advantages, which is very important. And secondly, what's happening in the space, specifically like, in the last couple of years, the people who's into the blockchain and the Web3 space, they realize that, in order to get the adoption of the people, then we need to make it simple. We need to avoid like the jargon of the blockchain and this terminology, the gas fees. Nobody would care, especially the consumer, the regular consumer, right? So there are actually several, platforms they have developed like software development kits, like SDKs, that's going to be easy to implement into your website, for example, or into your business. So, when I want to convert my business to migrate to the blockchain, I will just use the SDK. And I think Sid is providing something, similar to that, which is amazing, right? And there are other platforms that are doing the same for, different industries. So in my opinion, this is a very important thing in order for the people to see the advantages and to migrate, it has to be as seamless as possible. Like gaming, right? For example, in gaming, the regular gamer, if you overwhelm him with this terminology and with this, jargon about the blockchain and to go to centralized exchange and then to the decentralized, nobody will even play the game, right? They will delete it immediately. So what needs to be done, everything has to be done in the back end. And once the people who they try the technology, they try it out and see how it is beneficial and how it's add values to the businesses, then they will have the curiosity to even learn about it more and more, and that's how we advance, in my opinion.
Thank you, Talal. That's why at this time I voluntarily pushed direction, because from the investor point of view, what was the thing mostly what we think is most startups, I'm not blaming all the people, most startups, when they want to start an organization, most entrepreneurs, they say, I want to use latest technologies. Right? They want to put in their brochure to the investors and to the consumers saying that my product, this particular watch is using AI, big data analytics, data things, all the jargon wants to put, and then make everyone confused, starting from the investor and the end users and even their team members also. So to get clarity, you absolutely come up with a nice thing that we stuck to be in the premise and then what we need, and then make use of the clear points and then do things. And SDK things, I'll definitely come back to you. So once I'm done, I'll add them further. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think I can explain this whole blockchain thing in very simple terms. Two financial people are sitting here, and I can take that example. So for example, if you send or give a money to the bank, you record it on your registry or the ledger on your side, and the bank record it on their side on some ledger. So this record, one copy is on your side, one copy is on the bank side. Now it is like we are agreeing on some mutual trust. It's like just doing a pinky promise to a big bank that you are going to keep my money safe. You have the record on your ledger, I have the record on my ledger. But there is no trust. There is no third authority who is going to, like, let's say if I deny that, no, I have given the much bigger amount than this is, and I can temper my ledger, right? It's in the same way, bank can temper the ledger and say that, hey, I never received your money. So there is no trust. That is, what if there is a public ledger in the common space? So when you do some changes, or the bank do some changes, it's automatically updated in that ledger. That is public ledger. That is actually blockchain. And these agreements are actually contracts, smart contracts, which are self-executable. So there are rules. Whenever you give the money, it is going to be deducted from your account. It is going to be sent to the bank account. So this smart contracts and the public ledger is the basic backbone of the blockchain. And that is how we are building the trust in that system.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's helpful for my next question in particular, but I'll ask this guy to finish his.
Mohit, I have so many thoughts about what you just said, because I've been on like a world tour, and I'm totally with Michael on this. Governments are not going to allow blockchain to replace this banking infrastructure that they have taken thousands of years to build, right? It's just not going to happen. And they're going to definitely find. And also, as the benefits of blockchain, there's a lot of things that people use blockchain for like to do bad things, right? So you have to be aware of that. Coming to your question, I think from a starting a company standpoint, what a founder needs to look at is relevant technology, right? For example, in 2015, we were using machine learning for analytics, for data analytics in IT security, and we used a platform called Splunk, and they provided out-of-the-box machine learning, right? Sean is like laughing because he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And so the point was that nobody thought about OpenAI, right, in 2015. The second thing is that you have to be able to survive the period when your technology adoption is irrelevant, because that's going to be your biggest gamble, right? So in my case, working inside blockchain and not going towards a solution-based and working on the infrastructure is a big gamble. Because on the flip side, if blockchain doesn't take off or Bitcoin goes to 5,000, it's going to kill the industry. It's going to slow the industry down further. And that's exactly what happened with 2021, when when Bitcoin crashed, FTX happened in 2002, investors, just ran away, right? And so what has come out of it is this amazing, intention to help people, right? So we work with this US-based company where they want, they want to provide, minority genome data for pharmaceutical testing, right? Because 90% of all the genome data available today is white European male. So that's one of the reasons why people are like, hey, the COVID vaccine, like it didn't work in many cases, right? And these are the kind of reasons. So coming back to the question, like as a founder, you have to be able to survive that gestation period, and OpenAI did that, right? They've sold their house multiple number of times for that company, and when they figured out the right moment to launch it, they did, and it's changed everything, the way we think about technology, and so on. So it's important that you believe in the technology, what you're looking at, and you don't worry about investors, one-time investors, like I want to talk about all those investors who put money in FTX, and now they sit down and then they give you gyan on, we want something that has scalability and, it could land you on the moon kind of idea.
Good. Thank you so much, guys. You want to add anything before I summarize?
Means one more thing I wanted to add is, like, other than the trust that blockchain brings into this banking or any other kind of system, it's actually fast. So for example, if I have to transfer the money now to my friend in America, it is going to take 2-3 days using the SWIFT. If there is a weekend, then it is going to take 1 week. But this is going to be outdated and become it's just going to work only with the traditional systems. Bitcoin and blockchain, I don't think it is going to be zero in any near future. For that, you have to turn down the internet of whole world. So it is not possible. So this speed of the transfer of the money, that is also solved by the blockchain. So I think that is the two major problems that is the banking industry is facing, and I think we can solve it using the blockchain.
Thank you. To summarize for the startup people, not only startup people, any organization wants to develop a product by tagging that hashtag of blockchain. From the technical perspective, people saying that we must choose, there is some period like OpenAI, he told, that there is some right time to launch is very key, important. Forget about the other area happening, about the next happening in the invention room. So the invention room is like a isolated room. You forget about other things, no factors. And from Talal was very clear, you might be on the point, on the premise, and from these people, gentlemen, they're saying that all these things will be nicely evolved when you focus on these things. Don't worry about the external things. Do it to your product. Make sure that the product having the right hashtag, not including all the jargons. So that's what I feel.
Yeah, I want to add to Michael's, I don't want to hijack the thing, so if you guys have anything. But we're the same generation, right? I think, maybe like you're about 5 years younger to me.
I think you've been pretty kind. Look, I'm going to get you that beer afterwards anyway, so look, you can be honest here.
So, personally, I think we are the last generation, right? This is the generation that started in the 80s, that saw the dot-com boom, that saw the Web 2 boom, the banking collapse, the innovation of Bitcoin. I mean, everything's happened in the past 30 years, right? And I think, my daughter's generation, she's 11, I think that generation is reaping the benefits of these 30 years. We look at it from a very granular perspective by saying things like, I don't want a token, right? But if that becomes a reality and a norm for the next generation, there's nothing we can do about it. And it doesn't necessarily have to work in every industry vertical, right? Blockchain doesn't need to impact everything, but if it impacts something, then I think...
No, look, I agree. And I think we need to put in perspective here. We're talking about a very short period of time where we've moved so far. Blockchain has proven itself. It's a supply chain management system with fantastic verification end-to-end. It did very well for VE chain with putting the vaccinations out across the globe. You look at IBM, they ship all their stuff through it. Lufthansa is using it. People are using it every day without even knowing they're using it. And I think that's the definition of something works well.
Yes.
It truly does. And I think we need to put it in perspective. When we talk about blockchain, we talk about crypto, and we talk about, rug pulls and money being lost. It still doesn't come close to what we lost in the banking system last year with banking collapses.
Oh, definitely.
Unfortunately, we're a victim of our own success because with blockchain and your social media, people tend to believe what they read and not look at the true facts here.
Yes.
So
Nobody has time to verify
we've got to put it in
it.
perspective as well. And that's where it comes into play when we have experts like this that we can refer to. From an investor's perspective, we can see exactly what we're going to get into. And you can get that, let's call it what we would call a slap in the face of reality and say, actually, okay, I was looking at it from the wrong angle. So it's very true, Sid, what you're saying. We are the last of the generation, and I bet that your child, when it picked up that iPad, instantly knew how to use it. I'm still trying to figure out how I charge it,
Thank you so much, Mike and Sid. You guys brought a good clarity of what is required and all these things. It's really good. And since you started with our things, right, Hyperledger, all these things, I'll quickly give one minute for these people, just to tech people. What kind of, because people if they want to use it in the enterprise, they can go for Hyperledger, they can search something, and then similarly through that open source stuff, so that the people can take it as a motive, and then they can search for the internet, and then they can study things. So if you are okay with that thing.
Yeah, I mean, our platform's open source. So our entire objective is open source. It's to share the knowledge.
Just tell them the technology so that they can search.
Okay. So we use Hyperledger Foundation. This is a project that was started by the Linux Foundation in 2015. It was adopted by IBM, Accenture, and they built out this enterprise use case. It's not the best selection of open source software for something like this, for enterprise, but there's nothing that comes close to it from...
Okay. Thank you so much for other thing.
So we are currently using the near blockchain, but we have some of our own other old apps that is built on Ethereum network and the Solana network. So these are the three main blockchains we are using for building our products.
Mohit, let's make it 4, okay, now?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. We will collaborate.
Mohit is giving all the things for all the people. Okay.
Yeah, you know what we're trying to do is to give value for the gamers, right? In terms of the gaming industry, to show them the value of using the blockchain, that it's giving a value that wasn't even existing. You know, when people realize that there are too many things into the blockchain, the value and the advantages that even wasn't existing before that technology, then the light bulb will light, right? And there's, oh, that's how it's done. So, you know, it's about awareness, because most of the people who say blockchain, it's Bitcoin, right?
Yes.
That's what they know.
That's the only thing.
It's a crypto.
It's, Bitcoin crypto.
Exactly, and it's a very small use case, actually.
Yes.
So if we give the awareness and show the people what, you know, how can you get value after that, then the adoption will happen, definitely.
I'll give you time after this gentleman is done.
Is the question, how are they going to use my technology?
Sorry, it's a question?
Was your question, how are they going to use my technology?
Yes, I mean, if I want to do something blockchain, where should I start? As from a developer perspective,
okay.
they can, because this gentleman has nicely brought in that Hyperledger framework, right? So
okay.
those kind of things.
If you were to ask a non-techie, outsource it. Ask the experts. And it's true, because, you know, as a business guy, there's only so much I know. And I know things from the business perspective. You know, I had a very interesting conversation with the team just a while back, and we were actually debating what's the next thing we're going to do. Then we talk about the kind of technology we're going to adopt. And then us, the business guys, we just came in and said, you know what, that's the easy side of things. Let's not even talk about that. Let's talk about what we are going to be, who we are going to be, and what problems are we going to solve. I think, you know, if someone wants to start in blockchain, and how should they get started? Like, why do you even want to do it in the first place? It's because it's fancy? Are you reinventing the wheel, or, you know, is there a problem that really exists? Because if there's no problem, then you are probably the problem.
Thank you so much for the genuine, from the heart answer. Really, I like that answer. Mike, anything you want to add for the people to?
Look, all I would say is know where you want to start and know where you want to end, and then find these guys to tell you how it happens in the middle.
Good.
And
collaboration is the key.
Exactly, and you know, don't reinvent the wheel here. What you're going to do has to fix the solution. Don't just do something for the sake of doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with everyone who said here. Absolutely.
Good. To summarize, guys, I mean, everything starts with pilation and stuff. Even the personal experience from my side, in 2008, actually, when I surprised to, I was mainly work on EJP stuff, Java, J2EE stuff, Java, on full things, and people asking me to just take an interview on Java, then they put me in Android. And that time, nobody, if I say I'm working as an Android guy, they ask what is Android, this kind of things. The device, right? You actually told, I'm also from your era. Okay, hashtag me also. And that time the devices, it's coming from UK and India. I mean, the device is not kept like this, like a mobile phone. It kept with a small kind of velvet cloth. On top of that, we'll put there, and then once we finish the work, we need to close. We'll put that in the cabin, and then we need to close, and then the key needs to handle to the security kind of things. But now I see the devices are there in everyone's packet, even more than one devices. I saw Mike has 2 or 3 devices in his packet yesterday. I'm very happy that how the things has been evolved from 2008 to 2024. Similarly, I expect the blockchain will do from 2024 to some now, and it will definitely come back, guys.
Do you have, I have a very interesting story about when I started my first business. I'll just take a few minutes.
I think we already running out of time. Maybe you can take a minute of time so that guys will be there.
Do you have any questions, anyone? Yeah.
So, I think, you should probably hear me. I think there was a question about why and or the collaboration with blockchain and this automatic crypto, and then how the government may or may not, how the government may or may not approve it as an ongoing solution. Now, we all know blockchain is, in its heart, is there for the right reasons. I can tell you, Some of the governments are working on that because the financial certs, the financial law enforcement folks of the government are looking at ways and how can they monitor some of those things for illicit transactions. So once they get to the point of being able to solve that, then we may see that adoption. But until then, much like with some other things we talked about the other day about marijuana and certain entities, now they're allowing certain levels of government to tax. Once they figure out how to monetize it and regulate it, then it'll get approved. But it's still an ongoing thing. So how do you think they might be able to do some of that?
So I think the Bitcoin ETF is a step in the right direction because the whole objective was that the reason why people use the crypto landscape so that they don't have to pay banking fees, they don't have to go through the banks, they could transact peer-to-peer. But then when general public started getting into Bitcoin as an investment vehicle, people were basically cashing in the Bitcoin for actual currency which belonged to the US government, right? So that actually raised alarms, right? Because if Bitcoin existed if you didn't have to pay US dollars to buy Bitcoin or get US dollars to buy Bitcoin, the government would not care about it, right? Because that bullion has its value only within the network. But the bad actors in that network were using Bitcoin to take payment, and then they were basically encashing it for US dollars, which is the end game for them. So ETFs are ways in which 90 to 95% of the people that own Bitcoin, who are retail investors, can actually come in and they can transact on the exchange. They can use their currency on the exchange. I was reading an article that now there's an Ethereum ETF coming out in the month of May. So this public-private public collaboration. So by public I mean these Bitcoin networks. The private are the retail investors, and the public is the government. This collaboration is what's going to drive this understanding that everybody trusts each other. The KYC is done. That's what will drive.
Yeah, I have something to say about that. Actually, the adoption in terms of a centralization technology, that would happen definitely, and it's happening right now. The problem is with the decentralization thing and the blockchain, right? Not only with the government, even with the social media, for example. Like, imagine that, the followers that you have in LinkedIn or in Instagram, for example, those are your followers, right? So if you move to another platform, you can move them with you as well. But, now, people, they don't want to let control, right? They want to control things. And it's all about power, so it's going to be very hard. This is actually a very complex issue because in terms of like decentralization and decentralization, okay, the technology itself, I think the adoption will be huge in technology in terms of centralization. Like hospital, for example, it has to be centralization because it's your file. You have to do the KYC, you have to have your name and everything else because, this, let's say, these numbers, like this wallet, it belongs to Sean, for example, right? So, and the technology is there, but then, it's done in a centralized matter. As what Sid said about the ETF, it's a very advanced move, I think, because, the only thing, if you think about it, Bitcoin is like, the father of decentralization, right?
Exactly.
It is, exactly. So, when they adopted and implemented the ETF, this is, I think, a very good step forward. And I think all depends what's coming up in November, next November, actually. That will shape a lot of things in the industry, I guess, right?
Thank you so much. I really like, because the EF for me, it's a jargon, but the LinkedIn, the social thing, it's a layman perspective, which clearly gives me a person kind of me, not from this particular things, right? So it's clearly giving that our data must be owned by ours. But these people, right, are using, they're getting the revenue by using our data because of the followers and stuff. The content, we are working for them indirectly, because when you try to post in the LinkedIn is actually getting, we trying to, a brand ambassador of LinkedIn without getting any single USD or something.
We are controlled by like 5 giants,
So
basically,
that customer of mine in the US who's doing this is actually, what they're doing is they want the person's blood sample and genome when the pharmaceutical companies come and they buy it, they want that person to get paid for it every time it gets used. So it's a very similar use case about how decentralization, is giving
pivotal
value.
role.
Yeah.
Good. I hope it answers your question, Sean.
Sort of, yes.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, guys? Okay.
I'll ask one. So, Sid, I think you mentioned blockchain is basically a database. That's what the core definition of blockchain is. And Mohit, I think you were mentioning public ledgers, especially around banking. So one of the things I keep coming back to, and we were discussing this in our panel as well, is privacy. If my data is part of a public ledger, how do I ensure privacy? Like, I don't want everybody to know my financial transactions. I don't want them to know my net worth. I don't want them to know where I'm headed to, which pub I'm paying a bill for. So what are the challenges you see, especially in end consumer applications?
In terms of what do you call the data, restricting for only for a certain group for read and write and control access, that's what you're trying to ask?
Yeah, because if it's a public ledger, everybody
Yes,
can read it. So right now, I only have to say trust one bank or multiple banks.
So they basically wants to summarize.
Yeah, so actually we are building, that will answer the solution that we are building. It's for the dispute resolution system that we are building. So there, if there is some controversial comments, so right now people hesitates to leave a review on a business or something because they worry about their identity getting public. So blockchain actually ensures that we verify you, we keep you anonymous, and at the same time maintain the integrity of the system. So there are ways to handle that, and there is no need of posting all the information on the public domain and all those stuff. So there is a way we can handle this kind of privacy concerns. So it will be enhanced with the help of blockchain.
So in blockchain, there's something known as a self-sovereign identity project, okay? And it's a free paper, you can download it. But the analogy is that, when you walk into a liquor store, the person asks you for an ID, you provide your driver's license to that ID, and then he looks at your name, your photograph, your birth date, your address, and everything, right? And that's information that's public. So what the SSI does is that there are three players in this triangle. There's a issuer, there's a verifier, and there's a recipient, right? Which is what they're doing. And what happens in that is that issuance of a SSI wallet happens once. And when someone asks you, are you 21 and over, that wallet actually self-authenticates that person's age, and without revealing any other information as part of that. And when data resides on the blockchain, it resides in an encrypted format, in a hash. So even if some hacker got into it, one is he'd have to know where to look, because you have independent decentralized nodes that sit in the network, and only they know how to speak to each other. And then if you're storing an image or a document, then it stores it in IPFS, which basically destroys the image when it stores it. So even if he gets one piece of the image, he's not going to be able to know what it is. And so that's what the privacy and security concerns are handled in blockchain.
Thank you, Sid, for taking me from Dubai to my PhD college, where I'm currently pursuing on this career, right? You're taking me there to do Merkle tree algorithm and all the stuff. Thank you so much on these things. Any other questions, guys? Thank you so much, all the gentlemen. And it's really good to have you guys on the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Shankar.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have another panel discussion, and this is going to be our last panel discussion. So I request everyone to please be over here. So the topic will be the tech revolution continues navigating the changing landscape in 2024 and beyond. And for this, we will be calling our panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Jaswant Kumar Arthala, the Director of Customer Success Loop, Nehul Goradia, Co-founder Enabler One, Arpit Dugar, founder of Lab of Future. All of you, please put your hands together for all our panelists. And this is going to be our last panel discussion. So thank you very much, all of you.
Good evening, everybody. Well, we are aware we are the last session of the day of the event. So we'll try and keep it short and sweet as much as possible, and so that you guys can head off and enjoy Dubai, and it's still good weather for the rest of the evening. So first and foremost, my name is Nehul Goradia. I'm the co-founder of a go-to-market advisory firm called Enabler One. I'll introduce us in terms of what we do, but please, I'd like my co-panelists to also just...
Hi, very good evening, everyone. Is the microphone working? Yeah. All right. So my name is Arpit Dugar, and I am founder and CEO of Lab of Future. We basically are into educational space, educational technology space, and the vision that drives us forward is creating a dent in the conventional education and try to bring in the skills which are required in the future. So for this panel discussion wherein technology revolution continues, there is a lot to contribute from the segment which usually industry doesn't focus on. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Jaswant Kumar. I'm working as Director Customer Success for a health assurance platform in India called Loop. So health assurance generally means an amalgamation of health insurance and healthcare together. We work in association with a lot of insurance companies, and we work in 3 different pillars. We have health insurance as the first pillar, which would enable all our users to utilize the hospitalization in terms of need. And we have also added another layer called claims advisor, who will visit the hospital and ensure that things are in place. The second pillar is ensuring unlimited primary healthcare that we are providing for all our users. And these are all virtual and in person. And thirdly, the third pillar is on technology part, wherein all of these services can be utilized with the use of one single app called Loop.
Yeah. Great. So the reason why I didn't introduce myself first is because I've got 2 far more super champions next to me, right? What Enabler One does, as I said, it's a go-to-market advisory firm. We only work within the B2B technology industry, where we craft go-to-market, route-to-market strategies for tech organizations in their market penetration approach for across Europe, Middle East, Africa, and APAC, right? And this kind of also gets me into the segue of the 3 different ways we'd like to approach the topic that we've been given today, right? Tech revolution, changing landscape in 2024 and beyond. And honestly speaking, I think considering that we're the last session, and considering the topic, it feels as if we're just summarizing everything that's been spoken over the last 3 days. IoT, blockchain, AI, and everything, right? So we're going to kind of talk in 3 different perspectives, so to say, to address a broader thought process to how tech is impacting, the industry overall. So maybe you want to start off, Arpit, or...
Yeah, I think yes, but I believe just to gauge the attention of the limited audience that we have right now here, we'll just do a quick round of kind of a brainstorming before we start, if you allow.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so from the audience, how many of you have been ardent fan of mathematics in your school days? Or sciences, or any particular subject for that matter? Okay, at least 1 hand has risen up, okay, 2, all right. How many of us remember some of the formulas which we studied in our school days? No, yes.
I'm teaching my daughter these days a little bit, so yes, a little bit.
Okay, I'll ask one of the most simplest formulas that all of us perhaps must have read when we were around 8, 9, 10 years of age. What is A plus B whole square, if anyone remembers? You remember? Okay. Anyone else? Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a good, great number. Yeah, can somebody please tell this? Yeah, please. A squared plus B squared plus 2AB. Yeah, we do remember it. Now
I was going to say AB squared. Thank you very much. Now you know how bad I am.
Now you have a sheet of paper in front of you. Try using this formula and make a cube of that sheet. How many of us think we'll be able to do that? Sir, maybe you can try? No, A plus B whole square. Try making a cube or a cuboid or a 3D shape using the same formula. No, gets difficult. Yeah? And that's where I think I'll try to bring attention back to this tech revolution. The whole landscape of industry, the biggest problem that the education space that sees is, by the time industry moves forward, education lags behind. And doesn't lag behind by 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, it's a decadal differences. So by the time industry is ready for Industry 4.0 revolution, I would say education is still struggling with Education 2.0. As we speak, technology is changing. By the time policies are being made with EdTech especially, things are left far too way behind. And that's where I think I would like to add my insights for this particular topic of the panel discussion, wherein the tech revolution is not just limited to the industries which are trying to shape up the world, but has to come down to a level wherein the awareness reaches to an early age group. And that's where I think we are also trying to contribute as my own organization, wherein we try to bring in these hands-on skills at that level wherein whether it is artificial intelligence or brain-computer interface, blockchain, cybersecurity, robotics, coding, programming, space sciences, astronomical sciences, to that level wherein children are able to understand what will be required for future. So on that note, I would like to, because here we have somebody who's working for the industry directly, here we have on the panel who's shaping up the policies how tech industry should launch themselves on the platform. So with this note, I would like to, Mehul, you to add.
Sure, thank you. So as we said, right, we're going to have 3 very, very different perspectives. So you've got one who's going to talk ed tech, space tech, right? We've got a very seasoned expert talking around health tech, insure tech, right? So I'm going to go very, very different, right? I'm not going to talk AI. We've spoken a lot, I believe, during this conference. I'm not going to talk blockchain. I think the previous session was very, very nice, right? Covered a very, very strong point, right? And I'm not going to talk IoT. I think that's been done. Where I'm going to talk is where is the revolution happening, right? Where is the industry moving? What are the different trends coming out within technology, right? And I'm purely going to talk from 3 or 4 different perspectives, right? So where is it? And I'm going to talk from a revenue. We're all in this business to make money, right? We're in this business or selling technology, building technology, marketing technology to ensure that there is a significant revenue. Of course, with some who have a much more broader impact on the next generation and the nation per se, right? On health per se. But so I look at trends in multiple ways, right? So we look at trends in terms of everything moving to as a service today, right? You've got SaaS, you've got PaaS, you've got IaaS, you've got so many things. You've got everything moving into as a service, right? One of the trends I'm seeing is hardware as a service, and this is not cloud, this is not anything, this is hardware as a service, right? Hardware as a service is touted to reach about $300+ billion in the next 5 years, right? Just that space itself. Fintech. Now, fintech is huge as a wide word, right? Whether you're talking around payments, digital banking, blockchain and banking, whichever way we talk around it. $31.5 trillion is the market size expected by 2030, right? We talk MarTech, right? I mean, I was just in a panel on the next room with amount of technologies coming out to help marketeers ensure that your message reaches the end audience, whether it's a consumer or a corporate, right? We're looking at a $380 billion market share, right? Market size happening within the next 4 years. So when we look at these numbers, when you look at opportunities within these numbers, for us as tech practitioners, tech sellers, right? There's a whole host of arena that we typically tend to either go the extreme way, take the latest buzzwords and focus around on those buzzwords, or take it from a, okay, can I sell it, resell it, service it kind of a scenario. And then you've got all these trends coming in where there is a market open for the broader network, broader industry to really capitalize on, because customer trends are changing, countries are changing, their buying patterns are changing, everything is changing. So I'm going to kind of touch base from that perspective, I thought, and I'm going to now ask Josh to, talk from his. So you've got, again, as I said, 3 very different perspectives today.
So before even I talk about tech and insurance, it's a legacy industry to talk about, right? So how it works, so generally if 100 users have taken an insurance, if 5 of them claim the insurance companies are very happy. And the moment it crosses 40, they're looking at losses. So that is the very reason why they get on with a lot of terms and conditions, lots of clauses which are very difficult to notice at the time of policy issuance. I'll give you an example. A few years back, there was a flood in Kerala, and a lot of shopkeepers had to face the wrath of floods. When they started claiming for their property insurance, the PSUs who have been very diligent in terms of taking their information at the time of policy placement were not keen on paying their claims at the time of the floods. So there is one particular private insurer who has actually sent drones to analyze the situation of the flood area, and they've asked the users to take a WhatsApp video of the damage, and they've got their claim settled. So that is a tech revolution for me in insurance. So that is where InsurTech is moving in India. And when you talk about CarTech, for example, one of our esteemed colleagues have talking about IOB, that's Internet of Behaviors, wherein we are in Internet of Technologies, we are at IoTs. So this is another interesting space to kind of analyze, because we are talking about pay-as-you-drive kind of insurance segments coming in pretty fast, which would be much more effective in terms of the premiums, and they can also analyze various patterns around it.
So if I may, before I ask you to jump in, right, I've got one query, right, I'm going to try and again twist it a little bit if you don't mind.
No, please.
Right, let's open it to the room. How many of you have watched a movie called Ready Player One? 1, 2, 3, sorry? Spielberg. Yeah, Ready Player One. If you haven't, I sincerely recommend you guys go and watch that movie and then take a look at what Meta is trying to do today. It's creating a universe which is virtual in nature, right? Where you're now able to open shop fronts, you're now able to conduct business on a complete world which doesn't exist in reality, right? Beautiful movie, amazing one, came out years ago, but the impact that you see it with today is very, very different to what we're looking at, right? And the reason why I wanted to jump in earlier on this front was because when we look at that whole existence within the virtual reality space, right, and we see with the gaming technologies, the impact that we have on our kids, or that it has on our kids, right, in terms of learning skills, learning new hand-eye coordination techniques and so on and so forth, right? I'd like to now ask, you to see how is these areas impacting, because you're talking about building the next generation within what you're doing at Lab of Future.
Absolutely. I think very, very well asked, Nehul. This whole space of students, I was just going through a study done by World Health Organization, which talks about the upcoming challenges for alpha generation. These are not the sustainable development goals. These are not the, the conventional challenges of the contemporary world that we see. But those are more laid down upon lines of depression, distraction, and technology overdose. Now, by 2037 is what the statistics says, half of the young population is moving towards a stage of depression, distraction, because of technology overdose, because of digital and information overdose. Now, how do we bring them back to the skills which will be meaningful for them? Is something which first they should be empathizing with the situation, the problems. They should be in a position to understand where it's moving forward. Now, unfortunately, when we see the traditional trends of the education system, by the time a child is going to clear his school days and is going to get into graduation, by that time, the industry has moved multifold forward. So the child is already preparing himself, herself for an obsolete program which may not exist in future. The other day in one discussion I was having with one of the scientists from one premium space agencies, and he was talking about the space junk recyclers. Yeah, so 1,400 mini satellites are being launched every day. And they have short-term, short period commissioning, their gestation is very short, which is from 67 days to perhaps a year. And after that, they become a space junk. The kids of this age do not even know that that problem is going to appear after 20 years. The education systems, the engineering colleges, so-called, the whole ecosystem is not prepared for this. We will be able to overcome poverty, we will be able to overcome sustainability issues, global climate change issues, because we know that that's there and we have to take corrective action steps. And that's where this whole awareness and the role of industry becomes really important in terms of bringing it back to the age group which is going to face it.
But you know what, actually, a very good ending to that one, because the question then I would ask in all of us who are building technology today to sell, right, to consume, to adopt, who's the actual buyer of that technology, right? And I'm not purely talking consumer tech where you've got kids coming in. I'm also talking around B2B tech where it's not a child who's buying that technology, right, which is where millions and trillions of dollars are being made today overall within the industry. What's the age of that buyer, right? And the impact it has in their decision-making process and the adoption of new trends quickly, to make new technology available quickly, right? To ensure that what we see in sci-fi movies years ago, which is coming to reality today, right, is coming into commercial applications tomorrow morning, right? But the decision-making process is being taken by a generation which has already gone through multiple rounds of change within the time frame in their working career, correct? The ability to constantly adapt, is that ability to adapt being mapped or married to the changing trends in technology itself, right?
I believe, yeah, Nehul, I see a big gap in that marriage, as you call it, in terms of adaptation of new technology, especially with this, tech revolution that has happened in last whole decade. 5 years back, flying cars, flying machines was still a concept. Now the industry is ready with that. It's just that policy is not in place. Tomorrow, if government announces a policy, I believe day after tomorrow, you will see flying cars all across. Now, there the gap lies. When we reach out to the crowd, the end user who's going to be using it after 5 years, they are clueless about this. Now with that advent of new technology will come a million of new opportunities. Just imagine a situation, I mean, I think I'm just doing it candid, without preparation, just coming to my mind right now. Just imagine you have a fleet of 1,000 flying cars here in the city. What kind of infrastructure and skilled manpower you will require to maintain that? It will altogether require a different set of curriculum, different ideation into it, put together. So industry has to play a bigger role. And that's where I think industry, academia, and the future challenges, projecting them, has to come in together. And that's where, when we say space technology or education technology, the way I look at things is, space technology is one premium, bigger umbrella, wherein proximity of errors is 0. Space is ruthless. And any technology which is working for that scale, if we are making somebody aware on that scale, naturally we are creating an ecosystem which starts from the bottom.
Right. But that is where also, if you look at it, right, I mean, the analogy that you're talking about is impacting cross industries, right? Autonomous driving cars is not just going to impact the driving or the car automobile industry, but your smart city, smart infrastructure, height of skyscrapers so that it allows XYZ, right? But it also would like to then ask in terms of what are the trends do you see within the health or the insurance technology space, right? Because everything seems to kind of gonna be interlinked in a manner of speaking, right? So what are the trends that you see?
So right now, I think most of the insurance companies are also adopting something called as shared purpose model. So it's conceptualized by Michael Porter and Mr. Mark, Harvard professors. So what does it mean? So let's say the customers are there and insurance companies are there. So both of them need the safety of the customers. So both are working towards that. So what does it mean? So if most of the customers are using less claims, they're much more happier. And same goes with the insurance industry too. Less claims, they make more profits. So a classical case study I would like to take up is IAG, that's Insurance Group of Australia. They have been in losses or like barely profitable for a period of 5 years, wherein a lot of collisions are happening. So what they did a proper research. They have actually invested in a research firm which did research for 5 years and understood that there are certain points wherein most of the collisions are happening. So what do an insurance industry do generally? They increase the premiums or decline some of the claims, right? But what they did is interesting. So they actually convinced the government to invest in public infrastructure, increase the amount of traffic lights over there. There are few segments wherein, because of the new ramps, there are some black spots where the collisions are happening. So they have increased awareness and safety over those points. So eventually, what these initiatives did for that particular area, there is 80% reduction in terms of collisions, and they have saved more than $300,000 Australian dollars in a span of 1 year. So that's really incredible. So that is a trend I would like to see even in other countries too. You have to invest in the customer. You have to invest in the customer centricity here, rather than transactional value that you get out of increasing the premiums. So that is where the world is moving. In fact, Greenwoods from the US, they have invested a massive $3 million in a consulting firm to create awareness regarding drowning of kids. That has actually saved $6 million for them too. So these are emerging trends that I see in insurance, which is benefiting both customers and insurers alike.
Well, when you look at the broader impact that technology has had on lives, on education, betterment of lives, or I don't know, right? I'm a very device-averse guy, right? I prefer, not to have it in my hand as much as possible, or in my kids' hands as much as possible. Well, and I'm the the least liked person in the house in everyone, right? I'm sure it's the same story for everyone else, at least who've come from our generation standpoint, right? When we look at the impact technology has had on our lives, it's bettered, absolutely, 100% sure. It's also had a negative impact and connotation. I was listening to another conversation earlier in terms of where the thought is that AI is actually going to make our kids dumber, not smarter, right? Because it's ready responses, somebody else is doing the work, right? We're talking about all of these kind of impact from a trend standpoint, from a revolution standpoint. Where is it coming from? A business application perspective, right? Commercial utilization of technology, life application perspective, right? For a quality of life standpoint, right? And a country application standpoint where the overall nation does better, whichever country we live in, stay in, and do the needful, right? From that perspective, when I look at trends today, when I look at all these different layers that keep on coming out where technology has been adopted, which didn't exist 10 years ago, which may not exist 10 years down the road, right? And from the perspective of embedded wearables, wearable technology to embedded wearables kind of thing down the road, right? We talk from fintech, the way we kind of transact today. There are days I step out of my house without my wallet on me, right? I just forget to carry the wallet because I'm no longer paying cash or no longer even using a physical card. It's tap and go or scan and go or whichever way we look at it, right? Impact from both consumer to business, right? I believe the gentleman, you were talking in your previous panel about going into the bank branch after a long time and being impacted in terms of how you could get the service delivered, right? I mean, it's use cases. These are the trends which are changing in terms of actual real life use case scenario where we see these perspectives. Arpit, thought from what needs to be done from an education. I'm going to come back to you always on the education because I really, really like what you're talking about and doing within the lab of the future in terms of building the next generation. And then the impact it will have on a commercial and a life thought process 5 to 10 years down the road, because that's where the revolution is going to continue to happen.
No, absolutely. I think all countries now, and especially the country that we are sitting in right now, is driven by innovation. Those innovative solutions which are going to create solutions for unknown problems is something which we have to prepare our kids for. And when I say kids, I actually refer to learners of all age groups, because now with the advent of technology, we all have become kids in a way. We don't know what's happening. As we speak, something changes all of a sudden. Now, for a child, because of this overdose of information, these adrenaline triggers have increased. And another study which I was just going through says humans' attention span has gone below the goldfish's attention span, which was, funny in a way, but horrifying fact that where we have gone. So if 5 seconds of video entertainment is not engaging you, you just scroll it up for the next one to come. And like that, 30 triggers in next 30 seconds. So practically a child is getting excited. See, this is a very serious issue otherwise to look at. A child has forgotten to be bored, wants to be excited, energized throughout the 24 hours. And which is practically just demeaning to his mental health, to his wellness, and is going to create some real damage in the time to come. So again, as you rightly said, when we see the next 10 years, how we are preparing them for, bringing them to some mainstream interest area, wherein they know what value will they be able to add in future, what kind of skills will not get obsolete, the usage and misusage of technology, and especially when cyberspace has become so active. Many of us must have fallen prey to some or the other cyber issues, or would have witnessed it, be it little password protection or a bank theft or these deep fake videos. The children need to be aware of all of this. And they should be in a position wherein they can control and create those barricades, what needs to be allowed and what needs to be stopped. So I think the next 8 to 10 years of any child's journey from now has to be quite, I would say provocative in terms of bringing in right education space, right technology to them at their hands right now.
Being cognizant of the time and considering we are supposed to be the last session, I'm going to ask a question, and then I'm going to ask a question to all of you, and then I'm going to open it up for questions from the room if we are okay with it. We've been talking about tech trends, revolution within technology. How many of us have stumbled when we walk into a boardroom, conference room, and the AV system doesn't function?
I would just like to add here, I remember Ratan Tata saying this. He said, we will reach to Mars one day, but AV systems will still not work.
Right, so the basic tech also still has a lot to do, work around on. But yeah, please, if questions from the room, please. Shall I take this question? Please. Yeah. In the last decade, I personally have been working with schools ecosystem from the last 14 years, quite extensively. And the misconception that education system has taken as far as technology is concerned is its limitation to digital screens. The digital tools which can be viewed and simulations which can be done. So all the exposure happens on the screens. And because of which, and blessed COVID even deteriorated the situation wherein all children by default mandatorily were exposed to screens. Now, when we talk about technology, I think it's a very minuscule used case wherein screens have to be used. Right? If I have to actually create a traffic management system for the city, I practically just need limited time on the screen for my programming and coding for my other hardware to work on. My hands-on skills are required more. The application of science and mathematics and languages and social sciences, understanding of that brings more vibrancy into the projects that I'm designing. So the limitation that this generation of parents have is perhaps they are not able to give the right set of exposure, considering the limitations of times that they have because everyone is working around. Schools have got limited scope considering the curriculum that they circulate around. It's not about digital screens at all. And I, very openly say this, and I repeat Sir Ken Robinson's statement that schools are creating, are killing the creativity. Yeah, why? Because they are again circling around those, some standards. Book problems are not real world problems. They're entirely different. So to, sum up to the question that you asked is, technology is never
I would say it's less than 10% of what digital exposure is required. It's all hands-on skills. So when you are to do robotics, when you are to do some real-time automation, when you are to do as simple as solving a problem of a light, we don't need a digital screen there to be telling us what light to be switched on, turned off. Yeah. Absolutely.
Can I step in on that one, right? Almost similar age, right? Kids, I'm assuming then should be around similar ages. 10 years ago, I took on the role that I'll be the hated person in the household, right? Because my device situation was being compounded by the number of gaming consoles that were coming into the house too. Right? So it's not just your phones and your iPads and tablets and laptops, but gaming consoles, right? PSs and Xboxes and the Nintendos and everything. So we had to I had to put my foot down and say X number of hours a day, and that's it. Whether you like it, dislike it, go cry to your mother, go cry to my mother, nothing's going to change, this is where it is. The way what he's talking about in terms of we are all part of the problem is what I would say. And I don't think it is a technology issue. We've just made it, consumer technology has come down, right? What used to cost, I used to sell mobile phones when it first came out in India, 95, right? A device which could not hold more than 1,000 contacts was being sold for what in today's price would be, say, $500, $700, right? That's it, 1,000 contacts. Today, we don't use our phones for calls. We use it for everything else. Phone calls is the last thing that happens on our phones, in fact, right? The technology has become cheaper, which has kind of made it easier for consumers to consume the technology, making it further difficult for parents in this, because we're talking about kids, to limit and bind them till one of us, and it's also a psychological scenario, right? We want to be friends with our kids. I hope this doesn't get aired and my kids don't see it, but I'm like, no, I'm the parent, right? This is my rule. Don't like it, well, there's the door. Right. Exactly. And it has to be that way for some things, right? For some things. But when we look at trends, right, and where he was coming from, and the reason why I was asking him to talk from trend to tomorrow's trend in healthcare, in education, in space tech, right? Because I was purely coming from commercial application of technology and the different ways things are moving, the market sizes that we're talking about, right, over the next few years. But when we look at the broader spectrum of how technology has pervaded every aspect of our life today, right, the revolution is constant, right? There's nothing today, tomorrow, and day after. Revolution is constant, right? We've got wearable watches, we've got wearable this, that, XYZ, there's no way we can step out of our house without some amount of tech on our bodies or around us, kind of a scenario, right? And this is where the trend is only going to continue. And the reason it's going to continue is because of us. We are the ones building the technology, we are the ones selling the technology, we are the ones marketing the technology and pushing them to consume that technology. So when we are itself part of the problem, the thought is, how do you then navigate, right? And this is, he's spoken about, Steve, and I'm going to continue to, and Bill Gates, kids were not allowed devices. The biggest tech billionaire in the world kids were not allowed devices. Same was true, I believe, with Steve Jobs' kids. Kids were not allowed devices. The guy was put a, iPhone in every child's hand. No, you're not allowed a device. And this is where the distinguishing aspect of us has to happen.
No, I totally agree. Look, it was only 2 days ago that they banned mobile phones in British schools. How it took so long for that to happen is beyond me. And I have this conversation with people where, they're complaining that, until schools make policies and all the rest. I'm saying no. It should start at home. It has to start with the parenting, which is part of my point. As I said to my wife the other day, if her daughter, who's now 15, comes down the stairs and starts drinking a bottle of vodka, you're not going to wait for the school to do something. You do something about it. So it should be the same from our aspect. But that was my point at the start of this. We're at an age where we know it. How are they going to know it when they get older? Because it's just a norm for them.
They won't know, right? But you'll be taking the negative side of this aspect a little, right?
But that's just, I'm trying to make life difficult for you. That's just...
Right, because we are parents. I get where you're coming from, 120%, right? But there's a positive aspect to the same impact and embedding of technology within the kids. If you look at kids with special needs, special abilities, actually technology has had a significant impact in their ability to learn and gain knowledge, which was not possible 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. So there is a major positive aspect also that comes into play with it.
Agreed. But that's like saying that we're going to get rid of all the farmland
no
and put a
comparisons.
motorway around it. But has it done more greater than good for the mass? And I'm speaking from, I'm a father with a child with a severe disability, so I totally understand. It's a little bit like we're not going to bring the kids on a skiing holiday because one can't ski. Where's the balance going to come into it? It's a very interesting topic, because I suppose I'm asking the questions because being a parent and an investor, I can see it from both sides, but I'm still lost from the how do you control it? I've tried everything. I'll tell you a funny story. I have 4 kids, went for lunch. I'm sitting there looking, I'm saying, like, I might as well be traveling. Everyone was on their phone. So I said, okay, I want the phones in the middle of the table. The first person to touch their phone pays for dinner. And I said, you know me, I will get up and walk out. Within 20 minutes, I got a message on my watch to see that I had a phone call I needed to take. But I had to leave it. And then at the end of it, I said, anyone like dessert? No. Okay, good, we got to go, because I had got to get to the phone. So I'm as guilty as they are.
Correct.
But it's a minefield, both from a parent and from an investor.
Honestly, there's no right answer to that by default, right? I mean, I have a similar story. My kids, friends' kids, 4 kids, all sitting, single couch at a friend's house one evening, all on their phones, and we all suddenly realized they're all 4 actually chatting with each other. They're sitting right next to each other, same couch, but they're chatting with each other. They didn't want us to know what the conversation was. They're chatting right there, right? No phone on the dinner table, basic rules, no phone, right? As you said, you go out, you pick up the phone, you pay, all of those things, but there is no right answer. Unfortunately, there's no right answer to that scenario.
Another example I just got recalled is one father actually texted her child at 2 a.m. on Instagram. What are you doing on Instagram? Through Instagram, right? So yeah, so the child is like, this case came up in a school while we were just discussing and having a brainstorming session, how parents have to get involved and how we are a part of a problem. So if actually I was so concerned about the child, I should have practically gone to that room and counseled the child, rather than texting her through Instagram of what are you doing on Instagram. So the child will see that you yourself are using it. They may not say it on our face, but they know you yourself are a part of this. So how can you even guide us on that? So I think, as Nehal very rightly mentioned, there is no right or wrong in this. It's just about trying to find a balance. And broadly, the whole education system, keeping that aside, but some schools, some academic institutions have started to take corrective actions. But yes, minuscule in number as of now.
Well, as I said, we've kind of on the, but sure, please.
Hi, my name is Tina. I run a branding and design firm. I have a different point of view, slightly different. I sincerely believe that because we grew up in a non-tech environment wherein the phones were not a part of our everyday life, we were not chatting with friends, we were actually going out and playing with them in a playground. what has really happened is probably we are a little too concerned. In a couple of years, or if not couple, probably 5 to 10 years, we would see that the new generation has a fatigue for these gadgets. Probably they would be in a zone, and I do see a lot of youngsters out there who are not interested in being on Facebook, who are not interested on, being on Instagram because they feel that it's kind of a fake life. Do you guys also see that possibility? Do you also feel that the way we did not visualize flying cars, similarly, there would come a time when the kids won't be interested in these gadgets and they'll go back to the roots, they'll be interested in going out and playing?
Honestly, yes and no, both ways is I would address that question, right? Because tech is evolving, and that's exactly what we're talking about today, right? Tech is evolving. How they acquire, consume, and utilize tech will change, right? So today we are worried because it's devices in hand, devices where data download, data fatigue, and everything we're talking about kind of scenario, right? Data overload. But when we look at trends down, what we can anticipate may not even come true, may be completely different, right? I mean, tons and tons of reports, analysis, studies state that the top 3 jobs 10 years down the road don't exist today, right? Which means somewhere it has to be created, somewhere the child has to learn, and somewhere they will deliver that service or that functionality. And the predominant part is tech is just the underlying enabler, right? Tech is not creating those scenarios of saying you need to do it. Tech is an enabler, whether it's in health tech, insure tech, ed tech, space tech, banking, life sciences, biotech, whichever way. Tech is just the enabler to deliver a certain output in a certain way, right? Or to achieve a goal of a certain nature. For kids to address the query that you're coming from, and hence the yes and no, what exists in their hands today, sure, maybe they may not even want to touch it 5 years down the road, but maybe something new comes up. None of us anticipated gaming consoles to have that level of an impact. When we've all grown up with gaming consoles, right? Ataris and this of the world, right? But in those, the impact that esports has today, right, is massive. It's massive, right? It's a multi-billion-dollar industry just in this region, trillions of dollars globally maybe. It's a new area of commerce. It's a new area of business. It's a new area of talent, right? It's a new functionality enabled because of technology, right? So we can't really come down to the level and say that this will happen or not. I honestly can't predict from that perspective, and I'll give it to my co-panelists to see if they can predict or not. But when I look at tech impact, tech revolution, as we've been talking about, it's going to change. How we've consumed technology over the last 20 years has changed, right? So obviously it's going to continue to change. New things are going to come out, whether it's from making our life better, making our businesses better, ability to do business better, ability to communicate better. I, for one, am one day waiting for Star Trek's, beam me up Scotty tech to come up. I mean, I really want that to happen, right? Because it allows me to travel without the fatigue, hopefully, that travel brings to us these days, right? But that's still the child in me that one day, beam me up Scotty happens kind of thing, but yeah.
All right, I think, we have already extended the time.
Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the end of the panel discussion, and we've come towards the end of the Internet 2.0 conference. I request everyone to please give a big round of applause to all our speakers for sharing such a fantastic knowledge during this 3 days conference. And of course to yourself as well, as you guys had made it to the event. All of you, please give a big round of applause, please. Yes. I would like to thank our exhibitors, media partners, hospitality partners, and technology partners for participating, and thank you to the organizers of Internet 2.0 conference for organizing such a fabulous conference for everyone. And thank you very much, Pragi. Thank you for coordinating with me and helping me out throughout this conference. And thank you, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to sign out right now. Goodbye, take care, and have an amazing day. Bye-bye.